very much for being with me. I was a 4 seconds early, Towel, this morning, as rare as that may be. And thank you for the patience. I have to click the button to start up the YouTube, which should now be going as well as the stream on X. If you're new to these streams, my name is GrantSmithEllis. I'm a Towel. I appreciate you being here with me. We're heading into the first week of the Karen Read and John O'Keefe retrial and being fully caught up on the motions in limine, on a lot of the pretrial rulings, on almost everything to do with jury selection, as we get ready potentially for opening arguments on Tuesday, depending on what happens with Aiden Kearney's invocation of the Fifth Amendment as a potential witness, which requires a Luman Martin hearing. We can talk about that later. We're caught up, and a lot of what happens on these streams is I'm reading case documents, trying to catch up on comments and questions, and I've noticed as I watch back some of the streams, my engagement with the comments and questions isn't always in real time. So I thought, since we're so caught up and we've covered so much material, and we're ready for the retrial, today I would take some time to actually look at your comments and questions in real time, and you can have the floor. I mean, I'll answer and I'll give you some diatribes, I'm sure, in traditional Towel form, but you can have the floor and I'll answer all your questions and comments, and there are so many of you, especially on the YouTube, who have things to say. We'll do that. Now, I realize it's early. It's just past 7 a.m. on Sunday, April 13th, so we'll give folks a little bit of time to wake up, but if you're in South Africa, Europe, Bosnia-Herzegovina, Holland, Sweden, wherever you may be, you have an advantage because you are probably up and about. Sheffield in the United Kingdom. I hope you enjoyed your football yesterday. You are up and about. I watched the Arsenal-Brentford game. I couldn't believe that first goal was called back. Absolutely outrageous. I'm a Man City fan myself. But yes, let me pull up the YouTube, speaking of that, because the best way to engage is on the YouTube comments. That's the best way for me to see your comments. That's the best way for them to actually stay up on the back end of the software, or so that I'm able to engage. The Twitter comments disappear from the screen too quickly, and it makes it too hard. A lot of people watch on the Twitter, but I cannot actually answer your questions and comments from the Twitter because it's too much to see them and then have them fall off the screen. Christina, good morning. Christina says, so happy you're up and going. My day, it made my day, my morning now. I love listening. Good morning, Goldie. Good morning, Christina. Yes, so I want to do a few things. As folks kind of get up and about and going, what I'm going to do is, I thought what really made me reflect this morning was a few different things. One, I read this post from last year that I wrote at a certain point related to what it was like being in Canton. When in the summer of last year during the first trial, and the vibe, the aura. And then I wrote another post about what it's like on the eve of the retrial, not necessarily in Canton, but just the how different the vibe is. And I want to read those two posts to kind of get us going. But what I'm really interested in is, what are you thinking about going into the retrial? What are your thoughts? Obviously, the GPS location data that still hasn't been revealed could be explosive, related to potentially Karen returning to the scene of Fairview Road where she allegedly struck John O'Keefe at 12:31 a.m. on January 29, 2022. Potentially returning around 5:23 a.m., which was right when Karen left a voicemail screaming that, quote, John, I effing hate you. And so that evidence is obviously very interesting. But I'm interested in what you think of this retrial, how the dynamics are playing out, what evidence are you interested in? And then, based on my the tone and sort of my explication of the vibes last summer versus this time around, for the retrial, what are you thinking about as to the online discourse, the media discourse? Obviously, the federal probe of John O'Keefe's death is now confirmed as closed. There's a new U.S. attorney in town. Karen Read seems to be on the ropes. Hank Brennan's running a very different prosecution that seems to have outwitted Read's defense at every turn. So that's really what I'm thinking about today. Natalie Jones asks if I'm baked. Well, I do use medication to help me eat. That's true. Goldie Lauren says our opening statement's Tuesday. Yes, I believe we're heading for Tuesday, although we need to figure out what's going on with this witness list, because as soon as opening statement starts, the sequester starts. It may be the start of witnesses, but either way, it's that day. So that means that Aiden Kearney and Gretchen Voss and whatnot can't attend the trial. So that's very interesting. Question everything. Have you figured out, what was a frame job? the DOJ had a habit under Rachel Rollins, the former U.S. attorney, in place at the time when Karen Reed and Josh Levy and Alan Jackson walked into Josh Levy's office in November of 2022. There was a woman named Rachel Rollins who ran the U.S. Attorney's office in Boston at the time. And Rachel Rollins actually got forced out by the U.S. Department of Justice Office of the Inspector General in a report that came out in May 2023, because Rollins had a bad habit of launching pretextual federal investigations and then leaking them to the press in order to smear political opponents. I'm, of course, talking specifically about how Rollins did that to Kevin Hayden after Hayden beat Rollins' ally Ricardo Arroyo in the primary for the Suffolk County DA race after Rollins left the seat to take the position as U.S. Attorney in Boston. So, I think there was some corruption there. I think Karen Reed played a little bit of a modern Whitey Bulger, and Dustin Chow, the head of the Public Integrity Unit up at the DOJ in Boston under Rollins, had a grudge against Michael Morrissey, as did Rachel Rollins. Rollins and Morrissey, of course, had their own history of tension because Morrissey and Rollins disagreed about Rollins' very soft on crime, non-charging decisions for low-level offenses, and then Morrissey didn't like how Rollins was pursuing an argument in some cases that youthful offenders under 25 shouldn't get life terms. So Rollins had a grudge against Morrissey, Dustin Chow had a grudge against Morrissey, Karen Reed's case was the cover. There was a lot of corruption there between the DOJ, I think, and Karen's team. It yielded the exposing of Sandra Birchmore's murder and the cover-up of that. The investigation started in August of 2023 of Matthew Farwell's murder of Sandra Birchmore. And I think that was a good result, but that was the only silver lining of that corruption between Karen Reed and the DOJ. I question everything. There's no doubt in my mind. And if you really want to look into something, have you ever looked into why Turtle Boy and Rachel Rollins, I said Turtle Reed. Have you ever looked into why Turtle Boy and Rachel Rollins were directly communicating related to the Joe Kennedy versus Ed Markey Senate primary in 2020? Did you ever ask yourself why Turtle Boy and Rachel Rollins would have had a mutual incentive to send Rayla Campbell to Joe Kennedy Jr. events to help Ed Markey win that primary? And did you ever ask why Rachel Rollins got appointed as U.S. Attorney by the Biden White House, and maybe why the Biden White House would have appreciated Rachel Rollins via whatever means necessary, playing dirty with Turtle Boy and Rayla Campbell if needed, to take out Joe Kennedy Jr. in that race? Because if Joe Kennedy Jr., a then representative, had gone from the House of Representatives on the federal level to JFK's old Senate seat, he would have been aligned perfectly with a potential presidential primary challenge to Biden in 2024, which in hindsight probably would have left the Democrats in a better position than that clusterfuck that happened with Biden and Harris. But either way, have you ever asked why Rachel Rollins got appointed as U.S. Attorney? You really should. So you want to talk about corruption? Yeah, let's do it. Question everything. Absolutely, let's do it. Someone said, who gave the cash to Kate Peter in a Chick-fil-A parking lot? So Kate Peter is this kind of self-admitted private investigator who worked for this firm run by a guy named Marty Kraft. And I don't know if the firm was retained by some of the witnesses in the Retrial or if Kate was retained. But yeah, she definitely got involved with doing PR. Kate Peter used to work for Aiden Turtleboy Kearney. Kate's kind of like this online, like nerd, Discord vigilante kind of. I think she does, she runs these ops where she baits predators, which is very good. Like, it's a noble thing to do. She baits them by going into these meetings and dressing up as a child and then trying to bait them into exposing their ongoing predator behavior, which is, noble work. So, but anyway, she also used to work for Aiden Kearney. They had a falling out in 2019. So they're kind of I guess my opinion is they're two different heads of the same monster. They both use similar tactics, whatever. But Kate Peter at one point was in this Chick-fil-A parking lot with her, very beginning of my sort of involvement with this case. I had found it online through this guy named Brian Riccio. But Kate Peter, I don't know if she was screening me or whatever, but we meet in this Chick-fil-A parking lot. She, I think, was in the passenger seat of my car. She had driven there as well. And Kate Peter was waiting for someone to meet her at that parking lot, or for whatever reason, I think they were dropping off an envelope. And so Kate Peter said, I'm waiting for a car. I didn't actually see the person get out. I think it was a white Honda Accord or something that dropped off the money, but that's all. She just said, I'm looking for a white Honda Accord or something. And Kate gets out of the car. I don't look and monitor her going to the car, but obviously she goes and picks up the envelope, gets back in my car, opens it up. It's a green thank you card with yellow floral writing kind of print on the front that says thank you. She opened it up. It was blank on both sides, no writing, but there were $100 bills, non-sequential, because I was seeing if they were sequential bills, non-sequential hundreds, maybe 4 or 5. Then I'd say 5 to 6 50s, and then 10 to 15 20s. So yeah, I saw that happen firsthand. So I'm not afraid to call out either side of this case, but I absolutely think Karen Reed is guilty of killing John O'Keefe. But anyway, my whole point with going down this rabbit hole in answering your questions is I do want to hear what your thoughts are now that the federal investigation is confirmed is over, now that it's obvious that Karen and the DOJ were just smearing Michael Morrissey because some of those powerful people had grudges against him, and how the investigation into John O'Keefe's death really did uncover something, nothing to do with Karen Reed's case, but instead to do with the cover-up of Sandra Birchmore's murder. We can talk about that all you want, but I do want to read this post, so indulge me for 1 second. I appreciate question everything jumping in, but indulge me while I read the post. And then I also saw Tracy jumped in with a question, which is, do you think we can get a fair jury? Let's revisit that through the stream. My feeling is that Hank Brennan is doing very good research. That's what I would imagine, that Hank Brennan knows what Karen Reed was up to the first time around, and that it will be very hard for a juror to get in there, but you never know. And I also think what ties into that is, does Aiden Kearney flip on Karen Reed, which could undermine the loyalty of some of the potential sabotage jurors. If they're loyal to Aiden but not Karen, that could be an interesting situation. But do I think we'll see another Victoria George, some secret FKR person, make it into the jury? No, I don't. I think that's very unlikely. But yes, what I wanted to do was read this post from last year, okay? Because this post... I think this post is very interesting because, as I mentioned, it reflected kind of how I was feeling in the summer of 2024. Oh, it felt like 2023, but yeah, it was 2024. So let's take a read of that. It's early, and then I'll get back to your questions and comments. So again, remember, this is how I was feeling, I think in the middle or after the first trial. Remember, it's about justice for John O'Keefe. You know, friends, Towell has a lot on his mind. But tonight, I want to talk about the town of Canton. You could be forgiven after driving through the center of this small New England village for thinking all is well. Kids ride their bikes to summer ball games. Families walk the tree-lined streets. Pink-clad Karen Reed supporters treat their bar, where John O'Keefe spent his last moments before Karen Reed hit John with her car while drunk and left John to die, like some kind of tormented tourist attraction. Homeowners have police cars parked outside their properties to ward off the gawking public who want to see the crime scene in the Karen Reed trial, and so on and so forth. Just run-of-the-mill stuff, mostly. But underneath that humdrum of daily life, there is real pain here. One senses it in the gas stations, the liquor stores, the family-owned pizza shops, and even on the streets. The glances are quick, but telling. Who are you? Are you one of them? Please don't have anything pink on, every face seems to say. But then, once the looks fade into smiles of recognition, so, too, comes the heartache. These are strong New England folks, though, and they would never be so cavalier as to betray their agony with even so much as a quivered voice. Instead, one finds conversations that reflect pure disassociative dismay as to what has happened to their friends, family, and, fundamentally, their way of life. Seemingly for no reason, and, increasingly, at the cost of an incredible emotional toll on anyone able to read social media or the newspaper. The topic of the case is almost always referred to as the thing or this shit, but every person at every table knows what the weak allusions mean. It's an unspoken, palpable, albeit tacit agreement among those who live here, as if to say that words, long ago, ceased to do justice to what is happening to them. And maybe, for this writer, that is the source of my own personal agony. A story, like a town or a city, is not a facade constructed from bricks laid down neatly together, regimented to the best laid plans of mice and architects. No, stories, like the cities of the world, big and small, are dynamic, if not ever nuanced, reflections of the people whose lives they reflect and embrace. How can one tell a story that has impacted countless lives? How can one find truth in a sea of self-interest? How can one look away? How can one look just enough behind the curtain to find what things are, rather than what things seem to be? For me, the start of that journey to answer those questions began months ago, and today it led me down a small road, somewhere about a mile outside of Canton Center. One doesn't find any pro-Karen Reed signs in town, or really much mention of the case at all, other than the Reed fans who visit the area for photo ops that, by the day, are becoming more gaudy and grotesque. But down a back road, around the corner from where John O'Keefe lived a life of service, raising 2 double orphan family members as if they were his own, you'll start to find it. The beating heart of the town of Canton, crying out with only the words, "Remember, it's about justice for John O'Keefe." So that was what I felt last summer, and I want to read you now what I felt on the eve of the retrial. And I think the dichotomy here speaks to the tone shift related to this case, but maybe you all will hear it better than I can explain it. It is the eve of opening arguments, along with witness testimony, in the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe retrial. Something feels different, though. Content creators in the media are moving on to other cases. Karen and her defense team seem to know the new Lexus GPS data is bad news. The federal probe into John's death is confirmed as over. A newly expanded buffer zone has saved Norfolk Superior Court from a circus, and the Free Karen Reed movement now fades from the historical scene with an embarrassed whimper, as Karen compares herself to O.J. Simpson upon the sinking ship that is the SS FKR. The mood is ominous. A red sky hues the morning dawn. The silence from the ducks and birds is deafening. At long last, dignified reverence for the judicial system has taken hold. A quiet justice for John O'Keefe is coming, and that's exactly what has been called for all along. Whether Karen Reed will embrace atonement voluntarily, or as a result of compelled catharsis by way of a jury of her peers, is thus the only chapter left to be written in this sad tale. The tale of a great man, John O'Keefe, taken too soon, at the hands of Karen Reed, a dangerous woman able to hide in plain sight. The tale of a small section of America who became hyper-fixated on Karen Reed and John O'Keefe, perhaps as a source of vicarious meaning in their lives, perhaps for clout, perhaps for other motives. Is this country better off as a result of the last 2 years of Karen's confused PR chaos? Maybe some of the healing that has occurred in Canton or in Dedham or elsewhere has had some positive benefit. Perhaps some of the friendships, bonds, and love found amidst this scarred battlefield glisten as if a diamond in the sweltering TV spotlights. But on the whole, the pain and the agony and the exploitation and the unheard screams of the innocents will come to outweigh any such solace found in redemptive rebuilding. That, in so many ways, was Karen Reed's true mortal sin. Karen didn't just take John O'Keefe from his family and from this earth. Karen destroyed communities, tore apart families, played the role of a modern Whitey Bulger in a proxy war between the old Boston DOJ and the Norfolk District Attorney, and turned John's memory into a morbid plaything. His name shaped, molded, ridiculed, invoked, and paraded in the media for her own insidious purposes. Compelled by benevolent compassion, or self-interest, or otherwise, the undue attention and coverage of this case is our collective shame to bear. Yes, Karen took John's life, allegedly, but we, every single one of us, helped her kill John's memory by turning this trial into a cottage industry, be it to help PR clients, pump clicks and views, or even nobly attempt to prevent manipulation of public discourse. A lot of us will have some soul-searching to do, even as this retrial unfolds before a far smaller audience. May that self-reflection and a guilty verdict for Karen Reed on at least one count as to John O'Keefe's death lead to a better world going forward. with God's blessing. For now, it's towel bedtime, and I wish you all good night. That was at 3 p.m. on Friday. And people were like, Grant, do you really go to bed at 3 p.m. on Fridays? And I said, yep, I absolutely do. All right, let me go back to the YouTube comments, because I just really wanted to, that was my way of saying, here's how I feel things are different this time around. But I'm interested in, and I'm a little behind on the chat, but I'm interested in your questions, your comments, your thoughts about the retrial. Cookie Ramlaw, I'm going to get caught up quickly on these comments. Cookie Ramlaw says, hi, Special Towel and all the similar towels like myself. We do love towels of all shapes and sizes and all fabrics and folds within the wonderful towel universe. Goldie Lauren says, Turtle Boy being silenced makes me incredibly happy. Yeah, not just silence. He can't even watch the case. He can't discuss the case. He can't talk about the case. If he's sequestered, the case does not exist to him. He better start finding something else to cover. Christina says, hi, Cookie. JF5 says, hi, everyone. Question everything. There can be many crooked people. Yes, I think a lot of us agree that there's a lot of nonsense involved, but that has nothing to do with Karen Reed's culpability for killing John O'Keefe. Karen Reed just found out about some of that nonsense and exploited it for political purposes. But that doesn't make her smart. I mean, that just makes her another run-of-the-mill fucking wannabe government operative. Playing a game she doesn't understand with people she'll never truly appreciate as to the power dynamic she was walking into. Morrissey is the worst of the worst. I don't know if I agree with that. My analysis, and I have pretty good sources in and around government, my analysis is that it's not Michael Morrissey, it's the people around him. And I think a lot of my sources say the same thing, which is Michael Morrissey's fine. It's just the people around him. M says, hi, Grant. You think that the OJ comments were deliberate? Some are saying that it was intentional and that the defense will go with jury nullification. Care to explain what that is? That's a wonderful question, Ems. That is a wonderful question. So, Karen Reed, for a while, I think was planting this weird narrative with Sue O'Connell and other people who are close to her. Sue O'Connell, in my opinion, knows Kathleen Hawley from Canton and Rita Lombardi and is like very sympathetic to FKR. But anyway, I think for a while, Karen has been trying to portray her case as this sort of cause célèbre for police misconduct. But the problem is, Karen is not Sandra Birchmore, first of all. Two, Karen is not a black man. Karen is a wealthy white professor. So there's nothing there. The comparison just makes, I think Barstool correctly pointed this out on their X feed. The comparison doesn't work for Karen. It just makes Karen look like she's saying, I'm guilty and you're not going to get me, which is fucking stupid. That's the worst fucking PR move I've ever seen in my entire life. Now, jury nullification, it's not going to fly here. Jury nullification, I explained it last night. It's kind of this idea where the jury knows someone committed a crime, but acquits them because the jury doesn't agree with the statute or how it was applied. Now, let me give you an example. You can't get an instruction for jury nullification, by the way. That doesn't exist. No such thing. There's this novel argument about it, but it gets turned down all the time. You don't even get to argue it to the jury. What you're really trying to do is present a case that says, this statute, this is just unconscionable. But Karen's charged with murder, OUI manslaughter, which has the lesser included offenses. Alan Jackson, just take notes so you don't get it wrong again. Of involuntary manslaughter and motor vehicle homicide while OUI, and then leaving the scene of an accident causing death or serious bodily injury. It's a 3-count indictment. No jury is going to nullify the premise of those statutes. Now, what you might be saying is someone just going to nullify because they like Karen? Yes, but that's not jury nullification. That's just literally outside influence manipulating the jury process, which is inappropriate. So it's a little bit different. Nullification would be a case where, like, let's say you're on your own property, right? And you have you don't have a license to carry a firearm, but you have a firearm. And the cops, like, either have reason to come talk to you or whatever, and then they charge you with having a firearm on your property. But during trial or something, the laws change and the cops have to like ask you for an FID card and they didn't do it in your case or whatever. That's the kind of thing where you could feasibly, you're still not going to get the jury instruction. That's the kind of thing where you could say to the jury, listen, like the cops were supposed to ask him for the FID card. They didn't. You know, the way this law is being applied here isn't right, you know, and that's how you're going to get jury nullification. Or something like someone was smoking marijuana like in a public park, okay, and yes, medical patients can smoke marijuana in a public park, but someone using adult use marijuana in a public park in violation of 94G 13C, that's the kind of thing you, at like a small civil trial, if you even get a trial on that, it might be just a ticket. That's the kind of thing, you might be able to appeal a ticket. But I don't know if you are entitled to a bench trial, but that's the kind of thing you could feasibly jury nullify, saying like the act of smoking weed in a public park is technically in contravention of statute, but the spirit of this jury should be such that this person should not be found responsible for the $100 ticket. I don't even think you're entitled to a trial by jury for that because it's a civil statute. Maybe on like your third offense it becomes like a misdemeanor or something, but I don't think we're going to see anyone get that far. And the reason why you never see jury nullification brought up is any case where there's even a potential of authentic jury nullification, the defense attorney is going to say to the prosecutor, what are you doing here? Like, I know this got bound over, but what are you doing here? Why are you doing this? This person's either like suffering mental crises or whatever. Why are you overcharging? I'm going to make the jury come to understand that you're going overboard. With Karen Reed, we don't have that because she's charged with malice, second-degree murder, which doesn't require intent to kill. It has very similar frameworks as to recklessness mens rea. There's a mens rea and an actus rea, a mental requirement and an act requirement for each crime. Well, first you have to ask if it's an intent or a results crime, but either way, this is a results crime. And then you have to do approximate cause analysis, but we're not going down that line of inquiry. Yeah, so I just think that the actus rea, the mens rea for malice second-degree murder is not an overcharge at all. It is basically, in sum and substance, very similar to involuntary manslaughter or OUI manslaughter. Or motor vehicle homicide, well, OUI. So to me, I don't think this is a jury nullification case, and I don't think Karen invoking O.J. Simpson will make her anything but subject to ridicule, which is exactly why I think her camp was probably like, Karen, that was fucking stupid. Let's see. Hello, JI5. Grant, what are your thoughts on people, FK, Free Karen Reed people, using awful nicknames for people in chat, e.g. calling Kate crusty? Of course, you have to force me to apply my universal moral values to Kate, even though in the past I have said that there's an exception to all channel commenting rules for Kate. I don't like it. I think Kate herself perpetuates that kind of behavior. Like I was talking about this yesterday. I have a clip of it we can watch, but I think Kate encourages, in some sense, name calling and this reactionary drama because she's an internet nerd. And I don't mean that pejoratively or lovingly. I mean, she's just an internet nerd, and internet nerds thrive on fucking drama for content. So to me, I don't want to say she brought it upon herself, but like if you're going to go out there like she does and just wildly go at every Free Karen Reed person and dehumanize them, then yeah, you're going to, like, what the fuck? What do you expect, that they're going to be nice? So what do you want me to say? The Free Karen Reed people should rise above Kate Peter? No, I think Kate Peter should rise above, and then she can get treated respectfully. And let's not even go down the path of the amount of strange behavior. People aren't even getting into the merit of the critiques of Kate Peter, I'll see if it comes up, but those are very substantive, okay? And they're just using a nickname to, I think, reflect the frustration with the fact that she goes out there and fuels drama. But yeah, she's not in here, so if they're just expressing an opinion, that's an opinion. I think that people should be respectful, but they're not going at a commentator in the comments. I'd ban Kate anyway. I'd override every towel friend and just ban Kate. Has the federal investigation made an official statement? Yes. Yeah. Oh, great question, Olaf, the Russian metalhead. So yes, there was a statement through the Canton Police Department. We can bring it up on the special towel feed if we are so inclined. Let's see. Can I do this in real time? I think I can. It's going to be a little delayed on the screen that I'm watching to look at your comments, but I'm pretty sure I can do this because I'm a towel. I post a lot of stuff. So the only way to actually keep track of it all sometimes is to use this media feature. But yes, let's take a look at the statement from the Canton Police. Here we go. Come on now. Wow, yeah, I post a lot of stuff. This statement from the Canton Police, and then I will explain to you why it was released this way, was the confirmation. Come on now. It's going to involve the picture. We know we will have found it when there's the image of Karen staring at me, like somewhat respectfully. Not that one. It was a little before that. This is only, like, by the way, a month of my posts on X. I absolutely post a substantial amount of content. Sometimes it's hard for me to keep track of what I post on my own feed. I have most of it memorized, but it's actually difficult sometimes. All right, where is it? This was the day. Now show me the letter. Where's the letter? Come on now. This was the day. Where is it? Here it is. I found it. I'm a towel. All right, you see what I meant? Now let me make it a little bit more legible for you. Great question, by the way, though, Olaf, the Russian metalhead. And I'm a big fan of your, that's not what I asked for. I'm a big fan of your, user. All right, that should be loaded up now. So let's take a look. Do you see that letter, Olaf, the Russian metalhead? That letter, I will read it for you. It says, this is from the Canton Police Chief. I recently spoke to and was informed by the U.S. Attorney's Office that all aspects of the federal investigation initiated by her predecessor and related to the death of John O'Keefe have been completed. This investigation is no longer active and will be closed. Due to ethical limitations, I cannot comment further. Okay, so that's the first thing. Now, let's listen to the statement from Hank Brennan that was made in court earlier that day, all right? Let's listen to it together. Is this unmuted? Yeah, all right, here we go.
And this was a tactic to besmirch these hardworking, dedicated public servants simply by attaching them to a federal investigation for which there is no boundaries. Well, within 24 hours of those arguments, the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office was contacted by the United States Attorney's Office. And let me make crystal clear, they made clear that I could inform the court there is no longer any federal investigation into the investigation of John O'Keefe's death or any related matters. It is closed. It is over. So all those implications and innuendos that erode at the objectivity of our potential jury pool, well, they become more egregious when you see that they're not based on reality or fact. And so, and this was a tactic to besmirch these.
You heard it yourself. Now, you might be wondering, okay, can you explain a little bit, Grant, about why the statement would have come from the Canton Police and why Hank Brennan would have gotten permission to relate to the court the federal investigation was over? Yes, I can answer that question for you. Section 25 of the DOJ section manual, procedures and section manual, is an enumeration of a case called United States ex rel 2E v. Reagan, TOUHY v. REAGEAN or REAGAN from 1985. Now that case has to do very specifically with what the federal government is allowed to comment on related to investigations it has taken in the that may be corollary or somewhat related or touch on a state criminal proceeding. The federal government, per its own policies, which I think is 126 CFR point. Oh, I always forget that other part. But yes, it's 126 CFR .000 or something. It's an enumeration of its policies, which basically say that it cannot comment affirmatively or deny either way whether an investigation is ongoing, has ended, or otherwise. But what it can do is inform its law enforcement partners about the status of investigations. So that is how we know it's closed, and that's why all the people who are savvy about this and in these circles knew that when new U.S. Attorney Leah Foley gave Hank Brennan and the Canton Police Department permission to announce this, it was over. Now, contrast that when David Yannetti made representations about what the U.S. Attorney had said like a year and a half ago, and then the U.S. Attorney immediately put out a statement contradicting David Yannetti. No, the U.S. Attorney never contradicted what Brennan said or what the Canton Police Chief said. And in fact, the U.S. Attorney the night before went on Nightside, WBZ Nightside with Dan Ray, and basically telegraphed this, saying, we can't comment either way, but we inform our law enforcement partners about the status of investigations all the time. And that's how they did it. All right. That was a great question. TB has nothing to flip on Karen. Oh, question everything. You should not have said that. Let's take a little bit of a look of what exactly might be in the chats between Karen Reed and Aiden Kearney, which is going to be so central to the Karen Reed retrial. It's so funny. Like you go into the comments. I don't know if your intent was to see line or whatever, but you just walked right into the worst possible thing you could have said, because I would love nothing more than an opportunity to explicate the overview of the web of connections between Karen Reed and Aiden Kearney. And I literally can do that now thanks to your wonderful question everything. So yeah, when you ask about what are the pieces of evidence that are so damning, and what is the context related to Aiden Kearney and Karen Reed, let me just read this for you and open up this wonderful map that I have. The class can thank Question Everything for our excellent detour into this very important information about just how damaging the information that Aiden Kearney and Karen Reed communicating, or just how damaging the information contained in Aiden Kearney and Karen Reed's communications could be to Reed during her retrial. All right, Question Everything. I am just thrilled. I'm thrilled for you. I'm thrilled for us. So let me just read this post. Actually, let's listen to a little bit of the video. You know what? Let's listen to Towel for a little bit. Instead of me just reading, let's hear me explain it. Now, what I'm going to do for you here is we're going to go to my profile, and we are going to scroll back, because the context leading up to this hearing that we now know, we don't know exactly when it's going to happen, but we have some idea that it is going to happen, related clearly in the next few days, related to Aiden Kearney, Karen Reed, and Kearney's phone. I can read this background now, and I think it's actually serendipitous in some ways and fated, and I'm grateful for that I'm going to read it to you now, because it makes way more sense compared to Kearney's talking about in the context of Kearney's motion to quash the subpoena that was filed for his testimony that you can see up on your screen right there. It actually makes more sense to read it in the context of the development that just happened here regarding to the contents of Kearney's two searched phones, which were searched in November of 2024, just being turned over to Hank Brennan, subject to an impoundment order and the Reed defense. So now those parties are going through them, and that must be stunning. So although we don't know what they are, we cannot see the contents of the phone. I can tell you a few things. One, Kearney had 6 phones seized. 2 of them were searched in November of 2024 after a long, drawn-out process to make that happen. And then another one of those phones, 4 of those phones were subject to further review by a taint team. I believe that it is the contents of the first 2 phones that are actually the most potentially damaging and explosive to Kearney. Those 2 phones, and that's why, although Kearney is saying a lot of confidence, he's saying things like this. Let's take
David Yannetti with others who, David Yannetti with others, whoever, you know. He wants those because he must have gotten, I guarantee they read my messages with those guys, and they were like, hey, you can misinterpret this as part of the witness intimidation statute. That's what they're going to do. Like, he wants access to, Hank will call anything witness intimidation. Like something completely innocent, innocuous, he will call it witness intimidation based on their bizarre interpretation of the statute. That's what we're worried about, is them just calling anything witness intimidation. Like, they're going to do it. So, he wants those messages, okay? He is not getting them. That was denied. What he's getting are any communications between Karen Reed and myself in which we discuss. So you don't get all the messages between me and Karen Reed. With David Yannetti.
So we can talk about more about what exactly Hank Brennan got access to, but let me just say that I think even Aiden Kearney talking about these messages that between him and Karen Reed in that way is indicative. And then there are also leaks, of course, about that hint at the content of those messages. However, we're not going to, I think the best way to do it, as I said here, and we're not going to play this song because we are on YouTube, but I'm going to read this for you. The reason I'm going to read it for you is, although it starts off, it actually gets right into the point. This post that I wrote is the way to understand the hearing that's going to happen between Karen Reed, Aiden Kearney, and Hank Brennan related to these Aiden Kearney's phones, okay? So we're going to do a dramatic towel reading. And it won't actually be dramatic. It'll more just be me reading a post that happens to be very poignant related to the development on the docket that just occurred. I'm not omniscient or omnipresent or prescient in that regard. I'm just a towel. Although on March 9th, I did predict that Aiden Kearney was going to get called on the Karen Reed witness list before it happened, because I'm a towel. All right, so let's understand what this hearing in the next few days, we don't know exactly when it's going to be, but what this hearing is going to be about. Of all the courthouses in all the worlds, she walks into mine. Good morning, towel friends. For those unraveling the tangled web between Aiden Turtleboy Kearney and Karen Reed, this chart, which I attach at the bottom, illuminates the ongoing revelations. It's not just what Kearney confided in Reed. It's what he leaked, igniting a fuse towards a dramatic reckoning. Last week, Prosecutor Hank Brennan gained access to messages on Kearney's phone. That was when the ruling came down. The messages were actually not turned in until today. From April to October of 2023, capturing his exchanges with Reed and her lawyers, David Yannetti and Alan Jackson. Existing records also confirmed direct communications between Kearney and Reed's legal team. Read more about the links between Reed, Yannetti, and Jackson here. Then I provide a link. Kearney now joins Reed's former friend Natalie and journalist Gretchen Voss on the state's witness list for Reed's retrial. Brennan's aim? Not likely, he has declared, a consciousness of guilt instruction against Reed, wielding Kearney's testimony as a devastating blow. Read more background on Kearney and Voss being added to the witness list here. Read more about the state's updated witness list, including Natalie here. As I've detailed, Brennan can, secure the instruction. I have a medical condition that involves my stomach. I'm sorry, you have to deal with it. As I've detailed, Brennan can secure this instruction and present evidence to the jury without charging Reed with witness intimidation. Under state and federal case law, a joint venture can be proven by a preponderance of evidence for a jury instruction motion, enabling Brennan to admit statements under FRE 801D2E, which is the co-conspirator exception to the hearsay rule, which also incorporates by reference pursuant to El Mazian and Bourget the concept of a joint venture without an underlying indictment, to obtain that instruction for consciousness of guilt, which explicitly addresses witness intimidation. And I hope folks are understanding what I'm saying there. Brennan's going to win his consciousness of guilt motion, and Aiden Kearney is going to testify. And we talked about it a little bit on the stream yesterday, just as a pause here for some annotated commentary. But it's not just that Aiden Kearney is going to testify. It is that Aiden Kearney, whether he is going to cooperates or not, is going to get a grant of immunity, in my opinion, and not be permitted to take the fifth on the stand. And if you think about the Young Thug trial, right, with, what was it, Woody? Yeah, Little Woody? Something along those lines. I don't remember the guy's name, but he got a compelled grant of immunity and he wouldn't testify, even though, although that situation was weird because the judge the first judge in the case like dragged him into chambers with a witness and had like with the prosecutor and had this like ex parte colloquy where he like was threatening the witness. It was a huge problem. You want to talk about judicial misconduct. The Karen Reed case, as to the way it's been handled by Judge Kearney, is the epitome, the gold star of judicial conduct. Look at that Young Thug case or the YSL case. I don't remember the specific caption header. It had like 30 defendants. Look at that case and how the first judge, who ended up thrown off the case against his wishes, he denied the recusal motion, handled the witness who refused to testify with a grant of immunity. And then look at how Judge Kearney acts. Judge Kearney would never do that. Never bring a witness into chambers ex parte with the prosecutor and yell at them. Never happened, never will happen. But that was down in Georgia. It was somewhere down in the South where you want to... I don't think some of us up in Massachusetts who yell on and on and on about our judicial system understand what it's like to practice law in the South. That's my commentary on that. But the other thing is, the insight here is that witness didn't take immunity, got given immunity against their will. And do you know what happened when that witness wouldn't testify? They got thrown in jail for months on end, literally months on end, until they agreed to testify. And the same thing happened to Chelsea Manning when she got subpoenaed in the WikiLeaks federal grand jury. She refused to testify, and she had to sit in jail until the grand jury's term expired. Hello, folks, just joining. Good to see you, Alex. So the context here, by the way, what I'm explaining is if Aiden Kearney, who is on the witness list and clearly got a subpoena, Tecum, because he moved to Quash, which is docket number 611.1 on the Reed docket. He moved to Quash recently. And I know it's recently because even though it said it went up on 3/18, it didn't actually show up on the docket until yesterday, and I monitored it very closely so I would know. But he moved to Quash, so he clearly got subpoenaed. So it's not just he's on the witness list. He's getting called. So that means as soon as the presentation of evidence starts, probably the first witness. I don't think openings are technically evidence. Maybe they are, but he's going to be sequestered, and he's not getting out of it, and he's not going to quash the subpoena. Just no chance. Not in Massachusetts. But the reason I'm saying it is Brennan's not just calling Aiden Kearney because he wants to call him to the stand, although I think Brennan's going to absolutely decimate Aiden Kearney. He's calling him because there's a larger context here towards consciousness of guilt. Now, remind me, if someone can, I'll try to remind myself. I want to watch a video with you all at some point to take a break from talking, where we look at Hank Brennan's interview with Marjorie Egan. Marjorie is a wonderful human being, by the way. Her and Jim are just legends in the Massachusetts news world, and I have known them forever. And I have this great picture with me, Jim, and Marjorie at some event. I think it was an Ayanna Presley event, interestingly enough, but some event, and it is just my favorite picture of all time. I'll try to find it for you guys if I can. All right, hold on. As much as I love listening to regaling stories about that, what I'm actually looking for is when I bring up the discussions between Kearney and Reed from her phone. Oh, did I not bring them up? Oh, well, they're really good. The discussions between Kearney and Reed are just extensive, and they're outlined not only in the motions, but they're outlined and in a number of leaks that you can see in that annotated image I have up there in the left. And so the situation with Karen Reed and Aiden Kearney is bad for Karen. There is extensive... Oh, that's right, I do have all the links. Look at me, I'm such a good towel. There is very much, absolutely firm evidence of Karen Reed and Aiden Kearney engaging in behavior that is quite problematic for Kearney and Reed. And it's not just the emails, it's not just the leaked group chats, and you can see it in that web there, okay, right? So now, what I'm going to do... Hold on, go back to the web, please. You can see it in the chart I have up there. It's the way that Karen and Aiden were recommended to talk through Natalie by a woman named Jen Altman. And then how Karen and Aiden then began talking to the point where Aiden and Karen were having direct communications, 189 calls on Signal, 40 hours, multiple text chats that are already in public court motions. And then Karen and Aiden have a falling out. Karen and Aiden were talking a lot through the summer and fall of 2023. They have a falling out in March of 2024 after Aiden goes to jail. Then Karen's in a text message at the top up there saying Aiden is a risk. And then there's leaked group chats from May of 2024 where Aiden directly implies that Karen Reed told Aiden to ask Jen McCabe questions and to run Jen McCabe's license plate. So that's what's going on with Aiden Kearney and Karen Reed. It's bad. It's not good. Karen Reed's in a precarious position. All right, but yes, I don't want to continue getting distracted related to those tangents, but because I have obviously gone over extensively the primary source documentation, including Karen Reed's search warrant affidavit from the winter of 2024, showing the web of connections between Karen Reed and Aiden Kearney and the evidence thereof. And you know what? If we really 100%, if we really, really want to, which I guess I do feel is necessary because I think the search warrant affidavit is such an incredibly important part of all this, let's pull up this video here. Is this the one? No, that was actually about the colloquy with the juror, which was somehow even more ridiculous than previous situations. But I want to look at the search warrant affidavit for Karen Reed's cell phone. And the reason why I want to do that is it in particular has such detailed information about the web of connections between Karen Reed and Aiden Kearney that it single-handedly is previews the type of information that Hank Brennan is going to be able to use against Miss Reed. Now, is this it? Did I link it here? All right. No. This search warrant affidavit, by the way, I have as a PDF in multiple places, so it is not actually that difficult to find, but I haven't posted about it in, however many days, so. But I am going to find it because I think that not just in answer to the question, but as a preview for a large segment of this trial, the information contained within that search warrant is so devastating to Kearney, to Reed's case and Kearney, that it puts them both in just a completely untenable position. All right, where is that search warrant? Oh, no, that was Karen cheating on John with Brian Higgins. The more that I look at it, the more that I realize just how in-depth the information about this case is, just how many documents one has to keep track of. Sometimes I'm like, what do you mean you don't remember like the filing that went up to the First Circuit or this court, this document or whatnot? And then I'm like, oh yes, there is literally like 700 of them. Okay, so first of all, let's take a look at this, okay? What is that? I did find it. What is that? That is a series of internal group chats and a text message from Karen Reed that was leaked in March of 2024. Clarence Woods Emerson is Turtle Boy. And what do we see Turtle Boy talking about in some of these leaked group chats? Turtle Boy says, ultimately Karen is thinking about Karen, and I was thinking about her. Quote from Turtle Boy, I never told anyone who told me to run Jen McCabe's plates. Yep. And then Turtle Boy also says, last time I spoke to Karen was Christmas Eve 2023 when I was a fugitive. She didn't say sorry or how can I help. She said she was pissed because now I'm going to make her look bad and cause a distraction because she had warned me not to go over to, quote, Kearney doesn't say this, but he's referring to Lindsay Gattani's on December 23rd, 2023. Meanwhile, Karen's the one who introduced me to Natalie, who is testifying against me, not Karen. Ironic because Natalie's also on the witness list in Kearney's case. And then what do we see in this slide? Well, we see Kearney saying, I was indicted for asking Jen McCabe, did you think you could outsmart Karen Reed? Guess who told me to ask her that, says Turtle Boy. Then Turtle Boy says, and now I'm not allowed to go to trial. Turtle Boy says, but I kept my mouth shut. And then Turtle Boy says, and took the charges and protected her and went to fucking jail for her. Now tell me, folks, does that not sound like there's something coming there? Coming down the path? And does it not sound like it's very bad, very, very bad in very many ways for Karen Reed and Turtle Boy? Now, that is just a little preview. That was that was just the leaked group chats. We haven't even got back to the search warrant affidavit from Karen Reed's phone, which explicitly enumerates 189 calls, 29 calls each between Karen Reed and Aiden Kearney, 29 calls between David Yannetti and Kearney, 29 calls between Alan Jackson and Kearney. And I will eventually just post that search warrant because I want to go move on to some other question. But those documents are incredibly important, and they're already out there in public. So I'm not really sure what folks think. Folks should be well aware that if you've been paying attention, that part of the case in terms of Kearney and Reed's contacts and the consciousness of guilt instruction that Hank Brennan's going to move for is so quite important and going to come up a lot. All right. But anyway, I got distracted. I apologize for that. Going to jump forward. C65CJ5 says FBI found no police corruption, and then tags question everything. Only Proctor's naughty words he used about a killer. Nunion Business says, who wouldn't want to drive a white Bronco? All right, hold on. I'm going to load up a lot of comments here because I got in the weeds, so to speak, on that last digression. So give me 1 second while I get caught up to the... You all made so many comments in the time since I was going in depth on Kearney and Reed's communications that it took a second to load them all up. So come on now. All right, we're back. I shouldn't say we're back. It jumped up 500 comments. I think I might have saw Murder by Maestro in there. Oh, goodness. Yes, there's a lot of comments. I'm really sorry I went down that rabbit hole about Karen and Aiden, but I hope that you all found that somewhat interesting, even though I'm sure a lot of you who watch this have seen every single piece of that evidence enumerated on this feed multiple times. Good afternoon, Towelettes and Grant. Hello, Dewdrops. How are you? Nunion Business says, Gotti or Gotti? I was saying the latter, but G-O-T-T-I is funny. Monarch says, question everything. I find it ironic that your handle is you question everything while you question nothing. Yeah, my guess is question everything has never questioned anything about Karen Reed or her nonsensical story. But also, I don't think question everything lasted very long because I'm pretty sure they were sea lioning. I'm a little bit behind in the chat, though, which I promise not to do. Justice for John O'Keefe and his family, says Dewdrops. I absolutely support you there, 100% Dewdrops, and I appreciate your comments as always. Let's see. The cops never went in the house for a reason. Exactly, because John O'Keefe never entered the house. His phone data confirms the same. John O'Keefe never moved after 12:31 a.m. after Karen struck him with her car while drunk driving, allegedly, and then left John to die on the lawn, and there was no reason to go in a house that John didn't go into because Karen struck John on the lawn. What those cops needed to do was quickly locate the murder weapon that Karen tried to bring back to Dighton and hide, and they found it. Also, don't you think it's weird Karen didn't want to drive back to the scene? She wanted to go in Carrie's car. She didn't want that murder weapon to be at the scene. They would have arrested her right there. Karen's not a criminal mastermind. She was right when she said that. She was like, what am I, a criminal mastermind? I'm not a very good one. Yeah, Karen, you really aren't a very good criminal mastermind. KR will be wishing she drove an old Toyota Camry without text stream data. Yeah, that text stream data is going to do her in, the time and place. And also, question everything. The JI5 says the cops did go in the house after the ambulance left. That's right. They did go do interviews and talk to people who were in the house. Although they did arrive at the house, all the ambulances and the police cars with only lights on and not sirens. So I don't think most of the neighborhood woke up until people were actually woken up by the police. This is about John, not trolls. Question everything. That's true, Cookie Ramlaw. Question everything weighs in again and says, I can't wait to see you all squirm when this is over. I think you're projecting a little bit there, and I think the Free Karen Reed movement is already over and people are already squirming. That's why you're in here sea lioning. JI5 says, question everything. That may well be you, actually. JI5, you read my mind. Dewdrop says, I can't wait to see Karen's smirking face when she goes to jail. Well said, Grant. Boom. I don't know what I was saying, but it must have been interesting. Christina, do you know where I can find that picture of Colin's clean knuckles? I can't find it, and people don't believe me on FKR. Oh, I'm sure it's been posted on Twitter. I would run a search for that exact term. I don't think I've ever posted the picture of Colin's clean knuckles, but I've seen someone post it. I mean, that part of the motion was denied, the third-party culprit motion, for a reason, and also Karen's larger third-party culprit defense is never even going to be formed because Karen doesn't have any evidence of a third-party culprit and never did. And then questions everything's like, they never searched the house. Yeah, because there's no probable cause to get a search warrant to go into the house because John O'Keefe never moved from the lawn. Then JF5 says there was no probable cause. Have to get an order from the court. Exactly. And there never would have been probable cause because John O'Keefe never moved from that lawn. And then also Christina says, why would they when Karen said she hit him and you can't just search a house without a warrant, and they didn't even have to let them in, and they did. So, yeah, and then a lot of PR, Question Everything says, well, aren't lawyers across the country saying this is an example of the worst case ever? Yeah, no, those are people, in my opinion, doing PR, either trying to get play through Alan Jackson's media connections. Like, did you ever look to whether Melanie Little was, like, in Hollywood prior to being, like, doing her casework? A lot of these people just want clout. It's an industry. It's a cottage industry. It's why I critique a lot of the people on the Justice for John O'Keefe side, too. Like, it's not an industry. It shouldn't be an industry. If you're, like, for example, the retrial is starting, so I want to hear all your thoughts, and I'm talking, but I'm not just showing up here because I care what you think of me or whatnot. I don't give a fuck. It doesn't matter to me at all. I have no intention of doing, well, I guess I kind of want to now form a towel production company, but other than that, I have no desire to do anything with this, and I don't want that. And I think anyone who wants that on either side is doing this for the wrong reasons. And I think that's, so when you say, oh, well, aren't these people who have opinions strongly talking about this case, isn't that an example something's wrong? Not in the way that you're saying. It's an example that something's seriously wrong with this perverse incentive that people have to comment about cases in order to get close to one side or the other, in order to have influence and get money. And it's a fucking industry. It's sick. It's a perversion of a justice system that I love so dearly. And lawyers all over the country also do say Karen's guilty. I'd say more lawyers that and people in the profession that I talk to say Karen's guilty than say she's not. I don't think it's like 95% to 5. It's just the 5% happen to have large channels, and it's not a coincidence that David Yannetti, there's evidence that David Yannetti was linking up Turtle Boy with YouTubers in 2023, and that some of those YouTubers, like Bob Motta, Lawyer whatever, were the ones being loudest about the defense. I think it's, it's political. It's not about the merits. Let's see. Dewdrop says Karen is guilty. She knows what she did to John O'Keefe. I agree. Let's see. Wow, Question Everything. Oh, Question Everything apparently still believes in stumbling, mumbling Richard Green's misinterpretation of the Celebrite data regarding Jen McCabe's 6:23 and 6:24 a.m. search. That is the most embarrassing position to take in light of Ian Whiffen and Dr. Jessica Hyde's testimony about how the WallDB file write-ahead data was misinterpreted by Green, and how Green then apologized on the stand for being a moron, basically, as to one of the things he thought was a user deletion, which was not in fact a user deletion. Richard Green needed to rely on Celebrite's fucking web chat. Okay, Ian Whiffen is Celebrite's internal expert who literally has pushed commits on their GitHub code. Okay, Dr. Jessica Hyde is one of the foremost experts on the suite of tools that interface with Celebrite, which is itself an integrated system. Okay, for digital forensic analysis. Anyone who misunderstands the timing of that 6:23 a.m. and 6:24 a.m. Google search is instantly rendered non-credible related to any ability to interpret data. So that is just kind of hilarious, and it is very telling. Don't let that person sea lion too much, as I get caught up on the comments. By the way, I think they're intentionally trying to undermine cogent discussion of the trial, but I think you towel friends will see that. I just woke up and heard someone say smoke Mary Jane. If you have a medical card or you otherwise are legally permitted to do so, then by all means. Someone asked if the mods could just block Question Everything for sea lioning, and that is up to the discretion of the towel friends. They're good at what they do. How is it possible to charge her with manslaughter and at the same time not leaving the scene? Isn't it logical to think if you hit someone with your car, you know that you hit something? No, not necessarily. You could, manslaughter means you didn't intend to kill the person. So you could do something reckless and leave, and then in the moments after realize you did something reckless. It's not like she had now maybe, I don't think they ever charged her with first degree, or anyone ever thought there was evidence of premeditation or anything. It's always, I think it's more of a question of a reckless act that she then realized what she did. And so, of course, that makes sense. But I think it's more like what makes it murder too is the underlying act was so reckless, driving the car while drunk, backing up to 24.2 miles an hour, etc. So reckless that it showed a reasonably prudent person in that moment, which knew or should have known, which is the standard. Recklessness is the standard. Knew or should have known that their actions posed a strong and plain likelihood of serious injury or death. That's what makes it a little bit more. It's not that she knew she did it. It's that a reasonable person in that position would have known that there was a risk of that happening. And in that situation, you absolutely can have. Oh, I realize you all are just watching Karen and the juror from Karen's first trial walk into the court over and over. But you absolutely can have a situation where someone recklessly does something, doesn't necessarily realize what they've done, but leaves the scene and is charged with manslaughter or second-degree murder and leaving the scene. Absolutely. That's different than if she had, saw him walking on the sidewalk, veered her car into him, and then left the scene. That's first-degree murder and leaving the scene. Christina says, question everything. I haven't missed a beat in over 2 years. I'm obsessed with the truth prevailing over idiots and their lies who are easily fooled people. These conspiracies and lies had babies and grandkids. Yep, and trolls. Can't wait for the car data the defense held back. The Christina says, Cookie Ramlaw, the judge ruled that Colin cannot and will not be used as the third-party culprit. Indeed. That's correct. The search was made at 6:23 and 6:24 a.m., Christina. Cookie, I know I just want the picture to shut some people up. Well, I hope someone can find you the picture, Christina. Cookie Ramlaw says, Christina, you are so brave. I salute you. Towel salute you as well, Christina. Christina says, Cookie, thank you. You really are the nicest and your sweetness helps. And by the way, if you're wondering why am I reading all the comments, this is your stream. Towel is going to say what he needs in comments as necessary. But if you wanted to ask questions about the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial, if you want to make comments, now's the time to do it. We don't have any documents to review. I think we're one of the few streams that is 100% caught up on everything, every document, every filing, every court hearing. So this is for you. It's your time to ask your questions, and that's why I'm going through the comments. My name is GrantSmithEllis, by the way, and I'm a towel, and I appreciate you being with me. All aboard the Hank train says, first of all, Murder by Maestro says, hey all, very good to see you, Murder by Maestro. I'm thrilled to have you with us. You are a wonderful honorary towel. You always brighten my day. All aboard the Hank train. Good, absolutely. Cookies. Oh goodness. Hey Drew drops Cookie Ramblon. Christina says Murder by Maestro. Good morning everyone, says Diana Natale. Very good to see you, Diana. Great to have you with us. Bring in the comments, Hank. A map. I love it. Yes, the map that Towel made laying out the connections between Aiden and Karen. Oh, I have another map I can show you all, actually, if we want to talk about GPS data. And then I think Murder by Maestro actually made a great clip of me that I can play for us as well. But this one is what I will show first after I get through some of his comments. It is the map that shows Karen Reed's potential return to Fairview Road at 5:23 a.m. on the morning of 1/29/2022. Hey, no, George. Hank is going to do brilliant. All right. I'm going to remove this person, L-A-N-A-L. I don't like you very much at all. Towel, can Hank use clips of Turtle if he pleads the fifth? Yeah, I don't see why not. I think that, it could be hearsay. I think it's more likely he'll have to get him on the stand. In terms of Turtle Boy pleading the fifth, yeah, I mean, Hank could still play the clip and say, did you say this? And Turtle Boy could plead the fifth. So, yeah, that's possible. Please stay classy and respectful to our host. Yes, and also to our wonderful honorary towels. You have to get through like 50 of them. I realize it's early, and it's Sunday. By the way, it's the Lord's Day, so God bless you all if you are religious, but that kind of religious. But I realize there's not a lot of other streams going, whatever. So if you want to come in here and chat, that's fine. But you have to deal with the 50 towel friends and honorary towels who monitor the chat. And the rules are you cannot be discriminatory, you cannot be derogatory, and you should not sea lion. And sea lioning is a very ambiguous standard, but every person who helps, every honorable towel knows what sea lioning is. Don't do it. It won't work. even though I did indulge question everything earlier, but that was more for my own purposes because I wanted to go into the details of the contacts between Karen Reed and Aiden Kearney. And it wasn't so much because of question everything, and I knew question everything was sea lioning. I just was engaging. That's right, George. If you are disrespectful in here, generally people will not engage with you. Turtle Boy has a motion to allow him as a journalist to be in the courtroom at all times. Don't you need credentials that are credible? Yeah, he has a SJC pass, but that won't save him or Gretchen Voss from being sequestered as witnesses. There's no journalist privilege. There's no way that they can get around it. And even if they challenged it, the standard is like the prosecution can't get the evidence from anyone else, and they can't. The prosecution needs Gretchen Voss to authenticate the recordings that she has of Alan Jackson asking her to launder protected court documents by covering it through the Walsh case. And then Voss also has recordings of Karen saying David Yannetti and told her she had criminal culpability if she struck John with her car. And then Brennan needs Turtle Boy to authenticate any communications between Reed and Kearney. So, yeah, no, that won't save them from... The court precedent is clear on that. That will not save Kearney or Gretchen Voss from being on the witness list. Dewdrop says, a fluffy warm towel, her GrantSmithEllis. Well, I am a towel. Olaf the Russian metalhead. Timeout is for children. We are not children. Well, Olaf the Russian metalhead's cool, but I don't know what that debate was about. Thanks, Birder by Maestro. They are annoying as gnats. I don't know who that was, but good for you all. It was canceled, and Turtle Boy takes credit for getting the owner to allow after protesters wanted it stopped. Yeah, I'm a little bit confused as to why this Italian restaurant is standing on the side of an alleged cop killer. They said, this restaurant said something like they would be content neutral, so apparently if there's a Justice for John O'Keefe fundraiser, they'll have that too. I don't know, but it's kind of scary to think that this restaurant was told that this was a case about a murdered Boston cop and then didn't want to host this. And then we're kind of, like Turtle Boy called them and made it seem like, like they should defend a accused cop killer. That to me it just blows my mind. But I guess Turtle Boy hates cops, but a lot of alleged criminals hate cops. So, Marianne Nizio says honorary washcloth. Good morning. Good morning to you. Very nice to see you, Marianne. Let's see. I heard. Let's see. Thank you for your hard work, Grant. I'm happy to help. Jew drops. Oh yes, I see. We had a lot of trolling going on in the comments. Thank you to the mods and the honorary towels for taking part in that. Avoiding drama is generally good. I agree, Marianne. Is everyone a mod here? I'm just a bamboo towel. The Dude Abide, I liked your nickname. I wouldn't say everyone is an honorary towel, but there's definitely a wall of blue you have to get through if you want to comment. Yes, just the blue wall for Officer John O'Keefe. I agree, Jew drops. Let's see. Question. Will Whiffen use the right phone and iOS in his demonstration this time? Yeah, Clerk Jim, let me just make very clear to you that Richard Green got literally humiliated, okay? And Richard Green is going to get so humiliated on the stand this time that the poor man he will wish that his conviction or his criminal charge for filing a false police report and battery and otherwise was brought up, rather than what's going to happen to him on the stand this time. That man is a intellectual child compared to Ian Whiffen and Dr. Jessica Hyde. Richard Green is so bad at his job that Celebrate had to update its GUI, its back-end software, so that people who do the work, like Richard Green, without actually knowing what they're doing, wouldn't make mistakes like he did again. It is almost impossible to describe how bad of a witness Richard Green is. The only witness that could possibly be worse for Karen than Richard Green is lucky I didn't know Lofgren. Okay? Lucky Lofgren crashed into a basketball hoop and was discredited by Karen's first jury entirely. And even he is not as bad in some ways as Stumble and Mumble and Richard Green. Oh, it's the Sheffield Flannel. It's so great to see you, Sheffield Flannel. I was thinking about you earlier. I actually asked if you enjoyed your time watching football yesterday. I watched the Arsenal-Brentford match. Let's see. Karen thought she was a NASCAR driver in reverse. Yeah, 24.2 miles an hour, decreasing to 23.7 miles an hour in a millisecond. Certainly is intense. Wait until Brennan brings up the fact that there is numbers and letters on taillights called barcodes. That way it can be proven when someone hits a car, person, etc. if it matches. That's it. Very interesting, Sir Elnine. I'm going to need to learn more about that. I'm always interested in learning more about things that I'm just hearing of, and that part is fascinating. The Royal Grift has this for her mock P for Stupid Harry and Rachel. I don't know what that means. It's something about the princess, Meghan Markle, Harry and Rachel, Meghan Markle. I don't really know what that's about. Arca never mentioned the barcode method at all. Very interesting, Solnina. So I want to learn more about this barcode method. Murder by Maestro says, I watched the doc about Whitey last night, and Brennan's in it. It's brilliant. Yes, Murder by Maestro. We watched a great clip of Hank Brennan. We can watch it again, of course, where Marjorie Egan interviewed Mr. Brennan about his Whitey Bulger defense, and Mr. Brennan explained how even though he asked questions that implicated Whitey Bulger in some of the crimes that he was accused of, the victims' families actually were appreciative and hugged Mr. Brennan because Brennan exposed government corruption during the defense. Hello, Grant and all, says Sunken Grave. Great to have you. Sunken Grave, this is a open stream, by the way. I'm just going through and answering questions. We're looking at pieces of evidence that come up. We're going to talk about the 5:23 a.m. potential return by Karen Reed to Fairview Road. Let's see. Is Tully going to prep Aiden? I think Tully might arrest Aiden. I guess that's a form of prep. Good to see you, Marianne Nunzio. It's great to have you with us for a little bit. More power to you for going to work. The Hank Brennan, the Whitey Bulger documentary, Murder by Maestro says, is on Amazon TV or Apple TV or Amazon, and we can definitely watch the clip because that's one of my favorite clips. El Detective De Juan says, just got my morning coffee. Welcome, El Detective De Juan. We're glad to have you with us. Let's see. Getting caught up on comments. What pisses me off about the get-togethers is when they blow up pictures of Paul. That's not normal to parade a victim's brother. Yeah, I think there's a little bit of like some weird hypersexualization that occurs of all people. Like, people sexualize the witnesses, John's family, towels, Hank Brennan, Karen Reed. Like, we should just not sexualize each other. Like, I guess if someone wants to be sexualized, you know, but if people are just living their lives, I think we should just not sexualize them. It's a little weird. I think it's weird. El Detective De Juan says that the warm first-class towel. That's a new introduction to the fabric of the towel universe. I'm thrilled to have you with us. They make my blood boil. The people who do that, says Jew Drops. They are so pathetic. I agree. Dr. Jessica Hyde literally rocked that courtroom. I agree, Francis Fertellin. We can watch some of that testimony. Green admitted on the stand that he messed up. That's true. We can watch that too. All right, so let's do three things in a row. Let's watch Hank Brennan tell us about this data, which, by the way, from Karen Reed's Lexus, it's still not public. Hank Brennan hasn't violated any rules and is actually going to try this in the courtroom. Nobody knows what this data is going to show, but I think I have an idea, and let's listen to the preview.
Account for all the discovery and make sure the defense gets everything that I can as soon as I learn about it. We'll continue to investigate this case all the way to trial, but our discovery should be completed by Wednesday.
Okay. Does that include the analysis of the data from the Lexus?
That has all been turned over, or we're sending it over on link. It's something like 8 gigabytes on my expert, so it takes a long time to download. It was all sent to us yesterday. That's all included.
All right,
the analysis is done. The accident reconstruction is done. And account for all the discovery.
You heard it, folks. That's the chip data. And if you're wondering, what exactly does that chip data show? Well, I have a way to show that to you as well, because Murder by Maestro, being the wonderfully kind honorary towel that he is, made a lovely clip And Towel felt very loved when this post was made by Murder by Maestro. Towel has a special affinity for our European friends. Towel believes that we should be in an interconnected world like the Kantian vision in perpetual peace. So anytime European friends do something kind for Towel, it leaves an impression on Towel's heart. But let's listen to a little bit, because of Murder by Maestro's kindness, about what exactly we are going to hear related to this Lexis data. Now, where is it now? Because I didn't actually post the video, so I have to scroll to it. All I did was repost Murder by Maestro's wonderful post. Now, I could go to Murder by Maestro's account. Also, I don't understand why the Boston Globe put the faces of Karen Reed supporters and then Lindsay's legs. I was very perplexed by that. Maybe the reporter likes Lindsay's legs. I mean, I'm not going to disagree, but no, that goes to my point about sexualizing people. We don't need pictures of people's legs in the Boston Globe when they have faces. Damn it, Grant. I almost inadvertently participated in it. No sexualizing anyone involved with any of these trials, goddammit. And by the way, that is not necessarily a sin to use a curse in that way, because it's only a sin. I read the Bible about this. It's only a sin if you do it in a malevolent way. And I was being benevolent and saying we shouldn't sexualize people. How long ago was April 4th? I feel like Murder by Maestro made this post relatively recently. And it said... it was a little bit before the Chewbacca post. Oh yes, remember when I decided that we were all we should all take part in a remake of the movie The Brave Little Toaster? Oh, here's the Hank Brennan clip, so we'll come back to that. But no, the clip that I really want to watch details what Hank Brennan talks about regarding the data on that device, and I think it's coming up right here, because I remember the post was me being like, "Hi, that's me. I feel so loved." Let's see, where was it? I should repost Murder by Maestro more often. They make wonderful posts. All right, where is it now? Come on now. I am not going to be deterred. I am going to find this post. It can't be that long ago. Was it really like in the beginning of April? I mean, I think entirely possible. There it is. I found it. It was on March 31st.
I didn't even catch it the first time. Did you all hear what he just said? The best laid plans of mice and men, folks. The best laid plans of mice and men.
What he realized is that all of that data was unreadable. And so initially he thought that the data was not fully downloaded or compiled. He checked and he believed that gigabits were gigabytes and that there was a discrepancy. And the reason he thought this is because there was very obvious information missing from that procedure. Navigation information, phones that were plugged into the radio, travel logs, information that is going to be extraordinarily inculpatory or exculpatory in this case. And so after he realized his oversight, he filed a supplemental report. And what we learned is not only was the chips that were taken from the telematics and infotainment systems and downloaded were read with the wrong reader, so that way the information was not available. Also, in the infotainment system, there were actually 3 boards, not 1. Only 1 was taken out. So there is a plethora of information on these chips.
Wait a minute, I didn't even catch it the first time. Did you all hear what he just said? Hank Brennan said that it wasn't just that only 1 of the 3 chips was read. The reads expert used the wrong software or the wrong chip reader, which is hardware. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Murder by Maestro. You were right to be yelling from the rooftops about this, my friend. I will tell you right now, you nailed it right on the money. Could not be any more prescient. Nailed it. Nailed it. Nailed it. Absolutely 100% nailed it. There is a lot there, folks, and we haven't even heard the disclosures about what this detail is going to contain. I have my prescient forecast based on my extrapolation of all of the evidence in this case, being one of the few people who has read every single thing on this godforsaken 700-item docket at this point. But I'm telling you, folks, I'm telling you this is huge. I'm telling you now that it's huge, because it wasn't just the chip-off was incomplete and only 1 of 3 chips was extracted and read. It was that the wrong software was used initially, too. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. It was definitely, I have a strong feeling Karen Reed's expert was like, oh my God, I can't believe Lally's letting me do this. Let me give myself some plausible deniability. Well, Brennan's got all 3 chips now, and the data went from 2.4 gigs to 8 gigs. Oh my word. I'm so glad we watched this.
Now, I hope you all understand the implications there. That is Hank Brennan saying there is time and place data that is new, expanded, and could be devastating related to Karen Reed's Lexus infotainment system, which includes GPS, phones connecting and disconnecting to such systems and otherwise. That could also include information about whether Karen ignored warning lights and beeps when she backed up into John. It could be devastating. Now, I know I promised I wouldn't do this, but I got backed up in the comments, and Francis Futrell asked a very good question about Dr. Jessica Hyde's testimony, and I want to watch that testimony, so we're going to do that. And also I saw Angela W. has joined us, and of course Towel enjoys nothing more than saying hi to his Towel friends. So hello, Angela W. It's great to have you with us. Now, we are going to take a moment right now to go through all of the pieces of testimony related to Jen McCabe's 6:23 and 6:24 a.m. Google search. And you might say, why are we going to do that? Well, we're going to do that for a very important reason, because it's not just Dr. Jessica Hyde. Okay, it's also Ian Whiffen. And the best way for us to do this is to just search Jen McCabe's name and then go to my post by latest, and then let us take a look. Where is it here? No, it wasn't about the motion to dismiss. It's the Google search. So is this the compiled collection? I want to make sure it has all the different... I think this was me reading the motion to dismiss, but that's not what I want. What I want is the clips of Dr. Jessica Hyde and then Ian Whiffen. So did I have it in this video?
Well,
I need to, let's see here. No, that's not it. I'm not going to give up. So I have the clips of Jessica Hyde and Ian Whiffen overviewing their analysis. And then, is this it? I think this is just Jessica Hyde's testimony related to Richard Green being an idiot. Yep. Okay, so I found Jessica Hyde. So let's listen to this first. But what I really wanted was my compilation, because I had a great compilation of Ian Whiffen and Jessica Hyde just owning Richard Green. But all right, let's start with this one. So let me pull this over to the screen for you. So no, 1 second. Hold on a second. I have to get this out of full screen. All right. Now I have to go over here. Now I have to grab this, bring this over here. All right. So whoever asked for Dr. Jessica Hyde, you get your wish. All right. So let's bring this down, make sure that's right. All right. Here we go. This was Dr. Jessica Hyde completely debunking Karen Reed's quote-unquote expert, Dr. Stumbling, Mumbling Richard Green, who is not a doctor. Let's take a listen.
For Mr. Green, what, if any, issues of significance did you observe in his analysis?
In Mr. Green's analysis, there is a conclusion that is drawn that a search occurred at 02:47 a.m. on January 29th, based on the artifact recovered from browser state DB that Celebrite parses. And there are two errors with that. The assumption that is the time of the search is a misunderstanding of the browser state DB artifact, because that artifact is not the time of search, it's the time of movement of the tab, as well as the statement that it was deleted due to the demarcation of Celebrite as recovered.
Based on the totality of your analysis, your testing, and everything that you looked at in this case, what, if any, conclusions did you come to?
My conclusion is that there was a search at 02:47 a.m. for Hawk Sports. That browser was in use, and there were continual searches due through the night. The phone was, I do agree with Mr. Green's findings that the phone was in use at that time at 02:27. Later, the phone a web search is done at 6:23 a.m. For how long, at that moment, Apple produces a suggestion for how long to digest food. The search is instead completed with how long TI, die, and CKLD at 6:23. A new search is conducted at 6:24 of HOS, long to die and cold, Haas, long to die and cold. That search is then the last search that is made in that particular tab. And that's my conclusion.
What, if any, conclusion did you come to in regard to items being deleted pertaining to those artifacts you were looking
In regards to those artifacts pertaining to those search terms, I had no evidence of deletion.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
So you heard Dr. Jessica Hyde completely debunk stumbling, mumbling Richard Green. Now, would you like to listen to, before we even go to Ian Whiffen debunking Mr. Green, let's listen to Mr. Green himself apologize.
That was a suggestion and not something that was actually searched, correct?
Yeah, no, and I know that's different from my affidavit from about a year and a half ago, in all fairness, but
that's entirely different.
One person,
David, correct?
Mr. Lally,
I'm sorry.
one person at a time.
Yes.
Okay. So, yeah, in fairness, I want to give you my best knowledge as I understand it saying here today, including after my review of Mr. Whiffen and Ms. Hyde's report. So I want to do everything I can to shine as much light and clarity on this as possible. So as I repeated, since that time and did the search, I would notice that is one of the things that would come up, and it would have a little picture of like a dinner plate or something like that. And there was actually a similar, if not the same picture found in the artifacts of that phone.
And so just to conclude, that's not what you said in your affidavit that was actually filed under pains and penalties of perjury with this court, correct?
Yes, and on that day, that is what my true and proper belief was. Okay, it says further testing. I have found that I now believe that was probably an automatic one, and if I've caused you any distress, I apologize.
And just so folks understand, Richard Green there is saying, oh, that was an automatic deletion. Sorry, I fucked that up and facilitated Jen McCabe being gratuitously smeared for 18 months for no reason. That's what he was saying there. Okay, he apologized. And now, just to bring this full circle 100%, why don't we take a look at what Mr. Ian Whiffen had to say about Mr. Green's report, or specifically the timing of Jen McCabe's searches.
Correct.
Can you explain exactly? You did use a term in there, I believe, called the P list. Is that correct?
Correct.
Can you explain to the jury what you understand that term to mean and how it relates to what you're about to talk about?
Yes. So a P list or a property list is Apple's way of storing serialized data. That essentially means a list of data with names and values.
And sir, if you could, again, using that later point, direct the jury's attention to explain sort of what we're looking at and what, if anything, is significant to observe this particular slide or table.
Yeah, so again, this is a table I created from the data within the mobile Safari.p list. The term shown down the left is what the user would have typed in to the search bar. Sorry, I keep blinding somebody. The search bar in the bottom of the...
That was me, by the way. He kept blinding me with the laser pointer. I didn't realize he said that during testimony, but yeah, he kept blinding me.
The Safari browser window.
Oh, it might not have been me now that I think about it. Someone was blinding me with the laser pointer, though, at one point.
UTC time is the time which is actually recorded within the P list. It's recorded as a string, so just text as it's presented on the screen there. And then I converted that and subtracted 5 hours to bring it into local time around Canton.
Now, aside from this just for a moment, with regard to...
So just so folks understand, that was Ian Whiffen confirming that the Google searches were at 6:23 and 6:24 a.m. But now let's just take it one more step further, okay? So let's go to one more even interesting element of this, which is, I think I even have the clip where Celebrite, yep, I do. Celebrite updated its software because of what Karen... Look at David Yannetti during this testimony, by the way. If you are waiting for a preview of what it's going to be like when Karen Reed gets absolutely obliterated yet again, let's take a listen to this. I want to make sure it actually is Ian Whiffen. It is. This is what we're going to see. I just realized what we're actually seeing is like a relatively good preview of the Karen Reed retrial, because all of your questions are wonderful. Everything you're asking is different components of what this retrial is going to look like. And let me just tell you, if you thought if David Yannetti's hands in his head right there are a reflection of what it was like when Adam Lally ripped apart Richard Green, both on cross and by way of the direct of Ian Whiffen and Jessica Hyde, Dr. Jessica Hyde, let me just tell you, it's going to be way worse with Hank Brennan. So let's watch Ian Whiffen talk about how bad Richard Green did and how horrible it's going to be for Karen Reed to have to put Richard Green up there again. As I said, Richard Green, by the end of that cross from Hank Brennan, is going to be wishing that Brennan had only asked about Green's prior arrests and such. Wishing.
Now, with respect to sort of the totality of your analysis, Mr. Whiffen, what, if any, conclusions did you come to as to the timing of the two searches in question with relation to what you observed in your analysis and testing of this device?
Yes. So, in conclusion, I determined that the tab that was used was focused at 227.40. So the tab was opened at that time, at which point it was being used to show Ozone basketball and Hockomock Sports websites. The 6:23 timestamp is when the search was first conducted. Never loaded the page, otherwise there'd be a record in the history database. And while that page was still loading, a secondary search was conducted for Hoslong to Die in the Cold. Again, that page never loaded either, although these both did show up in the Knowledge C database to show that the browser was trying to display these pages.
Do you see what she's doing there, by the way? Do you see what Karen was doing? She's rocking. She's self-soothing. She knows this was the moment that most of the world and informed people realized that Jen McCabe was vindicated. And Karen's literally self-soothing. I'll run back the last 10 seconds, but look, she's rocking.
Either, although these both did show up in the Knowledge C database to show that the browser was trying to display these pages. Safari was closed prior to the Hoslong to Die in the Cold record being shown on screen at all. But when it was reopened at 10:33, in regards to whatever other Safari activity was to be conducted, it appeared on screen. So we have a 10:33 record where Hoslong to Die in the Cold was shown on screen, even though the page never successfully loaded.
And with respect to your analysis and your testing here, what, if any, opinion do you have as to whether or not any of the data marked as deleted was actually user deleted, or a user actually actively went through the process of deleting the data?
Yeah. So again, we know that she didn't, we know that nobody deleted the entire history. So that leaves the only option to be selectively deleting records. The fact that there are no missing records in HistoryDB shows that it's impossible that that record could have been deleted by the user. It would have just been orphaned in the database, and I believe would have deleted itself at some stage whenever a particular cleanup function ran. Although, as I said earlier, I haven't been able to replicate that. I was able to continue to read the various versions of the page that contained Hoslong to Die in the Cold browser state record, and found that it existed at the same time as another record that was created at least 2 days later. Therefore, I can determine that that particular record was not deleted until at the earliest 10 p.m. on the 31st of January. And that it's not possible that the user could have created or caused that deletion to occur.
Now,
you understand what he just said, right? That what Richard Green thought was a deletion and what Richard Green apologized for getting wrong was not a deletion. It was a user cache or a system cache overwrite, not a user delete. And Ian Whiffen's like, and he's going to go on to explain this. Yeah, maybe someone, I don't remember exactly how he says it, but he's like, yeah, someone could have misinterpreted the data, but we changed our software so this won't happen again. The moment he said that, I was like, oh my God, Richard Green, retire right now. Never show your face in public again professionally because you just got humiliated. But let's watch.
Of course, of your analysis and testing a review of the extraction in this case, did you have occasion to review an affidavit of a Mr. Richard Green?
I did, yes.
And what, if any, opinions or conclusions do you have as to that affidavit?
I had issues with several of the statements being made as part of the affidavit.
And what issues were those?
Namely, it specified that Cellbrite report identified that the search was conducted at 2:27:40. And as I've explained, I believe the tab took focus at 2:27:40, not when the search occurred. The report mentioned that Cellbrite report identified it was deleted by the user. We don't do that. We'll tell you that a record is deleted, but we don't specify how the record was deleted. That's something for the examiner to determine. I forget. Oh, and then there was a mention of the purpose of the browser state database. The explanation given was correct for iOS 14 and below, but not for 15 and above, which is relevant in this case.
Now, you mentioned this issue as far as coming up, obviously, in this case and some other instances, phone calls or inquiries that you received from Austria and other places. What, if anything, have you or your company, Cellbrite, done with regard to rectifying this issue?
Well,
I'll allow it.
we recognize that this timestamp could be misleading. Regardless of how we label that timestamp, the very fact that a timestamp is there, we feel would be or potentially misrepresented. So the decision was taken to remove the timestamp altogether from that information. So now we show the web page was visited, but we don't attribute a time to that purely because it could be wildly inaccurate.
And that's what Green was apologizing for. He misread the software. He ended up looking like a complete fool. And you just saw Ian Whiffen and Jessica Hyde tell you exactly why. And I don't even think that kind of thing will thus even come up. I mean, Alan Jacks could try, but he's going to look like a fool because Ian Whiffen and Dr. Jessica Hyde are just so much better at what they do and are so much more informed and are so much more professional and are so much more honest to the actual state of the data than stumbling, mumbling Richard Green. And I'm honoring Chris Berman with that because Richard Green's stumbling and he's mumbling and he's doing his best, but he's not going to make it to the end zone. I'm getting caught up on your comments. Thank you so much, Francis, for Trell and the Sunken Grave for allowing us to review those clips from the first Karen Reed trial about why Dr. Jessica Hyde and Ian Whiffen are such strong witnesses as to Jen McCabe's 6:23 and 6:24 a.m. Google search, which was made at Karen Reed's request in the cold and the blizzard after Karen Reed asked Jen McCabe and Kerry Roberts, not directly, but through, she had to have John O'Keefe's niece call Jen and Kerry to have, I guess, a way for Karen to get back to the scene without being in her own car. With the car with the broken taillight, that would have immediately resulted in Karen's arrest. Let's see. Penny Fortin says they're just waking up. Great to see you, Penny Fortin. This is your stream, by the way. I'm engaging with your comments and questions, and then as you do that, as you bring up comments and questions, we're going through trial evidence and looking at various pieces of information, and then also predicting what I think is going to happen during the retrial. But this is your stream. Towel has gone through so many documents and said so much. I'm now happy to just sit back and answer your questions. Let's see. Hayach, or I don't know how to pronounce this, but Haich says Sheffield United lost third game on the trot, which just about ends the chance of automatic promotion to the Premiership. I was a very frustrated flannel. Your streams are the best. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that about Sheffield United. Now, how many spots are there in the what is it? Is it the Championship that's right below the Prem? So how many, I know you said you lost your bid at automatic promotion, but can you get one of those situations where you do the playoff and then get to Wembley? You know, the most valuable game in the English football pyramid is actually the promotion championship out of the Championship and into the Prem. That game is worth like hundreds of millions of quid. It's a very fascinating game. I used to watch a lot of EPL. Back in 2008. I don't watch it as much anymore, but Towel knows a lot about the English football pyramid. Murder by Maestro says, I'd like to clip some of Brennan from that doc, but the story has so much depth, everything is out of context. Well, I'll show you the best clip, Murder by Maestro, we can watch. That 10-minute clip of Marjorie Egan and Hank Brennan talking. That, to me, is probably the best quick overview of Hank Brennan as a lawyer. And actually, it has a real probative value for us to watch again, because if you're wondering what Hank Brennan's going to be like, you can't see video from his time in federal court, but hearing him talk to Marjorie Egan about his time arguing in federal court, that is very interesting. especially in the Whitey Bulger case. And remember, the Whitey Bulger case was all about how the FBI looked the other way, just like they did with Karen Reed, and enabled Turtle Boy and Karen Reed's bad behavior because they were in search of something bigger. In the Karen Reed case, it was Sandra Birchmore. With Whitey, it was taking down the Angulos. Don't forget, that whole thing with enabling Whitey was part of a larger game because they wanted to break up. So first of all, the Irish gangs in the 80s, like or the 70s in Boston in the 80s, like destroyed each other because the Italians were playing them against each other. And then like Whitey and his crew started flipping, and then that's how that recording of the fucking mafia induction ceremony in Medford in the 80s even happened because John Connolly had so many rats. Because what was really happening was, if you don't know anything about this, if you really want to get caught up before we watch the Brennan clip, in the 80s, the Boston mob was kind of like a subsidiary of the family out of Providence, which was itself like answered to the commission in New York. Now, this is an important geographical location because New York to Maine or Boston is a very, very, especially through Connecticut, huge, and Rhode Island, whether you take 84 or 95, it doesn't matter. Huge fucking drug trafficking corridor. Huge drug trafficking corridor. So the Patriarchas had, you'd think, oh, Rhode Island's just some little state. No, they were the power players. And the Angulos up in Boston in the North End in the 70s and 80s, they were what was called in town, right? They were the Patriarchas men in Boston. And as part of this sort of Irish gang war, the Angulos definitely played the Irish gangs off each other, and a lot of the Irish gangs were wiped the fuck out. They did not make it through that war. But, you know who did make it through the war? Whitey and fucking Stephen the Rifleman Flemmy and Frank Cadillac Salemi and the Winter Hill Gang. Now, what did they do? Well, they sold out the fucking Angulos. And that's why in 84 or 88 or whatever the fuck, Whitey's cooperation directly led to that entire fucking ring getting broken up. They all got arrested, every single one of them. And that's kind of why the FBI looked the other way with Whitey, because it was part of a larger operation to break up the Angulos. You know, and like some of that shit was fucking crazy, okay? I think Joe Barbaro or Barbosa, one of the first like real flippers to testify in front of a fucking congressional committee, it was a guy out of, I'm pretty sure, Southie working for the Angulos that went out to California and just fucking blew him to death with a shotgun or a fucking rifle. So you got to understand how intense that situation was and what it means that Hank Brennan not only got involved, but was able to piece together why John Connolly was even interested in this, in looking the other way with Whitey to begin with. And then you realize Karen Reed's no fucking Whitey Bulger, okay? They were just using Karen Reed in a very similar way. But yes, Hank Brennan's ability to understand that Bulger case, and everything I just told you, by the way, is just scratching the surface of what actually happened during that. You want to read Black Mass to learn the actual details by Dick Layer and Jared O'Neill. But Hank Brennan knows that shit like the back of his hand. So any tricks that the U.S. DOJ pulled with Karen Reed under Rachel Rollins and Josh Levy are going to be fucking child's play compared to what the entrenched apparatus under John Connolly and his enablers was able to do with Whitey. So if Brennan could piece together all that Whitey shit, then this is child's play for him. I promise you that. But I do want to watch that Brennan clip. Now, I don't want to forget about it. I think that Brennan clip with Marjorie Egan is actually fascinating. So, and, you know, I think it's wonderful that so many towel friends are watching. So let's pull up Hank Brennan and Marjorie Egan, and I'll skip through the commercial for you, although I do leave ads on for Greater Boston because it's a public information service. So let me just let me just load up this video for you and then we'll watch it. And Murder by Maestro actually was the one who brought up this comment, so credit to Murder by Maestro. And Murder by Maestro said, oh, well, wouldn't it be, it's hard to pull parts from this documentary about Hank Brennan because it's all so interesting. And that's very true. It is all very interesting. But, of course, it's now not rendering right. But I have a plan. Hold on. Let me see if I can refresh this. I found a clip of this documentary the other day, and I think it's a really good clip for a number of reasons. But one of the things we'll be able to do is bring it up on the screen, and you can hear it from Hank Brennan himself. You don't really need to hear it from me. I think it's interesting to hear me talk, but Hank Brennan is better. And you will hear Hank Brennan explaining his strategy in these kind of cases, which I think is incredibly valuable. And it's not just to win, it's to do justice to the system. And here, I think he thinks the FBI and the DOJ did really bad things with Karen Reed and Turtle Boy. And I think Hank Brennan's going to use this case to expose it. But let's listen to this interview with Hank Brennan. I know a few of you will have seen it before, but I managed to get it loaded up here, and I'm going to bring it up on your screen. Before we do this, by the way, I'll just take a pause to say something. Well, first of all, I want to say God bless you, because a few of you sent over some $5 donations, and one of you said that I should get some more 7-Eleven pizza, and I just want to say God bless you for that. It means a lot to me, and I appreciate your support. It does not go unnoticed, and whether I send you a message directly afterwards or see it on the stream, I appreciate your support. But the other thing is, something that someone reminded me about the other day that I still am not very good at, is apparently it really helps this channel. You don't have to donate anything or ask questions, but it helps the channel if you click the like button or subscribe to the channel while you're watching. I don't know exactly why doing that while the video is live is more helpful than just doing it when you see the video in general, but someone has said that if I tell you to like the video and subscribe while you're watching live, it helps, that you will do that. So if you want to, that's great. If you don't, that's also okay, but it doesn't cost anything. So someone also said they liked my giggles, and I'm a little towel, and that's what you get. You get towel giggles, moments of levity, reminders to support your favorite public information service, and then also extensive overviews of case information when you watch Towel's public information service. Okay, and giggles. I forgot about the giggles. You see what I mean, though? I found the Hank Brennan thing, which is exactly what I wanted to do. And now we together can watch this. And then you can see some of the other things I was watching, which was clips from the Oliver Stone JFK movie. Then there's a Mob Facts documentary about the arrest and trial of Whitey Bulger that you should definitely watch. Follow that channel, Murder by Maestro, on YouTube. It's called MOBFAX, all uppercase. It's really good. Like, you want to see, like, I study that shit. I study every single FBI operation to break up organized crime, dating back to like prior to the Appalachian meeting. Like, I'm talking like the Black Hand in the 1900s. That channel has absolutely fucking everything. Then I was watching a little bit of the JFK movie, which has a really good speech by Donald Sutherland about the plot to kill JFK. I was listening to a Bob Dylan song. Then I watched an interview the other day with John Conley himself. And then there's some baseball movies. But yeah, needless to say, and then there's apparently Judge Ashley Wilcock, Hank Brennan, Aaron Keller did an interview on Law and Crime 6 years ago. What? Hank Brennan did a Law and Crime interview? Okay, what should we watch? Should we watch Hank Brennan on the Whitey case first, or should we watch Hank Brennan, Ashley Wilcott, and Hank Brennan, or Judge Ashley Wilcott, Hank Brennan, Aaron Keller? We're going to watch. I've never seen this. It's about...
We are listening to live testimony in the Stanley Liggins case. He's
okay, I have no idea what this is, but we're going to
accused of killing a 9-year-old named Jennifer Lewis.
God.
We're going to break this case down. Ashley Wilcott, former judge and attorney, is with us. Not in studio today, Ashley. You're back home. You were here yesterday. And Hank Brennan is an attorney in Boston. He's joining us as well. Hank, good to see you here on Law and Crime.
You as well. Thanks for having me.
Okay, so we've got murder 1, sex abuse 1, kidnapping 1, arson 1, and a charge for willful serious injury here. The question is the evidence strong enough to get this guy? Ashley, I know you were here listening to a lot of this case yourself. What do you make thus far of the state's evidence?
Well, it's all circumstantial, which we knew it would be going into it. I think they're doing a good job laying the foundation, where it happened, how the body was found, that it was burned. But I think that they have an uphill battle to really show that he did it. I mean, it is circumstantial. The family knew of him, knew who he was, and it's a small community, but they do have an uphill battle, I think.
Hank, I know that you're jumping into the debate here about this case too, but we've got an old case that's being tried for its 3rd time. Witness memories are probably a bit fuzzy because this happened so many years ago, but there's an awful lot of record in this case, 2 previous trials.
Records are really difficult to try a case with. It sanitizes the emotion in the case. Jurors watch witnesses when they testify because it's not just the words, It's how a person says things, their memory, the gestures they make. And without that, the records themselves, the transcripts, really hamper the firsthand accounts.
This becomes a tough one. You know, look, we had the first case flipped. We had a 1993 case flipped. We had a 1995 case flipped. So, Hank, I'll ask you this. When it comes to trying a case this many times, does it just become rote memorization for people who are up on the stand and less emotional?
Well, that's always the challenge. A couple of things happen. First, it becomes routine at times, and you have to guard against that. Every case, whether it's the same case or not being retried, you have to look at it like it's a brand new case, because it does drain a lot of the adrenaline and emotion out of it. And secondly, when witnesses testify, they seem very concerned about their prior testimony and very tied to it. And there's always the concern or worry that they'll be criticized for being different, that memories change over time, or they may not be as exact. So it takes a certain natural ability out of a witness. It hampers them in a way because they're afraid that they may say something different. So they do become a bit monotone at times. They become very entrenched in their prior testimony, and it limits the government's case.
It certainly does. Look, we're going to continue to cover this case gavel to gavel here on the Law and Crime Network. We're going to take a quick break. We will be back in just a moment, though, with more testimony in the Stanley Liggins case out of Iowa, again accused of killing a 9-year-old girl. We continue to cover live testimony in the Stanley Liggins case out of Iowa. This is the case of a man facing his third trial related to murder and a number of other charges, including sex abuse, kidnapping, and arson in the death of a 9-year-old girl named Jennifer Lewis. Her body was found near an elementary school. Hank Brennan and Ashley Wilcott are on the line with me here at the Law and Crime Network. And Hank, I want to jump in with this question for you. This case has been tried so many times. We had one trial, and then it was flipped on appeal. Then we had another trial, then it was flipped on appeal. We're back again. They decided to move this trial to a different county, and they cited publicity because of it. Is it the publicity or the fact that there's just simply been 3 trials now?
Anytime there's a trial at the state, and concern that the jurors have heard about the defendant later on, another conviction could appeal. Very safe moving it to another county, so it's not a potential on appeal if there's a conviction.
Yeah, Ashley, what do you make of this? I mean, it's certainly a bizarre circumstance whenever a case gets flipped on appeal and then sent back for another trial, but 3 times now.
Right, and I think the part of it is it's a small community, Aaron, and so we discussed this yesterday some. That means that people knew about it, knew of it. The same people seem to live in the same community. We have fire department workers who have been with the same fire department with Davenport for 33 years since the time of the incident, 1990. So I think it's really important to keep in mind that the community knows about it, that piece of the publicity probably does necessitate it being moved so that he has an opportunity to have a fair trial.
Yeah, Hank, I'll throw one of the questions at you now as to why this case got flipped. Apparently, it sounds to me like it would have been a Brady-type violation where the authorities apparently didn't hand over enough evidence. So certainly, if that's what went on, then this is not a surprise that an appeals court did say, look, new trial here.
I think the appeals court made the right decision. It's impossible to have a fair trial when there's police reports and evidence that contradict witnesses. The fact that they found this evidence years later in itself is pretty extraordinary because in many cases it's never found. There can be no real assurance of a fair trial if an attorney doesn't have a right to fully question the witnesses. And so while the lower court had problems with that and didn't overturn the case on further appeal, I think the...
Notice how important this is regarding the ARCA issue, by the way, because it was Hank Brennan who had material withheld from him by the Reed defense, and that could have hampered his ability to question ARCA. So Brennan's talking here about a situation where the defense was claiming evidence was withheld. We don't have that in the Reed case. The only evidence that was even discovered late was only because Reed didn't ask for it till November of 2024, and it was redundant to other evidence showing Reed's taillight broken, and so Reed lost her motion to dismiss a few weeks ago on that basis. But Hank Brennan was the one who was really prejudiced by the withholding of evidence here, so it's so interesting to listen to this. And if you're just tuning in, I found a video with 860 views of Hank Brennan on Law and Crime talking about a case from Iowa 6 years ago, and we're now listening to him talk about sort of his theory or his thoughts about that case. This is fascinating. I didn't even know this was out there. We're going to keep listening to it.
The decision to give the defendant a fair trial was the right one.
Yeah, this is another one of those appeals decisions that I want to sit down and read personally, as we're in the midst of a retrial yet again for Stanley Liggins in Iowa, accused of killing a 9-year-old, Jennifer Lewis. Her body was found burned near an elementary school. We will be right back.
Certainly take a lot of commercials.
We are waiting to see if the court is going to take a break or if the court is going to call another witness in the Stanley Liggins case out of Iowa. If you've been listening, you've heard me say this is a case involving the death of a 9-year-old named Jennifer Lewis. The charges here are murder, sex abuse, kidnapping, arson, and willful serious injury. Those are the charges, and I'm just being told that the judge is indeed calling a break right now. Hank Brennan is on the line with me from Boston. He's an attorney there. Ashley Wilcott is on the line as well. She's a former judge and current attorney. We're going to keep breaking this case down. And folks, I've been looking into the appellate history of this case because we've been saying that this is the third trial. There are a series of appellate cases here. I can't wait to get into them because that's when we get into the details of exactly what was missing in the first case, exactly what was missing in the second case, and why we're back here for yet another trial. But first, just looking at that witness get off the stand, it's clear that this is a case that happened quite some time ago. This guy, who was a detective, who was probably in the prime of his career back in 1990 when this thing happened, now, needing some assistance getting off the witness stand. And it's just a visible, tangible reminder of just how much time has passed. I'm looking at the photos from the scene there. These look like old black and white photos. Back in 1990, newspapers were still mostly black and white. So it doesn't sound like it was that long ago, but it was that long ago. Ashley, apparently we're all aging. Who would have known?
Yeah, right. So I do agree that, it was very hard to hear him. She even had to say, speak into the microphone. I'm sure the jury had a hard time hearing him. They had to use the prior deposition with his testimony to refresh his memory to try to elicit some of the testimony that they needed. So those things all go hand in hand with a 28-year-old's case. It's going to directly affect the witness's credibility in terms of how much weight the jury gives that witness, I think.
Yeah, I mean, is it really going to affect the jury's ability to believe what the guy says, though? Or is the jury just going to look and say, this guy is now 28 years older than he was when he first witnessed and observed what he's testifying about? Hank, what do you think?
I don't think a jury is going to naturally hold it against the witness that they're much older, but time fades everything, including memories. And certain character of the evidence is lost over time. The suddenness, the imminence, and the ability to expound upon certain questions or perspectives that he may have been able to do at earlier trials. So while I don't think he'll be punished because time has faded his memory, juries are forgiving, I think, in that way, it does hamper and weaken the value of the testimony considerably.
Well, let's talk about the value of the testimony itself. And Ashley, I'll ask you this one first. This is a case before a lot of modern forensic evidence was even dreamed up. Okay, this predates the use of DNA evidence in trials. This predates cell phone evidence, certainly, which are basically the hallmarks of almost every single modern criminal prosecution. So we have a circumstantial case, people saying that this guy was in the area, that he knew the victim's family. A lot of observers have issues with this case. Is it an issue with the case, or is it just an issue with a case from 28 years ago that we're looking at with modern eyes?
I think that it may be the second of those things for this reason. So in opening, the prosecution even said, hey, look, there is no DNA, perhaps because of the fire. So we can't even, the prosecution didn't say this, but this is my point. You can't even test it now. Often we have DNA samples that can still be tested to give us some results. So that goes directly to the fact it was 28 years ago. None of that evidence existed to test today, to use some of our modern techniques to determine, hey, is there any additional evidence? The other thing I want to say is that when this man was arrested for this crime back in 1990, very shortly in the same month that the crime occurred, they made a point of he was out on bond for an incident with another different 9-year-old child. And so I think certainly that caused 28 years ago them to say, hey, this is one more factor that says it's got to be him.
Okay, so, we get into this in case after case after case. Is it wrong to bring in this sort of other bad act evidence into this particular proceeding? And it seems that this is open to interpretation. The rule that I was taught is that it has to be a very similar other act or occurrence, same MO, same type of crime, similar types of victim, but there's a lot of squishiness in the rule there. So, Attorney Brennan, is this a case of rounding up the usual suspects, or is it just logical to say that if this guy is out on an original crime like that, that maybe he is the suspect we should be looking at?
Well, the idea of introducing propensity evidence, which is another way to say a prior bad act, is like a lightning rod in a case, because jurors can have very different perspectives. For example, they might think that there is a weakness in the evidence. It's filled in by the fact that the person has this predatory history. Or some jurors might say the evidence doesn't convince me beyond a reasonable doubt, but this is the type of person that should go to jail, so I'll forgive some of the weakness in evidence. The idea of propensity evidence is dramatic, and even as a young prosecutor, I was very, very hesitant to use it, even if I thought I could have it admitted. It really takes away the idea in my mind of a fair trial unless there's something so unique about it.
And we see that rule stretched, in my opinion, beyond the breaking point in some of the cases we cover here at the Law and Crime Network. This one, though, since the acts are similar, it might be an applicable way to use that rule if we're going to bring evidence like that in. So, look, we're going to continue to listen to some of the previous testimony in this case. We've got transcript testimony from a Diane Pemberton, that we're going to play for you now while the court is in the midst of a mid-afternoon break. Goodbye to Hank Brennan. He's an attorney from Boston who joined us this afternoon. Also, we should mention the attorney for Whitey Bulger, the accused mob boss from Boston. Hank, it was good to see you here on Law and Crime. Any final thoughts on the Liggins case before we say goodbye?
Well, I'm interested over the next couple of weeks to see if the government has any more direct circumstantial evidence. We've heard a lot of putting a defendant near the scene, trying to tie the accused to an investigation, but it really is a little bit light at this point on actual circumstantial facts, and that's what I think I'll be looking for as I listen.
I am as well. So, Hank, good to see you. Ashley, I know you can stick around with us. We have to take a quick break. We will be back with...
Very interesting. What a unique perspective into Hank Brennan's mind from Law and Crime 6 years ago. Now, it wasn't directly on point to too many of the issues in the Reed case, but my word, what an interesting perspective. I'm glad we were able to watch that. Now, I do want to talk about Brennan's approach in the Whitey Bulger case as well. I will cue that up for you. But before I do that, I'm going to go back to your comments. Oh, you're going to hear that. But that's okay. You can see I have that other video ready for you next. I want to go back to your comments because that whole trip down learning about Hank Brennan's views on that case out of Iowa, a very disturbing case. Learning about his views on that was very interesting. So Mo was like, this doesn't answer my questions. Well, Mo, you have to ask a question for me to be able to answer your specific question. The reason why you may be hearing a response to a question that isn't an answer to your question is I could be answering someone else's question. In this case, I was answering Murder by Maestro's question about Hank Brennan's approach. Well, it wasn't a question. It was a comment about Hank Brennan's approach in the Whitey Bulger case. Then I went to bring up that interview, and I found another interview with Hank Brennan about an unrelated case that only 861 people had watched, and then we analyzed that because I thought that was a very interesting opportunity to get an insight into Mr. Brennan's mind just a few days before the start of the Karen Reed retrial, because Hank Brennan doesn't do a lot of media interviews, obviously. But all right, let me go back. Murder by Maestro, thank you so much for that. Let's see. Murder by Maestro says, Aiden is Stephen Flemmi. Waited too long to make a deal. That's funny. One of them was a rat since the 60s, an informant. I think it was... if it wasn't Salemi, then it was Flemmi. One of them was a rat before Bulger. I think it might have been Salemi. I don't remember. Let's see. Woody was hilarious. I don't know which Woody that was, but okay. Murder by Maestro says, Garrett, have you watched a trial before? I don't know what Garrett Gunderson said, but that's funny. The Sunken Grave. Richard Green and Dr. Russell walk into a bar. Would be opening to a funny joke. Oh, yes, the Dr. Russell, who was completely discredited, the Reed's expert, who was discredited by the first jury because she found the trial in the middle of the first... proceedings, like literally the middle of the trial, and volunteered to come forward. I think she also has some connection to the LA DA's office, and there's like Alan Jackson's wife works there or something, and there was some overlap between Russell and Jackson's wife in some unit. There's a web there. Angela W. says, Claudia, hope you're doing well today. I love all the wonderful camaraderie among the towel universe. Team Hank, says Dewdrops. Penny Forden says, voice is fuzzy. I don't know which clip was a little fuzzy. The problem is I'm playing clips that aren't mine. I'm you playing like law and crime clips, and their audio, we're playing clips from 6 years ago, but even that source audio wasn't great. There was some overlap. I think their Zoom call or something had a hot mic, because even the people speaking, you could tell the host's volume was louder than the guest. But I'll do my best with the source clips to watch the audio and make sure that it's at least hearable. But just remember, I'm playing source audio that is not necessarily from me, so I can only do so much to make it clear. I can boost it a little bit, I can tone it down if it starts peaking, but I can't actually do too much to fix the source audio. Carl Steinbeck of Mice and Gen. No, Carl Steinbeck of Mice and Men. The best laid plans of Karen Reed's, Turtle Boys, and Alan Jackson's. That's how you say that. Murder by Maestro. Notice Brennan says phones were connected. Plural is in more than only John's phone. Oh yes, I imagine some of that tech stream data or infotainment system data from Karen Reed's Lexus could well show her phone connected. Angela W. says me thinks the data was hidden by Karen's expert on purpose. Yeah, I have a sense Karen's expert sabotaged that chip off of the infotainment system by using the wrong chip reader, only getting 2.4 out of 8 gigs and only reading 1 out of 3 chips on purpose. Also, I don't know what this is. It's ghost energy, and it has the scales of Swedish fish on the side, and it tastes like Swedish fish. But it has a lot of caffeine, and I think I didn't help myself by drinking. I was chasing Dunkin' Donuts coffee with the Swedish fish drink at a certain point. I highly recommend not doing that, and I think we should also not over-caffeinate towel. I think the reason I got over-caffeinated was I said, I'll do the stream for a little bit, I'll talk to the towel friends, and then maybe I'll try to get a jump start on some of the finals work I have to do over the next month. Nope, that is not going to happen. Towel has so many Towel friends he wants to read questions and comments from, and that's what Towel's going to do, hopefully through lunch. And plus, Towel friends sent very kind donations for Towel to go get pizza from 7-Eleven, which, God bless you all, that's what I'm going to do. Murder by Maestro, great job, thank you. Yes, I agree, Murder by Maestro is a wonderful honorary Towel. Dewdrop says, I'm so excited for Retrial, bring it on, Team Hank. Angela W. says, awesome, Murder by Maestro, you don't miss. Agree, Murder by Maestro nails it. I think somebody was wondering what the search times were, and some of it was being converted from UTC to regular search, like Canton local time and stuff like that. And the exact impact of Karen striking John was as 12:31 a.m. Turned over to 12:32 a.m. on the morning of 1/29/2022. Like the backups of the car started at like 12:31 and like 58 seconds or something, and then the impact occurred at like 12:32 and like 4 seconds or something. But that is exactly when the strike happened, between 12:31 and 12:32 a.m. allegedly, when Karen's car made impact with John's body. Phones that were plugged in. We should get Karen's call logs. Yeah, I certainly want to see those. There's no doubt about that, Murder by Maestro. I didn't even think about that, Murder by Maestro, because that would mean you don't need the information from that search of Karen's phone that may have yielded nothing if Karen wiped the devices. You could get it from the Lexus infotainment system. Murder by Maestro is a technical genius. Murder by Maestro speaks in base 2, I'm certain of it. Sometimes I want to just start interpreting my English into hexadecimal format and just see if, like, Murder by Maestro can then just start speaking back in binary. That's hilarious. Notice that there's a lot of crickets from Karen's team about the Lexus infotainment system. Yeah, I agree, Angela. They know it's devastating. Marianne says, Marianne believes Karen knew she hit John and that he didn't look mortally wounded. After she went back to the scene at 5:23 a.m., Karen said, John, is that you? I agree. Marianne says, Karen left John to die. I agree. Dewdrop says, Marianne, yep, she's vile. I agree. Angela W. says, yes, Marianne purposefully. I think she left purposefully. I don't know if we have enough evidence to say she struck him purposefully, but she certainly left purposefully. And I definitely think she knew that whether it was right away, within a few minutes, or at 5:23 a.m., she knew she had struck John O'Keefe and left him to die on that lawn. Dewdrop says, Karen's smirking all the time because she believes she got away with it. I think she's smirking all the time because she's on drugs. Which, as I've said before, if she's prescribed GABAergics to whatever, but I promise you that her GABA-1 receptor, whether it's through alcohol or benzos or whatever the fuck, is constantly activated or suppressed, or however those mechanisms work, Because if you take any GABAergic that operates on that GABA1 receptor, your social inhibitions are going to be reduced. You're going to come across like nothing matters. It's artificial. Karen's actually probably quite nervous about all this. She's just on drugs. And I mean, like, it's housewife drugs, like alcohol and which is a drug, and benzos. So I mean, she must think it's socially acceptable. Remember, when Karen's parents had her committed for being concerned that she was going to take her life in the hours and minutes after John O'Keefe was discovered on the front lawn for, I would allege, the second time by Karen after 6 a.m. with Karen's 2 witnesses. Karen, after saying she hit John, etc., then had to get committed because her mother and father called the police after talking to Carrie Roberts and said they were worried about the medication Karen had in her purse that they thought she could use with alcohol to kill herself. And so Karen was committed, and it was only because she was committed to the hospital under a section, which is a Massachusetts term for when you involuntarily commit someone to the hospital, did Karen's blood get taken, and that's how the BAC reading after 9 a.m. or whatever it was, being 0.08, was able to lead to a retrograde B extrapolation and serum conversion, indicating that Karen's BAC at 12:31 a.m. was between 0.13 and 0.29, which is 2 to 4 times the legal limit. That's why I think her parents feel so guilty. It's not just that she's their daughter and that they love her, it's that they inadvertently allowed the state to get evidence against her, and they feel incredibly fucking guilty. Let's see. Dewdrop says, justice for John O'Keefe and his family. Lock her up and get the justice they deserve. If you're wondering what this stream is, by the way, I agree with you, Dewdrops. If you're wondering what this stream is, this is your stream. I'm reading all your comments and questions. We're going through pieces of evidence as you ask questions. If you want to see specific pieces of the first trial, if you want to see evidence, you want to go over more testimony, just ask in the comments. I can't keep up with all the comments. There are so many of them. But the way to ask them is over on the YouTube. If you're watching on the X, that's wonderful. We're glad to have you, but it's a little bit more passive for you. You want to actually engage, youtube.com/@GrantSmithEllis is the place to do it. It's easier for me to keep track of the comments on the back end. And there are so many comments, I have to let them pause on the screen and load up. And the only way to do that is on YouTube. Twitter doesn't do a good job of keeping comments on the screen on the back end in a way that I can engage with them. Towel is also extremely caffeinated. So if you have questions and comments, today's the day to ask them about this retrial because we'll go through them all. Okay, let's see. That was when Mo said, I'm not sure, this doesn't answer my questions. Well, Mo, I haven't seen you ask a question yet, so if you ask a question in the chat, I'll be happy to answer it. But as of me just looking at your comment now, I can't help answer your questions because I haven't seen any of them. Everything has barcodes on them, says Soil Nina, even the lenses in your glasses, or even sunglass lenses, especially prescriptions ones. That makes sense to me, the barcode on the I don't know exactly how this applies in the context of this case in terms of the evidence you were discussing earlier, Soil Nina, but I want to look Sole Nina, sorry, S-O-L-I Nina. I apologize for getting that wrong. I thought it said Soil Nina earlier. I'm sorry, Mr. Jackson. I apologize a trillion times. It was actually, I'm sorry, Mr. Lally. I apologize a trillion times. He didn't mean to make his daughter cry. That's a great album. Everything by Outkast is very well done. Probably the most talented lyricist of the 1990s. That made me so angry when Judge Cannoni treated Adam Lally like a stepchild. Angela W., it was more Adam Lally was about to jump in and just decimate Richard Green, and technically Richard Green should not have been allowed to continue with that answer, but in fairness, when both sides on cross would open the door for a witness needing to explain, Judge Cannoni would force the lawyers to let the witness do it. Adam Lally was treated the same way that Alan Jackson was treated when Alan Jackson stupidly allowed Jen McCabe to start talking about how she was tormented by way of Alan Jackson asking a why question on cross, and we can watch that too. Grant, your giggles are infectious. Oh, I'm glad you enjoy them. Dewdrop says, Yannetti spaghetti. That is funny. The Celebrate demonstration has been allowed in the retrial. Boom. Yep, exactly. That's going to be a very interesting demonstration. They all know Karen's guilty, and it makes me sick to my stomach. I agree, Dewdrops. I thought Adam Lally did a fantastic job, says Francis Futrell, considering the pack of jackals nipping at his heels. Judge Cannoni was disrespectful of him, maybe dismissive. Judge Cannoni will do better this time. HB says, hello, towels. Hello, HB. We welcome all towels into the towel universe. Let's see. It seems a lot of Karen Reed support. People have been in jail or in prison in the past. Definitely Richard Green got in trouble. Francis, I agree, but he was outnumbered. Yeah, as to Lally. Francis Futrell says, sometimes I go back and rewatch without sound just to study different body language. It is very interesting. You should see some of Karen's body language when she looks at me when she's like walking out of court or when I ask her questions. It's fascinating. Hit the like button, guys, says Jew Drops. Oh, that's very kind. I did mention it earlier, but if you're watching this stream over on YouTube and you want to click that like button or subscribe, it apparently helps the channel if you do it while the video is live. I still don't understand, but yes, it's helpful. Using tech in a courtroom is like an ME medical examiner demonstrating an autopsy. Yes. A million things could have gone wrong and made Whiffen look terrible. Yep, but they didn't. Hasn't Hank asked for a bigger screen? Yep, and I think that was allowed. Isn't it a bigger courtroom screen for demonstrations? It's possible to argue for Ian Whiffen without attacking Richard Green. No, they go hand in hand because Ian Whiffen and Dr. Jessica Hyde both testified that Richard Green's misinterpretation, basically that of a layperson of data related to Celebrate, was what caused a litany of unnecessary suffering for witnesses. Because Richard Green didn't understand that Jen McCabe's 6:23 and 6:24 a.m. Google search occurred at that time. Because he is just bad at what he does. Murder by Maestro. Grant was helping Gaffa tape down wires in the courtroom. Weeks later, Ian Whiffen struffs in and casually does a live extraction. That's true. I don't know if, who found out about that, but I definitely helped tape down the extension cord for the power strip that the court that we used near the media pen and I remember I was sweating profusely taping it down, but I said to the court officers, I was like, if you tasked, the court officers wouldn't do it. But they came over and I unrolled the tape and they would cut the tape and then I would put the tape on the floor. But I was like, you tell me I'm tasked with doing something that could impact judges' safety, I'm going to do a really damn good job. And the reason why I had to be so good with that was because it was right where Judge Cannoni had to walk out of her chambers to get to where she was sitting. So I spent a good 10 minutes just furiously taping down gaffa tape over that extension cord. And then when I got up, I said to the court officers, Judge's safety is my #1 priority. And one of them looked at me and was like, me too. And I was like, damn straight. That was one of the time when Chief made us all take down our water bottles because they had different labels on them. And I was like, I didn't have that up there because of the label. I turned the label around. It was because it said America. And anyone who's got a problem with America has got a problem with me. And one of the court officers, one of the bigger guys, looked down at me and was and nodded and was like, And I was like, yes, I've made a friend. Let's see. Jewdrop says she can't wait to see Hank Brennan in action. I agree. Angela W says the telltale signs were when Green would take Ian's phone, wouldn't take Ian's phone calls. Yeah, that's obvious. Crazy that Whiffen celebrated nothing to gain and everything to lose. Yep. Live, die, 100% cotton, made in America. Is this you, Mr. Ellis? Mo, is that your question? Is this me? I mean, I am a towel. I don't know if I'm necessarily cotton. We haven't decided what this towel industry is going. I have a plan to send Sema, who is a free Karen Reed person, but she comes into this chat from time to time. We have a plan. I'm going to send her to Latin America. She's going to negotiate with local tribes in order to facilitate the acquisition of land so that we can get raw materials in a sustainable way with the government of that country's permission. She's going to have to learn how to speak Spanish. I haven't fully thought out that part. I think I'm going to have to train her to speak Spanish. But anyway, we're going to send her down there. She's going to set up this whole textile production industry, and then I'm going to start making towels, and I'm going to become a towel industrialist, somehow get the influence of the government, and then it's going to lead to reform. We didn't really think this plan through, but in the moment, yesterday during the stream, I thought it was a wonderful idea. I was ready to become a towel industrialist. I have no fucking idea how to do any of that, but I thought it was a great idea. That's why we have to send Sema down to a Latin American country, because I think if we just send her down there on some kind of pilgrimage, one, she'll start converting a lot of the locals to Roman Catholicism or some kind of Christianity, and more power to her for that. But then I think she'll also be a very effective business administrator. I'm a little bit worried she's going to kind of go try to take over parts of the country in America, but as long as it's in the best interest of America, we can reestablish the Monroe Doctrine. Should we call it the Sema Doctrine? Oh, dear God. They'll call it Sema's folly if she tries to purchase a Latin American country while on that mission. But listen, I also think it could work out really well in response to your question, Mo. I don't think we're going to do cotton-based textile production, but and I'm not really sure what your question is, but yes, this is me. Looking at all those luggage they carry, it looks more like it's filled with pink blankets, champagne, and turtle feet on their lips for a picnic in a park nearby, says HB. Yeah, Karen Reed and her lawyers, it's a little weird when they walk into court. Murder by Maestro says, best case, they prove their software functions as expected. Worst case, the whole company takes a hit. Yep, and Celebrate went in there and proved their software functions as intended, and Richard Green had no idea what he was talking about. And Dewdrop says, retrial, Karen Reed's toast, she's guilty. Diana Natale says, Mo, I hear you. It only seems people with wrenches remain on screen. Where are all the other texts for others? I had several statements and questions. Where are they? Diana Natale, I think you have chat sorted by top chat instead of live chat. And you know what? I had chat sorted by top chat instead of live chat. So I want to apologize because I didn't realize it does this on the back end. What you all want to do, if you're only seeing parts of the chat, go ahead and at the top of your chat, it will either say top chat or live chat. Now I just switched mine to live chat, so it reloaded everything and I don't have all of your comments. But before I was only on top chat. So if I was missing your comments, it was not intentional, it was not disrespectful. It is a YouTube default setting to put top chat on the sidebar instead of live chat. And now I've switched it to live chat, which means I will see everything. So now, mind you, some of you, I was seeing a lot of comments. But I was wondering, it was saying like X amount of comments per minute, and I was only seeing like half of them, and it's because I didn't have the chat set right. But anyway, my apologies, folks. And by the way, it might be on your end as well. If you're saying, why aren't my comments always showing up? You have to manually switch it to live chat if you want to see every comment. And then Murder by Maestro said, what did the feds even do? They just released Proctor's text that brought in the Grifter's ARCA, then scampered. Yeah, I think they uncovered the Sandra Birchmore murder cover-up. Great to find Grant this morning, says Eva. Eva, it's so nice to see you. Pleasure to be here. And by the way, having a wrench or not doesn't affect your ability to show up in chat. You don't have to send donations to ask comments or questions. Everything that you send, at least now, because I switched it to live chat, I see, and I'm just reading through. Let's see. No, it was the motion. There was a motion in limine from the defense to allow evidence of a lack of bias. That was what was denied. You got it, clerk. Clerk Jim, you are not a clerk. You're terrible at life if you don't remember that. The Sunken Grave says, Grant stimulates me intellectually, you dirty-minded people. Who was sexualizing towel? I'm just a towel. Murder by Maestro is the bomb. I agree. Murder by Maestro is a wonderful towel. Murder by Maestro is among the pantheons of wonderful towels. I'm pretty sure if I set up like some kind of towel company, Murder by Maestro will come in and be like that person who's like, okay, here's how we streamline this production for an economy of scale. And then I'm like, okay, Murder by Maestro, can you repeat that but in hexadecimal language only? And he'll be like, no, I'm not going to speak to you in hexadecimal language. And I'll be like, but then I can convert it to base 10 and then we can translate that into English and it'll just be wonderful. This trial is going to be so different, says Dewdrops. I agree. The Fibers of Our Lives, starring Towel. It is a bit of a daily routine for us. This is all about you all, though. Unlike regular streams where I'm trying to read documents and then simultaneously engage with you, this is your stream. So the stuff that's coming up, the videos we're watching, the Hank Brennan clip we're going to watch, this is all from your wonderful ideas. And Little Towel is just a conduit who's going to talk to you for as long as he possibly can until probably around lunchtime in a few hours when I will go get 7-Eleven pizza because someone sent over a donation specifically saying I should get 7-Eleven pizza. So for $1.50 a slice, you can't beat that. I'm still not sponsored by 7-Eleven. I don't think they're ever going to sponsor me, by the way, to sell $1.50 pizza slices. But by God, do I find them economically efficient and delicious. They're not actually that good, but they're very cheap. And if every place could charge $1.50, I think they'd go out of business. But by God, our lives would be so much better. We need more $1 pizza slices for towels. Busty DD says your schoolwork comes first. You're so kind, Busty DD. I am doing everything I can to prioritize my schoolwork. I have only about a month left. Got one of my 7 finals done. and powering through with the rest, and then we'll see how much Towel can get done. I have lots of things to get off my list, but I finished one final project actually the other day. It was very interesting. Towel did a presentation for his class where I played a video that I recorded from one of our streams where I talked to you all about the beauty of unconditional love, and then I talked about how to thank Towel, you all could go out and do nice things for other people, and I played it for my class. I think they thought it was very endearing. And then I was like, loving people is applied civil rights work. And then my teacher was like, Grant, you're going to have to, do an actual research project. So I did this whole research project on like the internet and discourse theory. And it was we were allowed to do an interdisciplinary project. So I looked at kind of the socio-historical, political, legal implications of like online media coverage. And I started the presentation by being like, classmates, here is my analytics for the past 18 months. It was like 110 million or something. They were all like, what the fuck? They didn't say that, but their faces were just like, what? They're all like 15 years younger than me. Just like, why is this man relevant? And then I'm kind of like clicking through, and I was like, I showed them that clip as I mentioned, but I also showed them some of the clips on Twitter I put up. And one of them, I didn't even know this, but I prepared it for my presentation. It was just a clip of Hank Brennan walking down the stairs of a courthouse. It got 120,000 views or something. And it was just, I literally said to the class, I was like, I do not understand why this 19-second clip of Hank Brennan walking down the stairs got that many views. I'm utterly perplexed, but apparently that's how you get people to engage in an informed and cogent manner with the justice system. You post 19-second clips of Hank Brennan walking down the stairs. But my actual thesis, by the way, was very interesting. I found this great article that talked about Lord Reith, who founded the BBC. And he was very religious, and his principles were very kind of based on like, you have to have a moral population, but he all like to thrive as a society. But he also really believed that people had to be informed and entertained and educated by their content that they consume. And so Lord Reith set up the BBC to educate, inform, and entertain people. Like, he hooks you with the entertainment, and then he's actually educating and informing you. And so I wrote this whole interesting research memo about the Reithian origins of the BBC, and sort of more in the larger sense, sort of the public information service as a whole, what the ethos of a authentic public information service is, which was the BBC. Now, I actually went to the BBC. I went to its old headquarters back in 2009 when I was spending some time in England. And I'll never forget, we got this very interesting tour by my program must have had connections or something with the government, because we got this very interesting tour of the BBC by one of the administrators. And I remember asking this executive of the corporate, the BBC, I remember asking him in our sit-down panel, do you still, like when you're making decisions at the governance level, think about Lord Reith's principles, educate, inform, and entertain? This man looked, it might have been a woman. It was a woman, actually. Now that I remember, because the woman was wearing a blue blazer, but she looked over, and a poppy, actually, so it must have been around November. Now I'm actually wondering when it was. But either way, so the woman looked over, because sometimes people wear poppies throughout the year in England, but it's also very popular to do around Armistice Day. But this woman looks over at my professor, smiles. I think it was a class like about media in Britain or something. Beaming smile from this woman. And she says to him something like, that wow, like, did you teach them that? And he was like, I think it's in our textbook, which is true. There was a whole section of our textbook about Lord Reith. But then she turns to me and she was like, I have not heard that question asked before. And she was like, yes, we do talk about that. Like, it's in our governance charter. I don't remember exactly what she said, but she was like, yes, those principles, like educate, inform, entertain, like on our highest levels, are how we think about our programming. So to me, that opportunity to do that research project was great, and I also was thrilled because I got to play my classic clip of me saying to you all, I hope you go out there and do acts of service for people. And I think that is actually the core of applied civil rights work. It doesn't matter what form you're doing it in, what you believe, who you're trying to help, as long as you're not suppressing people in the name of civil rights work. But if you're out there doing civil rights work or even just helping others, that's what I was really saying to them in the class. I was saying pedagogically, getting people to learn is one thing, and helping people stay engaged and providing them primary source accurate information. But what's even more special is when you can use that to instill not just a sense of the laws in people, but a sense of morality. Now, I'm quite religious, but I wouldn't say I'm like preachy. I think some people go a little overboard, but they have a right to do that. I'm not really preachy. I'm not going to be like, hey, let's read 4 chapters of the Bible. If I think it's relevant and I want to tell it, like I love Matthew 25:31-46, the parable of the sheep and the goats. If I want to make a point about something, maybe I would bring up a Bible verse, but I'm not going to proselytize. I'm not going to try to convert you. That's not my job. Other people can do that. But my principles are definitely like a blend of kind of like secular legal maxims and then religiously informed moral principles. They kind of combine. It's like a pluralistic structure that's based on toleration and reasonable pluralism, and I try not to let any one comprehensive element of my worldview define the universal moral maxims that I try to live asymptotically in line with, just like approaching but never touching them, because human perfectibility in this context means we can never actually be true to universal moral principles. But I just think that there is something to be said. And I went completely off the track there. I was so excited about the insight that I was rendering there that I went completely off the track. Oh, I was giving my presentation. Applied civil rights work is doing acts of service for others, not from a selfish place, not from a place seeking attention or clout or anything like that, but from a place of reflecting universal moral values. There is a metaphysical component to this. You must both have a noble intent to why you're doing the act of service, and then the act of service itself must be benevolent and kind. And you combine those two things, and I think you have actually manifest true universal human morality. Kant said the only example of the categorical imperative is do not lie, but that structure is very weak because obviously the critique that comes about of that Kantian framework, I think in the 40s or something, from Nozick, one of the libertarians, was like, okay, well, imagine that Himmler or whatever the fuck comes to your door in the 40s and you're hiding Jewish people in your basement, which a lot of people did, by the way. A lot of the resistance was sheltering Jewish people, not just Anne Frank, but throughout the occupied territories in Europe, sheltering Jewish people from Nazi kind of patrols. Okay, so the question to Kant, although Kant was dead by then, would have been, well, Professor Kant, would you lie to a Nazi officer about having Jews in your basement? Because Kant's one example of the categorical imperative is don't lie. And you can see there that, yes, you absolutely should lie. I mean, you either should take out the Nazi. If you can figure out some way to ambush the Nazi patrol and just take them all out, ideally that's what you do. But if you can't do that, if it's just you, you're a lonely farmer and you're harboring 40 Jews and you don't have any choice, say they were protecting my family, who did perish in the camps, unfortunately, what I would want that farmer to do is to lie. Lie to those Nazis and say you have no Jews in your house, and bribe them with some champagne or food and get them the fuck out of there. That's not a violation of the categorical imperative, and that's why Kant's theory falls down. But you know what is an example of the categorical imperative? Absolutely, without question. Doing acts of service for others, but there's a second layer to it, from a benevolent place. And that is Grant's theory of universal morality. I think we can write a textbook on it now. Forget the it's the categorical imperative, but instead of the Kant reference to not lying as the best example, acts of service done from a benevolent place for others is the best example. People used to be able to set their clocks to Professor Kant's daily work in Königsberg. Königsberg is also an exclave oblast. Did you know that? It is part of Russia, but it is surrounded on 3 sides by land that belongs to other countries that are not Russia, and then on one side by water. And so the only way for the Russians to get there is to fly or to take some kind of boat. Exclave Oblast. Maureen Walsh, listen, we have a standard on this channel, which is if you want Grant not to talk about things like Kate Peter working as a PI for a man named Marty Kraft and being far too close to people involved in the Reed and Kearney cases and in turn potentially being involved in the distribution of protected information, then don't ask questions about it. If you don't want to hear about things like Kate Peter and Brian Tully's messages being deleted from Lindsay Catani's phone extraction while that extraction was in the possession of the state police, but before Brian Tully personally leaked a 15-year copy of that extraction, minus only his and Kate's text messages to Aiden Kearney's lawyer, don't ask questions about it. If you don't want to hear about Kate getting cash in a Chick-fil-A parking lot, don't ask questions about it. There's a standard on this channel, and you walked right into that one. Somebody, I think Christina learned that lesson the other day and was like, oh, I'm just not going to do that again. Murder by Maestro says, I think AJ's wife still works at the LADA's office with Lewin. Interesting. I do remember reading something about that. And that, of course, ties into how Marie Russell got involved with this case, Karen Reed's supposed dog bite expert, although there's no dog DNA in this case of any kind. Jen D, what about the 5:23 a.m.? Do we think the state is going to show that she was there and that is who Lucky saw? Yeah, Jen D, so that's a great point. One of the best parts of the Lucky Lofgren cross, which we can watch now. Let's watch it, actually. Thank you so much for this question. Jen D, you are a superstar. I need to see a few more of your comments to confirm you can become an honorary towel, but you are a superstar for that question. Do you know why you are a superstar for that question? Because I am going to... Hold on one second while I actually find it. I'm going to get us Brian, I didn't know I wasn't Lucky, Lofgren's testimony, okay? And we are going to watch Brian Lofgren admit on cross that he misled the federal investigators, didn't get to work until after midnight, didn't see a car until closer to 5, which was when Karen would have been in front of Fairview, and didn't see the scene taped off until after 6:30 a.m. So that is what we're going to do right now, and the way that I'm going to get to this actually takes a little bit of searching to find, because Lofgren's testimony, I wouldn't say I bring it up all the time, because the jury mostly, the jury, even the Karen Reed friendly jurors, discredited Lofgren. They discredited all of Karen's witnesses, actually. All right, here we go. So, let's listen to the clip of the juror discrediting Lofgren. I have that too. All right, so let's start with that. Let's see if I can find each one. No, we're going to start with this one, all right? So let's start with, listen to what the jurors, for people who think like defending Brian Lucky Lofgren is a good idea, listen to what a juror from Karen's first trial thought of Lucky.
Then it was determined that he was not I basically believe that he was not a credible witness.
Wow, that's wild. Do you guys think he was blind?
I can't tell you that. I am colorblind.
I'm so catty sometimes. Is this no, and now we need so hold on a second, because now I'm going to get us the full clip of Lucky on the stand getting obliterated by Adam Lally, and you can see even the pro Karen Reed juror did not find Lally credible. But yeah, so let's listen to this full testimony where Karen Reed only has a few witnesses. We've already watched almost all of them get destroyed. Now let's watch Lucky on cross basically admit he misled the federal investigators, and then the best part of the clip, Lucky gets fucking up there and is like, did you know that this testimony that you gave to the federal authorities, he has Lucky read it, and he's like, did you say that to them? Lucky's like, I don't know. Lucky reads his own remarks to the feds and then says, I don't know, in open court. So I got to make sure this is the one I want. All right, here we go. I think we have both clips, but let's start with this one. Let's watch.
Also indicated to them at that time that you went past Fairview at approximately 12 a.m. and 2 a.m., correct?
I never did 12, but it was definitely 2:30,
so
2:40, 2:35.
That would be inaccurate as well, correct?
Sustained, and only one person can talk at a time.
I apologize. I'm sorry, sir. Please continue and finish your answer.
I didn't hear the question.
Okay. Well, let me ask it again. So as far as if that was contained within a report regarding that conversation in May of 2023, that you went past Fairview Road or went down Fairview Road at 12 a.m. and 2 a.m., that would not be accurate, correct? Okay.
Sustained, ask it differently.
Did you go down Fairview Road at 12 a.m. and 2 a.m.?
No.
If that were contained in a report of your conversation you had in May of 2023, would that be accurate? Okay.
Sustained, ask it differently, Mr. Brown.
Now, as far as that conversation that you had in May of 2023, did you tell those individuals that you saw the vehicle around 1:30 to 2 in the morning?
Again, I don't remember ever saying that.
Is that accurate as far as whether or not you told them that?
Again, I don't remember saying that.
Do you know why? Okay, so just so folks realize, this was the Karen Reed witness who people were saying, oh, Lucky saw a car around 12 or 2 or whatever it was. No, Lucky, that was wrong. Lucky admitted on the stand that that was wrong. You're about to hear him say that if he even said that to someone, he doesn't remember saying it. Bullshit, Lucky. Your story evolved. And we're going to find out that Lucky actually saw a car around 5 or 5:30 a.m., a black car that looked just like Karen Reed's Lexus, which is exactly when Karen might have returned to the scene to confirm John O'Keefe was dead, which means one of Karen's main witnesses destroys a big part of her case. And that Lexus GPS data is only going to make it worse. Lucky's next cross is going to be even worse than this one. But let's keep listening.
Did you see a vehicle around 1:30, 2 o'clock in the morning?
I wasn't on the road at 1:30 or 2 o'clock in the morning.
Correct. Now, do you also recall telling those individuals that Fairview Road was blocked off by cruisers at about 3 or 3:30 in the morning?
Again, that would have been incorrect.
Do you recall saying that in May of 2023?
I do not.
You get what Lally's showing here, right? Lofgren lied to the fucking feds. Lofgren told the feds he saw a car at 12 or 2:30 and then saw that blocked off by police at 3:30. That was a lie. That was wrong. Lofgren says on the stand under oath, he saw that car after 5 and the police barricade wasn't until 6:30, and we're going to hear him say it. So anyone who thinks they're putting faith in Brian Lucky Lofgren, run the other way now. That's a terrible life decision. God bless Mr. Lofgren. I'm sorry about what happened to his family member and all that. That has nothing to do with his testimony in the case, which is fundamentally devastating to read. Lofgren doesn't help Karen at all. At best, he's non-credible, and at worst, he undermines Karen's own case by putting Karen's car at the scene around 5:30. Let's listen.
Yes. Show counsel. Thank you.
So I'm going to ask you to read, join to a document. I'm going to ask you to read this paragraph, this paragraph, and this paragraph to yourself, okay? And then whenever you're done, just please look, right? Are you finished, sir?
Yes.
May I approach this retrieval?
Yes.
Mr. Lofgren, after having reviewed that, as your memory refreshed as to that conversation you had in May of 2023?
No, it does not.
Do you still have...
How can you say that? How can you read the document and be like, I don't remember? It's your own words to the FBI or whoever it was at the feds you talked to. Oh my God, this man is humiliating himself.
After reading that, don't recall telling anybody in May of 2023 that you came in around 11:30 p.m., 12 a.m. on the 28th, 29th.
I never came in at 11:30, 12:30 at night. It was 2:30 call-in.
You don't recall indicating to anyone in May of 2023 that you went past Fairview at 12 a.m. and 2 a.m.?
Correct, never did.
And you don't recall telling anyone that you saw the car around 1:30 or 2 a.m.? Is that correct?
Correct.
And you don't recall telling anybody that the part of Fairview containing 34 Fairview was blocked off at 3 or 3:30 a.m., correct?
Correct.
Now, if the part of Fairview that you were talking about, and you didn't say that in May of 2023, because at 3 or 3:30, the roadway wasn't blocked off, correct?
Correct.
It was blocked off sometime around 6 a.m., correct?
Correct.
And so if you had said that the roadway was blocked off at 3 or 3:30 in the morning, and it was actually 6, then when you saw the vehicle would have been off a little bit as well, correct? Objection.
Sustained.
Seeing the car at 1:32 in the morning, with the road being blocked off at 3 or 3:30 in the morning. If the road's blocked off at 6 a.m., then that actually would have been, you saw a car sometime around 5 a.m., correct? Objection.
Sustained.
Sure you didn't see a black Lexus SUV in front of the house at 34 Fairview Road around 5 a.m.?
No.
Now, you also indicated to them at that time that you went past Fairview at approximately 12 a.m. and 2 a.m., correct?
I never did 12, but it was definitely 2:30,
So if they wrote
2:40,
that in a report, that
2:35.
would be inaccurate as well, correct?
Sustained, and only one person can talk at a time.
I vote. I'm sorry, sir. Please continue and finish your answer.
I didn't hear the question.
Okay. Well, let me ask it again. So as far as if that was contained within a report regarding that conversation in May of 2023 that you went...
Sorry about that. I had to let it replay for a second because I was waiting for my microphone to kick back on. I kicked the cord, which happens occasionally. All right, so I hope you just realize what happened there. Lucky Lofgren was forced to admit by Adam Lally that he was completely wrong about his initial description at the time that he went by Fairview Road, and then it's way more likely that he saw Karen Reed's car at 5:23 a.m. that morning. Okay, moving on to the next question. I apologize. I did want to watch that Lucky testimony, though. Another excellent preview of what we're going to see. If Lucky got demolished like that during the first trial, it's going to be way worse for Lucky during the second trial. Reminder, all towels experience a bit of a dry spell. That's true, Angela Whittick. Anyone can go through a dry spell. Very good moral allegory. Maureen Walsh, he isn't slagging her off, LOL. He is asking simple, important questions about Kate. That's true, Murder by Maestro. God bless you for defending my honor. Murder by Maestro is a valiant honorary towel. Saying Kate took back handlers is slanderous. I don't think Kate took back handlers from anyone. I don't understand what the fuck that means. I didn't even say that. I don't know who she didn't send handlers out as far as I know or take them back. So I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Jew drops. We're all happy towelettes here. That's true. Murder by Maestro. Boundless just made a video admitting he has taken she was trying to say backhanders? Backhanders? I didn't watch Boundless Millennial make a video about anything like that. Are you saying, didn't he make some video where he was like, oh, people offered me money to do clips or something? Like, I didn't know he admitted to getting them. But either way, why is it so crazy, Murder by Maestro says, to think others have done the same? Yeah, I mean, listen, no one's saying that you can't do PR work. I think some of these, like Proctor's family or something, has a PR firm. But it's the undisclosed nature of the relationship between Kate Peter, Brian Tully, Jen McCabe, Norfolk DA. There's just some weird shit there, and I don't know why anyone would ever get close to Kate. Maybe because they thought she was a way to do counterintelligence on Aiden. But, like, the idea that Kate's some deity you can't talk about, that's the stupidest fucking thing. The stupidest fucking thing I ever fucking heard. She's just some PI who got involved in this. It's really what people are saying is like, you can't talk about the networks of soft power on the Justice for John O'Keefe side. No, fuck you. Both sides get held accountable to the same exact standard. The president's wife must be above reproach. I'm a towel. Go fuck yourself, etc. Think about it. If Matt is getting approached, then why wouldn't Kate be? I think Matt is Boundless Millennial. Yeah. Boundless Millennial did give me the compliment the other day. Seems like a nice guy. I think his videos are relatively interesting. And I think he's more honest than Kate. I have no problem with Kevin. I have no problem with Jennifer Coffindaffer, although I'm a little bit worried that Jennifer Coffindaffer would send the ships back with Jews on them under immigration policy during World War II. So I got to have a little sit down with her and just be like, listen, if we get to that point, we are not turning the fucking ships around, Jennifer Coffindaffer. We are accepting the goddamn Jews. We are not sending them to die in the camps. I don't care what you think about immigration. We are saving the Jews. All right, just want to let you know that. So other than Jennifer Coffindaffer's ridiculous views on immigration, I think she's fine. And I think Boundless is fine. And I think a lot of people in that orbit are fine. I think some of the people who are in Kate's orbit are not fine. I know exactly who they are. They're snakes. They're two-faced. They're subversive. They're dangerous. And they couldn't pull off the game they're trying to play if they wanted to. And they should spend their fucking time trying to focus on bettering their own fucking lives rather than being something which they aren't. That's not imposter syndrome, you fucks, that you're feeling. You're literally imposters. But anyway, some of the people around Kate, like I said, Jen Coffindaffer, Kevin, Boundless, they all seem like very fine people. I just think they're a little blinded by this artificial facade that Miss Peter puts out there. But she can go fuck herself. I don't give a fuck what she thinks. She's nobody. All she did was try to manipulate those Netflix producers, but even that's not going to work. Yeah, I don't think any stream can belong to anyone because you're literally up against a wall of fucking towels. So you are a guest here, Clerk Jim, and you will behave as such. Anyone can talk here, but like, good luck trying to troll here. Eva says, Jewdrop says she loves Boundless. I'll try to watch more of Boundless's content. I won't watch it if Kate's involved, but I'll try to watch more of his content in general. Grant is an intellectual, says Eva. Sponge. He's an intellectual sponge. That's hilarious. Love listening to him. I do just say random historical facts sometimes. We can do the presidents again today if you want, just to flex on people. Because David Unetti likes to quote Rutherford B. Hayes, but not actually. He quotes Teddy Roosevelt, but then I mock him by being like, I'm David Unetti. I'm going to quote Rutherford B. Hayes. I'm sure Unetti's like, wait a minute. I never quoted Rutherford B. Hayes. I also accidentally insulted Rutherford B. Hayes the other day. I felt terribly guilty about it. I put him in the wrong part of the president's list, so we may have to do the presidents again today just to honor Rutherford B. Hayes. Murder by Maestro. Oh, good morning, Lisa Cox. Always good to see you. Hi, Callie, Trish. Murder by Maestro. By the way, this is you all's stream today. I'm just going through all your comments and questions. We're talking about the retrial. You're prompting me to say random things, and you can ask questions about Kate Peter at your peril. Murder by Maestro said, we are all adults. There's nuance to everything. I like Boundless and his work, but I can still question his friends. Yeah. So Sole Nina says, it's okay. Grant pronounced Sole Nina. No worries, sir. Oh, thank you. Soul Lee. Oh, no, I'm going to get this. Soul, like the word soul. Lee, like Bruce Lee. Nina. Soul Lee Nina. I got it. Soul Lee Nina. That's helpful. By the way, if I ever pronounce your name wrong, the best thing you can do for me is spell it phonetically. I do my absolute best, but there are some names that are just, it's not that they're complicated, it's that I need to see them phonetically. Or the best thing you can do is say, my name sounds like. So, for example, with Emma and Sema. I'll never get Sema's name wrong again because she was like, my name sounds like Emma. Okay, I can remember that for the rest of my life. I'm going to have to say every single fucking time I say her name, Emma and Sema, but I can do that. Let's see. Maureen Walsh. Boundless Vids TikTok was asked to use his previous short vids. He accepted business style for payment from his previous vids already out there. That is not backhanders. That's legit business. The point is the same, Maureen Walsh, though. Like, you don't have to be sanctimonious. People fucking do this shit for clout and fucking money. And yeah, they may have a strong moral conviction about how they feel about Karen Reed's guilt. But to pretend like it's not a cottage industry, my God. Like, don't gaslight me. I'm a fucking towel. You can't gaslight a towel. Guess you could light a towel on fire. Don't do that, though. No, it is a It is the worst offense possible. It is treason to the towel universe to light a towel on fire. Oh my God, I don't know if I could live with that. If I saw a towel being harmed, I think I would be affected on a personal level. But my point is, we need to hold both sides accountable and not be sanctimonious. And that's Murder by Maestro said that's only half of what Boundless said. I didn't watch that video. I'm relying on you all to relay this information to me. Murder by Maestro says, if you take money to promote a position and don't make it clear that's what's happening, it's a backhander. Oh, yeah, okay. So this is really the point. It's a disclosure thing. For example, you couldn't come to me and be like, let me caveat this. If you were like, Grant, I would like you to go out there and say that you like my product, and I already like your product, like your pizza or something, then yes, I might go to my audience and be like, disclosure, this person heard that I really like their pizza, so they came to me and we were like, Grant, we will give you a year's supply of pizza if you tell people you like our pizza. I wouldn't be lying. I really like that pizza, and I would be happy to not have to pay for it because I don't have any fucking money. But I would tell you all, I would be like, this pizza company wants me to tell you that I like their pizza, and I'm telling you I like their pizza before they came to me, and I still like their pizza, and you can get their pizza too. But that's different than when you're out there making content, whatever, and you're not just generating revenue passively because you're passionate about your beliefs. You're doing it because it's part of a larger apparatus. You must disclose that. The laws and the regulations have not kept up with this shit enough. The FCC is not capable of enforcing it. But if you're doing fucking pay-for-play work, we're going to have another fucking scandal like the radio payola scandal in the fucking 30s. If you're doing that kind of shit, you need to disclose it. And it's not wrong morally. That's what I don't get about the Turtle Boy and all this other shit. And Tommy and whatever, just say, I don't think Tommy's getting paid by Karen, but just say, there is disclosure. I do this work because it helps me fund the work that I'm doing. Just say it. Just fucking say it. But people won't say it, and that's where the integrity issue comes in, and that's where Towel gets on his soapbox and starts yelling. Murder by Maestro says, Matt Boundless was asked to make videos for money while not disclosing it. Is that what he said in his video? I don't really know. Murder by Maestro, I'm taking a lot of what you're saying, and I'm taking what, who was that other person that was talking? So just to show both sides. I took what Maureen Walsh said at face value about what Boundless's stream was about, and I'm taking what Murder by Maestro said at face value. You can think about this as looking at the facts in the light most favorable to the movement, if you want. But I've not seen this video. I'm not going to watch it right now. I'm relying on your representations. Let's see. Someone else said, Grant is so loved, he has more mods than any chat I've seen. That's true. It is literally a wall of towels, and I'm honored to promote you to an honorary towel, Eva. It is wonderful to have you with us. Soleil Nina says, the lens's information is similar to taillight barcodes by means of laser technology done on taillights, headlights, etc. Oh, that's so interesting. I didn't know that. Are you saying it's kind of like when they mark printer paper, so since the 80s, the feds have asked printing manufacturers to mark paper. Do you know why I know about this? I was looking in, I know about this for a number of reasons. I'm not going to tell you about any of them, but I will tell you about, I'm not going to tell you about all of them, but I'll tell you about one of them. I know about this because there was a Pokemon, like a series of test print Pokemon cards in the 90s or early 2000s that had come on the market recently, big money stuff. But they were actually printed on paper that was from like 2018 or something, or 2024, and you were able to figure this out because of the hidden dot pattern. Now, the reason they don't want people to know about this shit is you print something out on almost any type of printer. There's a few that don't have it that are a little bit renegade. I'm not going to tell you which ones they are, and you shouldn't look into this because it will certainly get you on some kind of list. But there are a few printers that every printer, 95% of printers go along with this government mandate, which is that they have these dot series on their paper, and if you shine a special light on it, UV or whatever, you'll see the dots, and you'll be able to identify there's a specific codex for when it was printed, where it was printed, what the model number was, serial number, date, time, etc., etc., etc. And that's enough. Forget about enough. That is information you can use to find the fucking store that was purchased at, pull the security tape, pull the receipt, pull the credit card information. Unless it was bought with cash with someone with a fucking ski mask on, that's enough for a competent investigator to figure out who that person was. So just so you know, every printer you're fucking using out there is tied to you, and you should never print anything that is you don't want directly tied to you. And the government may not want people to know that, but I'm a fucking towel, and I don't work for the government, and I have no obligation to keep that information secret. And if there ever is a time where I have an obligation to keep that information secret, I won't even talk about it. The lens is okay, but thank you for that, Soleil Nina. That was very interesting. Let's see. You know, Clerk Jim says they contacted Court TV, Law and Crime, and others to contest their end of the trial polls. Yeah, you know what you should do? I'll do more debates on those channels, Clerk Jim. What they really need is more voices. They really need towel industrialists on those channels. They need to become far more friendly to towels. No, they are very friendly to towels. I love Julie Grant's show. Love Anjanette Levy's show. I watch Anjanette Levy's coverage of just random trials because she will get up there and she will just tell it exactly like it is. Like, Julie Grant is very passionate from the perspective of defending victims, which I absolutely love. Some of Julie Grant's soliloquies about defending victims in and the witnesses in the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe case are the epitome of online coverage or any coverage of this case. But Anjanette Levy's style, it's wonderful because it's like, cut through the fucking bullshit. Here's what's going on, and here's the problem. And it's always very analytical. So I love both of them for different reasons. Their styles. Julie Grant's passion and Anjanette Levy's kind of analytical, cut through the bullshit mind. And Julie Grant definitely has a cut through the bullshit attitude too, but her passion for victims definitely comes across as her primary motivator, which is wonderful. And then Anjanette Levy definitely comes across as, I am going to cut through this fucking noise and figure out analytically what happened. And both of them have very strong strengths, and I think they kind of represent the apex of Law and Crime and Court TV, respectively. And I would count them among the best national crime reporters that we have in the United States. Definitely Julie Grant and Anjanette Levy. I don't think there are too many people nationally who are on their level. Local true crime reporters and some of the people who cover federal courts, oh, definitely, like Molly out in the SDNY, or the guy who does a lot of great coverage of the fucking immigration decisions going on right now. He's on the ball. There are definitely reporters who are at that tier, but in terms of national TV reporters, those two are the top of their class. And I am unapologetic and unabashed in my praise for both Julie Grant and Anjanette Levy. Let's see. Jewdrop says, Grant turns the chat blue. I am a towel. Lisa Cox says, Grant, you are so funny. Well, I try to keep things light. This is this is all of you's show today. I am just reading through the comments and questions and providing input like only a towel can. Maureen Walsh says, Boundless never used his platform to sway. His output was already out there. Using his prior vids and opinions does not make him anything other than his previous opinions. Made. Stop it. That's a fair perspective, Maureen Walsh, but I'm sympathetic to Murder by Maestro's perspective, which is that disclose it. As long as he disclosed it in real time, like, I get what you're saying. Okay, so when he made the videos, it wasn't paid for, so he didn't have to disclose it. But as long as when you get paid, you disclose it, I don't really give a fuck. I think it's just a transparency question. It's not about what you're doing. I mean, yes, I look at you differently, even though you may tell me over and over and over, I really believe this, etc. I'm always going to look at your perspective differently if you're personally invested in the outcome. It's just like an expert witness who gets compensation. Doesn't mean that I'm going to render you non-credible on your face. Like, I'm not going to render your opinion non-credible on its face, prima facie. But I absolutely am going to think differently, and then I'm going to examine what overlapping webs of connections may be influencing what you're saying and what you're not saying. So I want you to fucking disclose that shit. I will disclose that shit. If somebody tried to pay me, I would come into this stream and say to you all, this person tried to pay me, here's what they didn't want me to talk about, or here's what they wanted me to talk about, and I told them to go fuck themselves. And I think people know that because no one has ever fucking approached me. One time somebody sent me an Instagram DM asking if I wanted to, like, promote products or something. But like I said, I think I even posted about that. And I was like, I got an offer today. I'm not going to take it, but it's interesting. But yeah, no, I just think that's the issue. It's a disclosure thing. And I don't judge Boundless, as I said, or anyone for doing that kind of work, but fucking disclose it. Murder by Maestro says, Maureen Walsh, he clearly said they asked him to make more content for money. All right, well, but murder by maestro, you know what I'm going to say to that. Then that goes to the point, which is whatever content you're making, John O'Keefe, Karen Reed, trial related or otherwise, and you're getting paid, disclose it. Then I have no problem whatsoever. Dewdrop says, I heard that. I respect that, Dewdrops. Maureen Walsh says, it's based on his own opinion. Who cares? I don't. And that, Maureen Walsh, that is perfectly fine. And I think a lot of us don't really care, but the point is the transparency. So if you're saying you can't ask for transparency, well, okay, I'm going to be like, no, okay, I can absolutely ask for that. And it's also not a commentary on Boundless that he's doing this and making money and earning a living. He should just disclose it. And I'm sure Boundless, who clearly did disclose it, would say, yes, I have this opinion, but they also paid me to put videos out or whatever for my prior videos, future videos, and I'm going to tell you in the bottom corner, or I'm telling you now, these are paid videos. It doesn't mean that his opinion is any less valid, but if he doesn't disclose it, then that would bring his credibility into question. But I have no reason to believe he's been doing that. If anything, it seems like the reason we know about this is because he disclosed it. So I think this is people just chirping at each other just because they don't like the personalities of these different creators. And I don't give a fuck about that. It's not the personality. I think some of them are great, some of them are weird, but I don't care about that. It's the authenticity of their perspective and the disclosure that matters to me. I cover all sorts of elements of government where I think some people are wonderful and I think some people are fucking assholes. I still hold them to the same exact standard. It doesn't matter whether I think they're nice or great or heroes or whatever the fuck. Talk to them, never talk to them. Same exact standard. And it goes the same way for this case. I think some of you, not talking to the people in chat, I just think some of you in this John O'Keefe and Karen Reed trial world got so fucking close to either Karen or Turtle Boy or Kate Peter or some of the witnesses or the family or whatever it is, you stopped seeing this for what it is, which is an exercise in the authentic pursuit of justice and truth, and started seeing it as fucking high school, clicking up and defending your friends and all that shit. It's not that. I have no tolerance for that. Those people don't even bother coming in this chat, or if they do come in here, they show respect for just how much this chat and this towel understand about the socio-political historical context of those overlapping concentric social circles that define this sordid tale and have completely disgraced John O'Keefe's legacy. And don't even get me started on the disclosure about raising funds for billboards and websites and tying websites into speaking tours and documentary deals and pumping up people's own personal interests under the auspices of honoring John O'Keefe's legacy. That's just as bad as what Karen and her people were doing, if not worse. Well, on that note, Dewdrop says, justice for John O'Keefe and his family. Lock her up and get the justice they deserve. Dewdrop's the most committed, passionate. You want to see someone who just is committed to actually honoring justice for John O'Keefe. Look at Dewdrops. You see Dewdrops out there promoting themselves or anything? No. Dewdrops has a very passionate position about justice for John O'Keefe, and that is what Dewdrop says over and over and over. It's not go to my website. It's not go here, go there. It's Dewdrops has a passionate commitment to her position, and she shares it. That's what I respect. And there's a lot of you who do that, and that's exactly why I respect so many of you wonderful towel friends. Okay. Now, you all did get into a very long debate, but just remember, we might be 3 hours in. I still made a promise that this is your show, and I'm going to read all your comments, every single one. I promised, and if you all want to get into debates, what we're going to get is Grant weighing in like a referee on your debates. But I promised you I would do it. Dewdrop says, I love Grant's giggle. I do giggle like a towel every now and again. Feels like we've been going for 5 minutes. We've been going for 3 hours. I'm thrilled to have so many of you with me. If you're just joining on, you haven't clicked like or subscribe to the channel, that apparently really helps, Little Towel. I don't understand why doing that while the video is live is helpful, but apparently it is. Hatch says, this trial grabbed me last year. I watched from afar what was becoming the Karen Reed show. Most annoying thing is the true crime grifter channels that I once watched jumping on the side of evil. Fame is a dangerous thing. Grant, says Eva, you are a sponge and we are all towels soaking up your genius intellect. Oh, that humbles, Little Towel. I just relay information as you all need to hear it, and I'm glad that I'm able to help. Francis Futrell says, I love Murder by Maestro, Roberta, Matt, and especially Grant. You are all a testament to the fact that old dogs can learn new tricks. Thank you all. That's true. I realized I was old the other day when I was like, Colin Albert should go out and celebrate. And I was like, how do kids do that? Does he go to a go-kart place I was like, oh God, I'm old. Tricks are for kids, says Clerk Jim. I don't have any tricks right now, but okay. I don't understand, but I remember the Trix rabbit when I was growing up. Trix used to taste a lot better than they do now. They're terrible. They taste very sugary. I had them like a year ago. Francis, ditto to that. Yeah, I agree, Lisa Cox. Christina says, wow, I never knew this. AI just changed it. Oh, I just changed it. You were talking about the comment function. Yeah, Christina, I didn't know about the live chat versus top chat on my back end software either, and that frustrates me because maybe YouTube thinks that it's a lot to have this many comments flooding through the chat for the streamer to read. But for me, that's my favorite part. Yeah, I might get like 10 or 15 minutes behind where you all are in chat versus what I'm reading. But I want to be able to read all the comments. So when I found out that it was not showing me them all, I was like, what the fuck? Why is it set to top chat? It should always show me all the comments. Now, I understand what the logic is of the programmers, which is why would you want to see this? That's a lot. But I like everything, but I want to see all the comments. Kerry Gold said, murder by maestro. When a defendant in England is found guilty, I love how the judge says to the bailiff, take them down. Would love to hear Judge Beverly Cannoni say that, take her down. Yeah, I think, Kerry Gold, you're talking about the Old Bailey, which is really the New Bailey. And what they're saying is take them down to the fucking, like, stocks or whatever the fuck. I don't think it's really stocks anymore, but there's a fucking dungeon in that fucking Old Bailey, and you don't want to be in a British court proceeding as the defendant. It is not pleasant. It is not pleasant at all. Maureen Walsh says, I believe they have an opinion of this case based on our opinions and facts and evidence. Kate really goes on YouTube lives about this case. If she was in the money, she would be doing lives. No, I disagree. Her lives don't get a lot of attention. You see Maureen Walsh, if you look at Kate's YouTube channel, the videos that she does that get attention are about like Cyrax or Chili DeCastro. Her John O'Keefe, Karen Reed coverage doesn't really get more than a few thousand views, and her lives never get above that either. And obviously, lives aren't really generating anything. Like, yes, okay, I may be getting, like, I'm going through something right now and we can talk about it later, so I asked for some donations and people, like, overwhelmed me, sending, like, a few $100s to help me get through the next few weeks. But no, if you want to understand the aristocracy in America, money is untraceable, money is cash, money is influence, money is hairdressing appointments, money is trips, money is literally direct cash payments, money is everything, okay? So you can't, it's not the streams, it's the actual transactions. These people, did you not realize how wealthy some of these people are? You think that Kate would need to do YouTube paltry streams to bring in pennies? No, you want to make that, like, that's real money. That's real influence. People who are set for life and never have to really think about this shit. Some of us actually don't know if we're going to eat. Do you understand? That is not where some of these witnesses are at. And listen, I don't judge it. I grew up with a very wealthy family. I'm not interested in that anymore. But I understand. And that's how I know what this is fucking like. They live in this weird dream world where it's like high school all the time and they look forward to Friday and want to party and whatever the fuck because they have all the money in the world. And they know how to spend it. And the way that they would pay Kate Peter is not by having her do fucking YouTube streams. And she can't really. Like, she's got all these issues going on with Aiden. She's got open criminal cases. Kate Peter is not your ideal spokesperson. Kate Peter's a fucking operative. Now, that's not to disrespect her skills. Listen, you want someone to go in there and fucking, like, hunt down dangerous, like, pedos. You fucking dress Kate Peter up and send her into those fucking chat rooms and you let her do her internet nerd thing and bait those fuckers and arrest those people. That's what Kate Peter's good at. But that's a dirty fucking world. And you gotta really know. It's like running SAS operations in the fucking desert fighting Rommel in the 40s. You're going behind enemy lines. You're not gonna wear the clothes of a soldier, and you're gonna do some shit that's not okay. And that's the type of person that Kate Peter is, in my opinion. Does that mean she's completely non-functional and shouldn't be involved and not be able to help? No, I don't think that. I just think the reason why people are so weird about it and so hush-hush is because she's like their secret agent, whatever the fuck. She's the state-level intelligence operative. No, absolutely not. She's just just one part of a wider intelligence proxy battle between the state police and the DOJ in Boston. And it has way more to do with fucking Sandra Birchmore's murder cover-up than it has to do with anything else. And that's why Kate Peter's more interested in protecting Brian Tully. And that's why I think Jen McCabe's more interested in protecting Brian Tully. You know, yeah, a little bit at first it was about distracting people's attention from Jen McCabe because she was getting tormented by the Turtle Riders, which was completely wrong. She never should have been tormented in that way. But really, I think in the end, it just became about protecting Brian Tully. Why the fuck Brian Tully has so many fucking friends, I don't know. And why the fuck the Norfolk State Police, like, covered up Sandra Birchmore's murder, allegedly, I don't fucking know. But there's something going on there that's very dark, and I'm pretty sure that Brian Tully was in some ways using his investigation of Aiden Kearney and Karen Reed to look into the federal probe. And in the fall of 2023, I think he started asking direct questions about the nature of the federal probe because he heard it was probably expanding into Sandra Birchmore's murder cover-up, which most people involved with that thought had gone away. So there's a lot of shit in this fucking case. And if you want to really be authentic to your principles and hold people the fuck accountable, you can't just close your fucking eyes because it's Kate Peter or Brian Tully or Jen McCabe or whatever the fuck. You can't. That's hypocritical. It disgraces the whole point of this exercise, which is to find truth and justice. And if the fact that the Karen Reed John O'Keefe federal probe is now closed, but led to the cover-up of Sandra Birchmore's murder being exposed is the story, then that's the fucking story. We don't ignore it. We tell it. And that's why I think there's a lot of backroom influence peddling around this case. It's not about just telling the story. It's about telling it a certain way that insulates certain people from accountability from their actions. Because have you ever, listen to me, have you all ever read Truman Capote's In Cold Blood? I said this a long time ago when explaining how I've been approaching this case, and it scares the shit out of me a little bit, but I'm going to tell you the story now. Truman Capote's In Cold Blood is very similar, not in form, but very similar in terms of trying to cover it to the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe case, okay? Now, the Truman Capote's In Cold Blood was not true. It was not true. He famously wrote, "And every word is true," in his book, which led to the DA's son writing his own book called literally "And Every Word is True," that shows that Capote did not write it correctly. Now, here's why Capote didn't write it correctly. That guy, it was like the Tibbetts family or something, the guy who got murdered, that was the victim in the In Cold Blood case that Capote was looking into. That guy was not some fucking, like, farmer, like some, like, quaint farmer. He was connected to the White House, okay? He was like a high-level agricultural, like, power player, all right? And if you read And Every Word is True by the DA's son about the In Cold Blood case, you know what you find out? You find out that the map that the, supposedly, the murder was done, according to Capote, the murder was done as just a robbery. Some guys were in prison. One of the guys had worked on the farm where this wealthy guy lived, and they heard he had some money there, and they were going to go rob him. Well, you know what ends up coming out? The map that that was supposedly drawn by the prisoners in prison when they were going to go rob the farmhouse. It was drawn by the guy who used to work on the Tibbetts farm or whatever it was. That map included updates to the farmhouse that were done while the first guy was in prison. He couldn't have known what that fucking farmhouse looked like as to the schematics and blueprints. It was a hit. It's a fucking political assassination. But did Truman Capote write that it was a fucking political hit? No. No, because he got too fucking close. So do you know how fucking scary it is to start thinking you're covering... Well, first of all, I started covering this case because Brian Riccio was showing Turtle Boy tormenting the witnesses. Do you know how fucking scary it is to start covering this case, and then you find out... You start with the Turtle Boy stuff tormenting the witnesses. Then you find out what Karen did to John. You put all that together. Then you fucking find out about the federal involvement. And then you find out about Sandra Birchmore's murder cover-up. Do you know how scary some of this shit is? And Trooper Garino just gets fucking hit by a drunk driver randomly. The guy who processed the data in Lindsay Gattani's cell phone extraction case and the Birchmore case. Some scary shit. So, you know what I'm trying to say here? It's, don't tell me about how important it is to be respectful of people who are operating in those circles and look the other way as to their misconduct. Because if I weren't saying half of this stuff, I think I would actually be scared for my own safety. Well, I also live with my mom, so good luck with that. But I don't think people understand how deep this goes, how little it has to do with Karen Reed killing John O'Keefe, and how scary some of these people are. It is actually scary. And Kate Peters, one of them. She's not scary in the sense of her platform or her influence. I think she has some connections to people who don't care about morality and have a very ends justify the means kind of approach to life. That scares me. Fucking terrifies me. That was quite a rant. Well, Murder by Maestro and Maureen Walsh, you brought me down that path. Murder by Maestro gets the facts and does hard work, says Sole Nina. I agree. Thank you, Murder by Maestro. Nanya Shabusiness says, dude, gas station pizza rocks. I agree. I'm very excited. I can't believe we've been going for almost 4 hours. I am thrilled. We're not at lunchtime yet, but I am going to go get my 7-Eleven pizza as soon as this stream ends. Murder by Maestro, live in the wigs. Even better if Karen was sitting in the box. Oh, love the wigs. Yeah, British jurists still wear those old powdered wigs. You have to really join the bar over in England. Being a barrister, like, that is an intense. You want to talk about aristocracy? That's real aristocracy. Joining like Temple Bar and all that stuff. Maureen Walsh brings it up again. No need to slag off other creators who share the same stance. Matt and Kate are brilliant in showing a lot of stuff we would never know or contemplate. Really? Now, Boundless, I'm not going to comment on. But you know what? Maureen Walsh, let's take a look at something. You're so eager to weigh in, perhaps against your better judgment. You're so eager to weigh in. Let's talk about something, Maureen Walsh. Let's bring it right up on the screen. I'm a little towel. I post a lot of things, but I know exactly what I'm going for. And we're going to talk about it. Why are we going to talk about it? Because it's important. Maureen Walsh, what is that? What is that, Maureen Walsh? What is that? Please tell me what that is. That is an email only one fucking person in the entire fucking world outside of Karen Reed and Alan Jackson would have. And tell me what that is, Maureen Walsh. Tell me where that came from. The search of Karen Reed's phone? How did that get on the internet? It wasn't fucking through Towel. I found it on social media. You sure, Maureen Walsh? Is this what you want to talk about? Lisa Cox says, I'd love to see Karen in the box. Yes, let's send her to England. Trump, send Karen to England for trial. Hi, none your business. Very good to see you. Soleil Nina says, best wishes in school, study hard. Towel does study hard, I do my best. Murder by Maestro says, my niece is training to be a barrister. Been trying to point her towards innocence fraud. Yes, can she be a prosecutor for the Crown? Murder by Maestro, that would be wonderful. Also, Murder by Maestro, I think of you as like a 24-year-old tech-savvy internet genius, so I'm not sure if you just like, I'm just going to think of you that way. I don't know how old your niece is, and I don't want to know. That would be brilliant, Murder by Maestro, says Kerry Gold. By the way, if you're just tuning in, my name's GrantSmithEllis. Thanks very much for joining me. We're doing a viewer comment and question read stream. This is your stream today. I'm reading through all of your comments and questions. Now, mind you, as I have said, if you bring things up and talk about them, I'm reading every comment and question. So as you guys have discussions, and girls and people and towels, in the comments, I'm reading them. So it's going to take me a little bit to get caught up, but this is your chance to ask me questions about the trial, to say your thoughts about the retrial, to engage, to talk with each other. But that comes with the caveat that as you are doing so, I am then going to eventually come up on those comments and read them. This is unlike other streams. You don't have to send super chats. You don't have to send donations. Just by commenting and expressing your opinion in line with the stated rules as to no derogatory or discriminatory comments and no sea lioning, you are enabled on this channel to discuss. Now, I think Maureen Walsh is getting a little close into sea lioning territory, but I don't know if she knows what sea lioning is. But needless to say, we just got to keep that in mind. It's just the good faith nature of the participation. Don't obfuscate the actual truth of what's going on. And ideally, don't ask questions that you don't want the answers to. And ideally, only ask questions that you already know the answers to. But if you really don't know the answer and genuinely want an answer, I'll be happy to give it to you. Maureen Walsh says, Murder by Maestro, nobody is slagging off Boundless. Yeah, I agree. I think I've actually been complimenting Boundless over and over and over again, and then pointing out how Kate Peter, in my opinion, is manipulative and dangerous. Heitch, did you see Kev from Masshole Mafia debate the Scandinavian? First of all, Kevin is not from Masshole Troll Mafia. Kevin is from Yellow Cottage Tales. I think Kate Peter would love people to think she has this brand. But no, Kevin is his own person, and I'm kind of worried if Kevin went on his own and tried to ditch Kate, Kate would retaliate against him. Like, I get a little concerned about that. Kate seems a little possessive. I think she kind of collects human souls a little bit. Worries me. I think her and Karen would be friends if they weren't on opposite sides of this case. Let's put it that way. He may as well have debated a cabbage. Talk about stupid. I think that's Heitch talking about the person Kevin debated. I didn't watch that debate, so I don't know. I think it was some guy named Broken Baker, maybe? I don't know. I didn't watch it. I must leave for now. See you all next time. Sole Nino, it was great to see you. I hope you have a good rest of your day. Angela Wittick says, we love Hank Brennan. Everyone loves Hank Brennan, except for Karen Reed. It sounds like you are, though, for money. Who are you talking to, Maureen Walsh? Are you just saying things now to gaslight people who are pointing out explicit details about the way in which overlapping concentric social circles of influence undermine cogent public discourse in the pursuit of private ends surrounding the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial? After I've drank in 200 milligrams of a Swedish Fish energy drink, do you think you're going to be able to gaslight me? You're out of your mind. Dewdrops says goodbye to Sole Nina, Angela Wittick as well. Nunyan Business, BBC brought us The Last Kingdom. BBC brought us a lot of interesting things, including the 1984 adaptation of the Sherlock Holmes canon with Jeremy Brett, that I think is the greatest piece of film or cinema ever produced and put on television or the big screen. And that's saying something, because I'm a Kubrick fan. Go Hank, says Lisa Cox. Team Hank, says Dewdrops. Murder by Maestro says, Grant clearly has a stance on Kate's involvement. To try to reduce it to just slagging off is just ridiculous. Yeah, that's gaslighting. Exactly, Murder by Maestro. And remember who has the wrench, Murder by Maestro. You, not her. Nobody is above question. Doesn't matter what you stand for or what victim's family you are close to. Yep. The Clerk Jim says, sometimes you got to teach them the law. By the way, I'm not a lawyer. I'm not your lawyer. None of this is legal advice. I'm a towel. Get a lawyer if you have a question. If you have questions about the law, get a towel if you are looking to prove that unconditional love still exists in a world seemingly intent on mocking and ridiculing that sacred concept at every turn. Towel has unconditional love for you all, even if you push towel's limits sometimes. Towel has no unconditional love for people whose souls are irredeemable, though. We must condemn them to hell. They must burn in the pits of hell. Now, I don't pass judgment on that, but I'm following the dictates of my Lord. Mo says, but are you 100% cotton? I don't know how much percent cotton I am. As far as I'm aware, I'm like 80% water, and I think there's some hydrogen in there, maybe some oxygen, obviously, and then I think there's some other molecules, and there's some DNA. But as far as I'm aware, my anthropomorphic form does not have any cotton in it. Now, I will get back to you on that. I don't know if we can run a test to determine if there is any cotton within me. I'm pretty sure there's none. But Mo, I will get you an answer to that. I'm a little perplexed by your question, but you have a right to ask. Kerry Gold says the BBC is not what it once was. Yeah, I think the BBC has become very politicized, but you have to look at the machinations of British politics really post Jack and Mac, and you got to look at each subsequent development and the way the ebbs and flows between Labour and Conservative and whatnot, and Lib Dems coming up and the Greens, and then the pressure from the fucking BNP, and then you got to think a little bit about the DUP up in Northern Ireland, and remember, like, the British politics, as I'm sure you all know, is not very simple to understand. So the governance of the BBC is even more convoluted because it's theoretically independent, but it really answers to the government. And so the BBC doesn't actually exist as an entity. It's a subservient arm of the intelligence apparatus. And if you really want to get your mind blown about fucking domestic British news coverage, look up D notices. You all don't, like, did you ever look up that case about the diplomat, what was her name, that killed the guy, Anne Anne, whatever her name was, Dulkis, the CIA agent or whatever she was, in England, who drove on the wrong side of the road, fucking crashed into a guy, killed him, got flown out of the UK under diplomatic cover. You know what I mean? The BBC was not allowed to show her fucking picture. I saw modern pictures of her. They were only allowed to run her wedding photo from the fucking 80s because they got a fucking D notice telling them they couldn't. Anne Sokolos was her name. She killed a young man riding a motorcycle because she was driving on the wrong side of the road outside of a military base, and her husband were both deep cover intelligence operatives in the UK. I don't think they were actually operating in the UK. They were just operating out of the UK. And Sokolos. And your government issued D notices to the BBC, the Guardian, whatever, telling them they couldn't run her picture, her modern picture. They could only run the old picture. British government has a lot of control over the press. You have no First Amendment rights, so just remember that. The government is the press in England. Pedagogically, is that the one related to Petrodactys? No, pedagogically means related to teaching. That's a very good word. And then someone else said atheified, which I don't even know what that is. Seems like it's Greek. Maureen Walsh says, I'm surprised by you, maestro. Not sure why you're pushing buttons. No, Maureen Walsh, we know what gaslighting looks like. You are pushing buttons, and Murder by Maestro didn't insinuate anything about anyone getting paid. He relayed the fact that Boundless said he was offered in a transparent manner money for his content. It sounds nefarious and incongruous. Not fair to insinuate. Grant gets donations, basically the same. No, those are two very different things. First of all, I am very transparent with my donations and what I ask for and what they're being used for. And beyond that is nothing. You could not approach me and say, Grant, I want to give you money to make videos. If you want to donate money because I made videos, that's great. But you are not going to be able to contract with me for fucking shit. That's the fucking difference. And that's, Maureen Walsh, why some of your friends don't like me. Because I'll tell them to go fuck themselves. Fuck you. Fuck your deals. Fuck your book. Fuck your platforms. And shove it up your fucking ass if you have a problem with it. And I have no problem saying it to them, which is why they don't like it. And I also have a lot of fucking friends. You ever read my Instagram and I don't mean those kind of friends. I mean political friends. You ever read my Instagram or Facebook or LinkedIn? Look at the government agencies I cover. I don't think you all realize. I try to explain it to you. What I am doing is very different than what these other content creators are doing. And I'm not being pompous or pedantic or condescending. I just don't. You cannot buy me. I built this platform on my own. I don't want money for it. And it is completely different than the people who do this for a living or on contract. Okay, and second of all, I do literal oversight. I mean, I'm pretty sure you all should realize at this point that, like, I'm a watchdog, okay, and I have connections. I have sources and connections everywhere, like, not just local, state, federal, like, wherever I need to go to talk to people, I have people. That's just the nature of the work that I do. It's oversight work. So that not only is it an insult, it is actually gaslighting. Because you're comparing apples and oranges on purpose to undermine the discussion about transparency and integrity related to contract work. You're not going to get, literally, I don't even think you're going to last very long on this stream because you're gaslighting at this point, and that's considered sea lioning. Carrie Gold, what part of England are you in, says Eva. My mother was from Lake Windermere. Towell studied in Bath for a little bit. I lived right behind the Royal Crescent where Nicolas Cage has a house. And Towell used to hang out with people who sold The Big Issue. That was Towell's favorite thing to do in the entire world. Lisa Cox says, let's all get along. You heard the ruling from Lisa Cox. Lisa Cox is an honorary Towell, and if Lisa says get along and people aren't getting along, well, we might have to move along someone who doesn't have a wrench. Maureen Walsh says, Murder by Maestro, a donation is read out on stream. Taking money for content without telling your audience is very different. Exactly. Carrie Gold says, Eva, I'm in Mass, but have lived in a few places in Europe, including London. Towell loves London. My favorite area of London is definitely by, what's that theater there? It's kind of nestled into like a side street. The Savoy. I love that area. That's a wonderful area of London. Maureen Walsh, I personally had asked questions for Kate and asked her directly. She lashed out. I asked Twisted the same questions, and she gave honest answers and reflected on them. Yeah, I think a lot of people who get close to Kate are willing to say when Kate does wrong. It's Kate who can't, in my opinion, come to terms with the fact that, like, she has done inappropriate things and on multiple occasions and got caught for it. That's why when Kate ran those donation drives for the protest that she didn't organize last summer, that was Lindsay who organized those protests, or some of them. Kate got invited at the last minute. When Kate ran the donation drives on Facebook without telling the protesters on the ground, Kate got in a lot of fucking trouble, in my opinion, on different groups. And like that, just because people won't talk about it because they want to keep the peace. Come on. Do you know how often I get approached and people are like, Grant, can't you just wait a little bit? Like, we know what you're saying about Kate has merit. Can't you just wait? And it's like, all you're really asking me to do is stay quiet because you feel that this person knows something about you that you don't want out there. That's my first read if you say that shit to me. And then my second read is, or you're gratuitously asking me to enable bad behavior because this person happens to align with your goals in another way, trying to accomplish whatever you want PR-wise or whatever the fuck. And maybe that's noble, but I'm still not going to look the other way. Go fuck yourself. Maureen Walsh, sorry, says Murder by Maestro. Sorry you're surprised, but nothing has changed. Nobody is above being questioned, including myself. Yep. Nobody, absolutely nobody. And if you try to imply that someone should be, you're just going to get, like, nobody in these comments is going to take you very seriously. What is the plot to, wait, is this the plot to Outlander? I haven't seen Outlander. Maureen Walsh says, so you want them to let you know when they get a donation or a payment. What are you, Gestapo? Oh my God. Are you calling a Jewish person the Gestapo? Why are you doing that? None of your business. Boundless is already explained. Not this case, though. Get your facts right. All right, I don't know who you're talking to. I don't think you should be calling Jewish people the Gestapo, first of all. Second of all, that's not a very good point because, yes, that's the whole center of the discussion, that people should be transparent. So it's not being a Gestapo to do that. That's how our fucking government functions. These people are in the orbit of the fucking government. Stop gaslighting. But was Tully wearing shorts during the deletions? I don't know. Clerk Jim, I'm pleased to answer your questions, but I have no idea what the fuck that means. I'm in the doghouse, says Christina. Christina's fighting her way back. Christina one time, and Christina's question wasn't really even it was a fair question, and you know, I think I answered it, but Christina right away was like, okay, like I understand if I'm going to ask about Kate, I'm going to get the facts and I'm going to get it from Grant in a way that he feels is relevant to this relaying of the tale, and I have to know that. Okay, well, Maureen Walsh did not learn that lesson apparently, and Maureen Walsh wants to hear all of the details because she continues to engage, and I'm not really sure why that is. It's like that Malcolm in the Middle episode when the older brother would go to drill military school, and the commander would be like, you can all thank the older brother after I leave. Jew drops. Murder by Maestro. I did like watching Twisted, but the constant pressure to donate got me down. It's just constant. I did tell her that as well. I know creators deserve donations, but it got overbearing. Huh. All right, so I don't watch a lot of Twisted streams. Here's my opinion on that. So I think you all have probably seen it here. The way that it works here is it's kind of like PBS. If you've ever watched PBS, they run their programs for like an hour, hour and a half, and then at the end of the program, it kind of says something like, the only reason this station exists is because it's viewer funded, et cetera, et cetera. So that, I mean, my immediate reaction is like, I think people should do it on a cycle. Like if you're doing, what you're really doing is providing a public information service. So you're not doing like PR content for a client, like whatever. If you're really doing a public information service, then yes, you should limit it. This is just my opinion. Content creators can do whatever the fuck they want. But yes, you should limit it to like once an hour, once every hour and a half, and you shouldn't just be saying, like, okay, that, for example, yesterday I said like, oh, I have a GoFundMe up because I have a family emergency. Here's what's going on. That's different. I'm never going to knock on someone for running a GoFundMe because they got an emergency. But yes, I don't think that like every 5 minutes people should be like, please send a donation, please send a donation. I think that's ridiculous. Personally, I would never do that. If I need to say to you as a donation read, like, okay, I don't have sponsors, so once every 90 minutes I'm going to say to you, here's how this stream is supported, that's fine. But like every 5 minutes, I don't know. But I also want to caveat that by saying I barely have time to review some of the comments that I miss on my own stream, not to mention watch other people's streams. So I'm relying on you all to say this to me. I'm taking what you're saying at face value, and I don't know that she's saying, Elise is saying she needs donations all the time, or the context of why she's saying it. I'm just relaying the comment that I read in the stream. Angela Wittick says, Marie Jack Russell. Francis Fortel says, I need to get over 200 tomato plants ready to give away, and instead I'm listening to Grant. Oh, I'm sorry we can't figure out a way to simultaneously have you listen to Towel while preparing to give away your tomato plants, but I do love the fact that you're giving away tomato plants in line with our spirit of service to others, and maybe you can dub them honorary towel tomatoes when you deliver them to the person and say, my friend thinks he's an anthropomorphic towel, and he told me to tell you that these tomatoes have been blessed as honorary towels. It's 2:48 where Jew Drops is. Yeah, that sounds about right for England. I said I was going to talk until I could go get lunch, and I've almost done it. I got to go another hour. So it seems like you're going to get 5 hours of me today, folks. I said I'm going to do an 8-hour stream one day, but today is not going to be that day. This is really your stream more so than anything else, though. I'm having a fun time reading all of your comments and going through your questions. Eva said, Boundless did a recent video of Lucky plowing that morning on Cedar Crest, not Fairview. Yeah, I'll take a watch of that. Like I said, I don't think Boundless Millennial makes bad content. I think he makes good content. I think it's very, it's more on the entertainment side, but he also informs and entertains. I'd give him a program if I ran a TV station or something. I think he's hilarious. Jewdrop says, I can't cope with her saying, let me see who's donated. And one day she said she was live for half an hour. No one donated. I just couldn't bear it. Anyway, all good. Yeah, like I said, I don't watch those streams. I'm not going to comment. For example, okay, so I feel extremely, the reason I'm not judging her is I feel extremely guilty sometimes when I end a stream. If I look down at my phone because I was so engaged with the comments and someone sent over even if it's $5 or $25, whatever donation, and I don't see it till after the stream, I go write a message to that person of thanks, but I would much rather see it in real time so I can say this was my reaction, thank you. But I don't know the full context, but I also understand that kind of impetus to be I don't want to, not even disrespect, but I don't want to miss the opportunity to genuinely say thank you for someone who supports what I'm doing. So I don't know. I want to be a little bit tolerant of people who want to do these streams in the interest of providing their public information service. But again, we're not going down that road. I cannot look at the merits of that. I don't have time to analyze all those videos. I'm just reading your comments, and this is your stream, which is why I'm doing that. Christina says it's 9:50 in the morning. It's actually closer to 11 where I am, so there you go. Twisted is good friends. Maureen Walsh says, Twisted is good friends, either Kate, with Kate. It says either Kate. Yeah, so it's supposed to be with. Twisted is good friends with Kate. Wait, what? What? She is? Twisted knows the score. Kate always answers. If you don't like her recourse, your questions must have come across as nefarious. Wait, I don't think Twisted and Kate are friends. Who is saying this? Do you know this for a fact, right now, Maureen Walsh? I think you might have blew up some people's spot with that shit. Let me take a screenshot of that. Too late now. You're not going to be able to delete it. That's some weird shit. I got to look into that. Keep talking, Maureen Walsh. This is helpful. Let's see. Yeah, I think Adam Lally sufficiently destroyed Lucky Lofgren's credibility, Clerk Jim. We know that. Hank Brennan, eat the chips and pop the bag of defense expert witnesses. Yeah, I don't think any of the Reed defense expert witnesses, Angela Whittick, are going to do very good. Eva says, yes, Grant, the Ford Edge is the same size as the Lexus that Karen had. Yep. Also, Lucky's colorblind, so of course Lucky has no idea what color the car was. Jewdrop says, Angela, you are so funny. Angela Whittick says, pop, I can hear the defense expert credibility bag popping now. Maureen Walsh says, me too, JI5. Hence why my comments to Maestro are never ending. I'm here to tell him to stop slagging off Boundless and Kate by saying they're in this for back H money. That's not a sentence. Second of all, why are you conflating Boundless and Kate? Why are you just trying to associate Kate with Boundless to make her look better? Boundless is no one's criticizing Boundless right now. If anything, I think people were, at least I was applauding Boundless for his credibility. So you're being transparent, Maureen Walsh, at least. So kudos to you for that. You just want to cover for Kate. Fuck yourself. Maureen Walsh, I don't think Twisted and Cater friends anymore, or at least not anymore. Yeah, I was going to say, Maureen Walsh, don't say stupid shit. You're going to cause all sorts of drama. Like, who are you and what are you doing here and why are you doing this? It's not, all it's doing is causing problems. Like, if your goal was to diffuse tension, all you've done is expose Kate, in my opinion. So, terrible life decision. Go on Discord and tell her you fucked up. Send Jen McCabe my regards. Say hi to whoever the fuck is on there for me. Kerry Gold says, the Commonwealth has footage of Karen taking a left onto Dedham Street that morning prior to going to Jen's house. That turn to Jen's house is after Dedham. Yeah. Kerry Gold, we'll have to look at the map, but I think you're right. It's after Dedham. Yeah. And I think there's the 5:07 a.m. Karen leaves John O'Keefe's house. 5:08 a.m. Karen Reed is seen on, or 5:11 a.m. Karen Reed seen on video near the waterfall. 5:18 a.m. she's over by the train station heading up towards Fairview. 5:23 a.m. voicemail to John, and then she doesn't get to Jen's till after 5:35, and it doesn't take 12 fucking minutes to go from 34 Fairview to Jen's house at all. It would be like 4 to 6 minutes, 8 minutes at best. Let's see. Hopefully there's 18 minutes unaccounted for. Jen's is only 1 to 2 miles from Dedham Street. Yeah, that's right, Eva. Exactly. Roberta Walsh is selling merchandise. They don't even do that, I think. JI5, who do you think bought all those shirts and like then couldn't sell them because people started raising questions about how the shirts were bought? And you can't even sell shirts for no profit unless you register it with a certificate of solicitation and shit. So, like, Roberta can sell shirts, especially if it's registered as a fucking LLC. It's not something I would do. But people, I mean, that to me, I think it's pretty normal. Other people sell merch. I think it's a little weird around criminal trials. But then again, I was talking about selling towels, not around a criminal trial, just the idea of selling towels. So I don't know. I don't see merch as bad. It's the disclosure. If Roberta Glass is selling merch and it's registered under a business entity or in whatever, her EIN, and she is disclosing it, then it's not the act of selling the merch. Is their disclosure. So if those Justice for John O'Keefe shirts or whatever had a certificate of solicitation attached to a for-profit or a non-profit, whatever the fuck, that's not a problem. That's what I think people don't really get. Maureen Walsh says, I think they're still okay. JI5, I've been on Elisa's live. Elisa never said anything bad about Kate. Mentioned her last vid was brilliant. Listen, Elisa's complex towards Kate. I'm not. That's for her to figure out. All right. I think a lot of people obsequiously just fawn over Kate because they think it'll get them access or something. And it's like, what the fuck do you care? Fuck access. You can't cover something and be doing it because you want social friends and fucking access. That's stupid. Stupid, stupid, stupid. Kerry Roberts will be an unflappable witness again. I agree. Did you notice they didn't even cross Kerry Roberts during the first trial? Hank Brennan will underline the description of John's eyes. Right eye swollen like a golf ball on the left normal. Yep, and that's exactly what head injuries do. The onset of swelling is from one eye to the other. Yes, Eva, says Kerry Gold. You don't turn left on Dedham to get to Jen's house. You keep going straight. Maureen Walsh, JF5 says, Maureen Walsh, I don't think Twisted and Kate are friends, though. Maureen Walsh says, that's sad to hear, JI5. Yeah, well, I'm glad you pulled that one back, Maureen Walsh, because you almost just caused, I'm sure, an apocalyptic drama storm for that strange high school clique that spends their lives thinking about what they think about each other. They should all spend less time thinking about their social lives and more time thinking about how to serve the public. Let's put them all in a fucking convent. Let's put Kate Peter in a convent. I think that's where Kate Peter belongs. That's what the poll's going to be. I have a great towel poll coming up for you all. It's going to be, we're going to get the real opinions of the towel friends. Should we, is it called a nunnery? I have to look up how to spell convent. CONVENT. no, not the convention center. I want to know how to spell the word convent. You don't really hear the word convent these days. We don't really need to deal with sending people to nunneries. Yes, a convent. Okay. Should we put Kate Peter in a convent? Yes. No. What the hell is going on? Okay, your choices as to whether we should put Kate Peter in a convent are yes, no, what the hell is going on? The first answer is yes. I think we figured it out. The solution to this hell is that we put Kate Peter in a convent. I'm thrilled that I was the first one to come up with this idea. I think we have found something that unifies the Free Karen Reed and pro-justice for John O'Keefe side. We are going to call the Catholic Church and get Kate Peter put in a convent. Now, mind you, I just want to be clear that Kate Peter once told me that she thought religion was bullshit. And that's why we have to put her in a convent, so she can come to the Lord. Imagine if we had a section of state law where instead of sending someone to the hospital to section them, you could send them to a convent. Is that illegal? Can we look into that? Is it constitutional to allow people to commit people to nunneries? You did this, Maureen Walsh. You did this to yourself. All right, let's see. Boundless videos are good and funny, says Jew Drops. We should all keep the... Oh, Jen D says, by the way, this is your stream. I'm reading all your comments. As much as I'm having fun talking about sending Kate Peter to a nunnery, I'm reading your comments, your insights, your remarks, where this is all about you today, because we're fully caught up on the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial. All the documents, all the evidence, everything can be found on my social media feeds. And so now this is about your questions, your comments, your insights. We should all keep the tumultuous trial. I think we can all co-sign those wishes, Jen D. Rehab says, did Karen return home, pat down Sherman past the library, missing video away, or three-point turn like her statement? That's a good question, Rehab. And if you look at the maps, her route of travel leaving the scene is very important, and she claims she did one kind of turn, she claims she did another. Her story evolved. JI5 says, Jen D, maybe Karen Reed never wants to admit it. Imagine the Free Karen Reed reaction if Karen admitted she was guilty. I think that's what JI5 was saying. I agree. Def Otter, it's so wonderful to see you. How are you doing? Def Otter says, howdy towels and towelettes. We are doing a user stream. Def Otter, there was a little bit of tension over Kate Peter going on in the comments. I'm not exactly sure if it's resolved itself since I decided to start weighing in. But it's great to see you no matter what, and I trust that your towel integrity will help guide us through these waters as people yell at each other in the comments. But they must retain their spirit of towel respectability, and we must disagree without being disagreeable. And also, I'm a towel. Harpo says, Maureen, I thought he was referring to KR Defense, but I could be wrong. Can't imagine what other case it would have been. Oh, Boundless covers other cases, I think. I don't cover all of them, but he does. Lisa Cox says, I love Julie Grant and Anjanette Levy, too. Oh, God, I'm really far back in the comments if we're just getting to the Julie Grant and Anjanette Levy speech. Boundless says, Brown Eyed Girls, Boundless stated he was approached to use video he had already done. Okay, well, more power to him for being transparent about it, Brown Eyed Gal. I love your reference to the Doors song, if that's what it's about. Or Van Morrison, excuse me. Barb417 says, taking a plea would admit guilt to her donors that she's been duping. Yeah, but there's no more money coming in, so what's the value of her not just admitting it? Duping them for more money that's not coming? There's only so much blood you can draw from a stone. Burgers and blunts, says Clerk Jim. Well, I haven't had burgers yet. I'm going to get 7-Eleven pizza. Jewdrop says a good way to help the stream out is to hit the like button. Yes, if you're just joining in, one of the greatest ways to help the stream is to hit the like button and subscribe, especially because I'll answer all your questions and comments. And you never have to send super chats because I'm a towel. Jen D says, Barb, yes, very true. I guess if it was me, I would rather do that than spend many years in prison. But again, I'm not a narcissist. Yeah, well, Jen D, I think most people would have taken the plea. Kerry Gold, Rehab, Dedham onto Washington, Washington onto Pleasant, Meadows is just off Pleasant. Pleasant Street is before the library. Interesting, Kerry Gold, tracking why Karen took the strange route, circumlocuitous that she did. Maureen Walsh says, Harpo, Matt is a very big source on TikTok vids. It was a case before KR as far as he said. Yeah, that's right, Maureen Walsh. Boundless says, like, I don't do TikTok, but TikTok is like a whole different world over there, and he has his own community, I'm sure. And even Aiden was going to war with the Free Karen Reed TikTok community the other day. The TikTok's a very insulated place. Its audience skews younger, too, I think. I think my audience is mostly 24 to like 65 plus, and TikTok audience definitely skews younger. I have 0% viewers below age 24, and I'm very pleased with that. I don't want younger people listening to some of these gory details. I don't want to present it to them, and so I'm thrilled. But I bet Matt's numbers, or Boundless's numbers, if you looked at his demos, I guarantee you a lot of his traffic is from people around 18, some lot younger, some older, but it's a younger demographic. It's just what TikTok is. Now listen, younger people are citizens. They need to be informed, and people like Boundless are doing a good job of it, but it's not my style. Like, my classmates like it, and they do like really cool TikToks, and they show in class how they do it, and they engage, but it's not my format. It's too quick. I don't like the vertical video. It's just not for me. Instagram is hard enough for me because I have to format everything so uniquely for it. Yeah. Okay. Hi, Grant, says Lazy Susan. Lazy Susan, it's so wonderful to see you. I love your name because it's a pun on a type of chair, and we need more chairs within the towel universe. I think chairs can be considered a form of towel. Barb417 says, Jen D, I am too. I think a plea has to be offered to her. Maybe not in this case. It was when it was only manslaughter in 2022. Yeah, I don't know what the plea is, but I would imagine they're trying to get her to plea. It's not because they want her to. It's because Karen is going to, for no reason, go through this trial and risk life. And the state's probably saying to her, we know we can get the votes. We know we can get the votes. We know we have the votes, so why not take this deal? But we want Aiden Kearney in exchange. We'll give you whatever the fuck, 12, 18 months, whatever the family's okay with. We'll give you that deal, but you got to give us Aiden Kearney. And if I were Karen, I would jump at that shit. That's the only way she's getting off at this point, with less than 5 to 10 years in prison. And she can't go to prison. She cannot. I know people who have gone to Framingham. She cannot go to prison. She's not Barrett Brown. She's not going to be like some legal savant in there. Listen, I said we can't sexualize people, but we can still describe them. She is not ugly. She is small. That is a prison. So she can be in PC the whole time, but it's easier to do an 18-month stint in PC than it is to fucking do one, like to do 5 to 10 years in PC. And she is famous, so they might see her. She's not getting home confinement, though. She's got to do prison time. Even if she gives up Aiden, she's got to do prison time. I would say 2 to 3 years. That's my gut. My gut is the state doesn't want to come off 2 to 3. But even that's fucking low. Like, I think Brennan would probably... I never talked to Hank Brennan. I don't plan on talking to Hank Brennan because that's the only way I can do this analysis. If I were Hank Brennan, I would start at 4 to 6. Start at 4 to 6, see who comes down, see what she comes down with, see what she says, see how she responds. But that's what I would do. I would straight up look for 18 months, but start at 4 to 6. And I think if you're Yannetti and Jackson, you know it's never going below 18, so you open with 12. And then you get Brennan comes down 4 years or 3 years, you go up 6 months, and Karen's happy. That's how I would sell it to Karen. I think Karen probably wants to see what we're going to see going into this trial before she decides whether to take a plea. I would wait to see the full jury. I would wait to find out if Aiden's going to be able to, he's not getting out of the subpoena, but I would wait to see that Lumen Martin hearing, and then I would make the decision on the day of opening that morning. If she is going to plea, it'll be that morning. The night before or that morning, in my opinion. All right. Let's see. Diana Natali says, KR fundraiser May 1st at Tuscany Restaurant, Peabody. $100 a person. Restaurant has received numerous calls. Apparently, the owner has changed their mind because of Turtle Boy. Yeah, I'm a little bit confused as to why this Tuscany restaurant supports an alleged cop killer. And if they are just neutral, does that mean they're going to host a fundraiser for John? Like, I don't get it. Def Otter says, Grant, are you more of a baklava towel or a baklava? Towel does not wear facial coverings like that. You can get on lists very easily like that. But Towel will eat baklava, the Greek dessert. Towel likes those. They're very delicious. And one time I think I spelled them wrong, and I was like, I'm going to get a baklava. And someone was like, Grant, you cannot eat or I was like, I'm going to get a baklava. And they were like, Grant, that's a balaclava. And I was like, I'm not Greek. I'm a towel. Yeah, let's see. Exactly, Brown. Not to produce extra vids based on more. He'd already put vids out when approached to use his vids mainly on TikTok. All right. Well, I'm glad we got to the bottom of that discussion, which was entirely unnecessary. Paul O'Keefe's kids are forgotten in this, says Barb417. John loved them like the two other kids. That's very true. John was a wonderful to stand up in those moments and help his adopted niece and nephew. Lisa Cox says, Barb, I agree. It's very sad. I hope the kids are doing okay. Dewdrop says, Barb, you are so right. It's so very sad. Barb417 says, me too. Harpo says, Maureen, I don't waste time on TikTok, but okay. Yeah, well, it's not really for older people. Snow Remover says, pretty sure that some of the law tubers are being paid. Yeah, but I also heard from John DePetro's reporting that a lot of that money cut off when Karen started running low on funds. So I think the only people still left doing it, I bet they do like dono splits. I've always had a feeling that it's like a dono split. Like, okay, you can do Karen Read streams and raise donos, but you can only keep a certain amount. That's what I think. I think there's some secret agreement. I can't prove it, but that's my gut feeling. Kevin Spacey smirk isn't as big. Lisa Cox says, I'm not on TikTok. Or onto TikTok. Yeah, me neither. I see you're all battling over the poll about sending Kate to a nunnery. This is hilarious. Kate was probably on her Discord like, go in there and vote and don't send me to a nunnery. But hold on. It's a very close vote. It is very close. Kate Peter might be able to escape getting sent to a nunnery. I think it would do her a lot of good, though. Justice for John O'Keefe and his family. Lock Karen up and get the justice the family deserves, says Jew Drops. I agree. Lazy Susan says, is there a way to get a hold of you privately, like a public email? I want your take on a few legal strategies in regards to mass. Sorry to be vague. I'm not asking for legal assistance. Well, I can give you like my lay opinion. I can't assist you with legal matters, and I'm not a lawyer, and I'm not giving you legal advice. But like, if you were like, Grant, do you have an opinion on like this ruling from an ideological perspective? Sure, I do that all the time. I'll find a way to contact you, Lazy Susan. Facebook might be the best way to do it. Typing in GrantSmithEllis will get you to where you need to go. Jew Drops, do you have a website? This may be exactly what he was talking about. I have a website, which is GrantSmithEllis.com, but I don't know if that's necessarily the best way to reach me. I would recommend Facebook.com/GrantSmithEllis. Grant, thank you. You made me laugh. Oh, or smile. I'm pleased, Jew Drops. I don't know what Grant, thank you. You made me blush. I'm with the 1,000 John O'Keefe supporters. Oh, yes, I was saying wonderful things about Jew Drops and how they are just constantly supporting their position from an authentic place and never doing anything other than just supporting. And so these are the unsung people that we should be putting in documentaries and whatever. It's the people who don't ask for it. You used to not campaign to be president for a reason. We should be putting people in these things who don't ask to do it. Anyone asking to do it is a problem. Can't wait to see Natalie on the stand, says Barb. Oh, yeah, Natalie, the intermediary between Turtle Boy and Kearney until Natalie had a falling out with Karen in the summer of 2023 because Natalie called Karen late at night and Karen didn't like that Natalie was bothering her, which is kind of weird. Karen's a bit of a narcissist. Before that, they used to talk about houseplants. Karen really likes houseplants, apparently. I don't really understand why. Anyway, after Natalie stopped talking to Karen, then Aiden started talking to Karen directly. And then Aiden started telling Lindsay Gattani, the journalist, about his contacts with Karen and how Karen was bragging about how she was talking to Josh Levy. And then that blew the whole thing up. And then Karen stopped talking to Aiden. Although they are, I'm sure, cordial, so they don't look like they're falling out. But I think they fell out last year in 2024. In February, when Aiden was in jail, but in particular after December of 2023. Can't wait to see Natalie on the stand. Yep, that's what I read. Dewdrop says they're from the UK. Maureen Walsh, neither do I, Harpo, but Boundless is bigger on TikTok than YouTube. That's why he was approached based on his TikTok vids. He didn't do them after based on what he had already said. All right, well, if Boundless does TikToks in the future that are paid for, the only thing I would ask, not that anyone should give a fuck, but I would just be like, disclose it. And I'm sure Boundless will do that. And I don't think he has a problem with that. And that's not what anyone's saying is the issue. It's Kate and Maureen Walsh. You can try to distract all you want, but I'm just going to absolutely troll the fuck out of you. And I'm going to have fun doing it. And you have 50 people who you have to get through to stop me. And it's not going to work. Lazy Susan, if you don't have an email, can you please make one? I do, Lazy Susan. I will absolutely find a way to contact you. Lisa Cox, Barb, Natalie must be sweating. I think Natalie's got to fly in from California, and she's probably not pleased. I don't think she did anything wrong. They should probably give her immunity, but either way. Eva, this is becoming a towel movement. Yes, it's a towel movement. Leave Matt alone then. Maureen Walsh, no one is criticizing Boundless Millennial. They are criticizing Kate. You tried to use Boundless Millennial as a shield to protect Kate because you're gaslighting and you are not quixotic. You confound me. Like you're tripping over your own shoes and then you're like, why is this happening? Well, because you did what I told you not to do, which is stop opening conversations about Kate Peter and then using Boundless as a shield to stop criticism. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. Boundless probably doesn't give a fuck if people ask Kate questions. If he had a problem with it, he could message me. And he never has. At least not about that. Maybe he did message me at one point. Not about Kate. I don't think he ever has, actually. If he did, I would just say hello. And then if he were like, stop talking about Kate, I'd be like, what the fuck are you talking about? And that's why I don't think he would ever message me that. I missed what happened with Boundless. Oh, Barb, people were discussing about whether Boundless Millennial was like getting paid for his TikTok vids like after he made them, whether a company approached him to pay him for them. And I was just commenting on how that's perfectly fine in my opinion. I just would like to see some transparency. Let's see. Barb says, Hank will get to the truth. I agree. Team Hank, says Dewdrops. I agree. He told everyone, transparency. Yeah, Maureen Walsh, Kate should follow his lead. Every time Maureen Walsh talks, I'm going to mention Kate Peter until she just goes away. Maureen, I agree, says Harpo. I like watching Matt. He is to the point and entertaining. Yeah, maybe the younger generation likes that shit. I don't know. Good for him. I think he's funny. Hank is going for gold, and I believe he will get a guilty, says Diana Natale. A lot more evidence, etc., against Karen, and a lot is to blame on Karen's own interview arrogance and disregard for Officer John O'Keefe and his family. That's right, and you know what we should watch? We can take this very insightful email, which tells a lot about Kate Peter, by the way, in my opinion. That's just me. Let's watch what Karen had to say on one of those interviews that's definitely going to be used against her, in particular in regards to her horrifying statement about saying she pulled glass out of John O'Keefe's nose. Also, I should not be allowed to have 200 milligrams of caffeine. It is far too much. It makes Towel very awake. I can read all of your comments, though, and I seem to have a lot to say. But as I've said many times before, I think it has been studied that the upper range of the human larynx is 3 to 3.5 hours. And once I go over 4 and 5 hours, I'm like, how is this even possible? Do I have special vocal cords? Are they trained to go for 7 or 8 hours when talking? I should really utilize that skill in some way. I should walk around the countryside preaching to people about the value of human morality. And then I'm like, wait a minute, that's a little bit weird. I don't think people can do that anymore. But then maybe I could start a trend. There's that towel guy. He walks around in the countryside and he preaches to people. Why does he do that? Well, he really wants them to love each other. And he sells towels. He sells towels. Why? Well, the Turtle Boy fans mocked him for being a towel, and it became his pronoun, and then he became the towel from South Park, and then he became a towel industrialist, took over America, and for some reason, now we all practice universal love and worship towels. And then someone would be like, isn't that idolatry? And they'd be like, well, it's not really a god. It's more of a secular thing with the towels. This is the clip we were going to watch because someone asked someone mentioned how some of the clips Karen said or some of the comments Karen made on TV are going to be used against her. So let's watch me asking Karen some questions and then listen to Karen making those statements on TV.
Karen, that statement about glass in John's nose seems to undermine your entire case.
I ran over to him and John is perfectly still. His mouth is open a little bit. He's got cuts and blood on his face. And he's just wearing the thin clothes he had on the night before. And he had a piece of glass, like perched on his nose, like just wedged like a splinter would be. And I just pulled it. And as soon as I pulled it, it just gushed blood down his face.
Also, you said you're a control freak. Don't you think that goes to motive for why you tried to yell at John when your relationship was breaking down? It was kind of a telling interview, Karen. I liked it, though.
I am not going out of my way to catch this. I have not watched my own Dateline, and I've watched about half of 2020. And part of it is a personal challenge that I have so little control over my life, and I'm a controlling person in a lot of ways. And I have so little control that it's almost like a game I play with myself. That if I'm skeptical about this or skeptical of how I'm portrayed on Dateline, I will not let it infiltrate me. And I'll tell everyone around me, I don't want to hear about Dateline, or I don't want to hear about the document. If it's negative, I don't want to hear it. If there's negative things that are important for me to know or I should be aware of, I'll find out about it. But I do take some pride. I'm picking up Liza, and as soon as she gets in the car,
she cut that shit off really quick. But notice how she said she was a controlling person, and then she talked about pulling that glass out of John O'Keefe's nose, and that's you can see the moment where she's doing the motion. We can watch another clip, by the way, that's definitely going to be used against Karen. How about Karen mocking John's mom in the interview that she did for the documentary? That part I thought was the most offensive. This clip is going to be used against her, no doubt. And it comes in because it's Karen's own statement. It's not hearsay.
and his mother leans over the kitchen island and says to me, I think it looks like he got hit by a car. It looks like he got hit by a car. And his mother leans over the kitchen island and says to me, I think it looks like he got hit by a car. It looks like he got hit by a car.
Yeah, how about looking at that face every night? And I'm not saying that like to comment on her. I'm just saying like she is mocking John's mom talking about her son's death. How can you get any more grotesque than that? Clerk Jim says money is contracts, favor. Clerk Jim, that is a very broad metaphysical question about the nature of money, and I'm going to need you to be far more specific because I have no idea what you're trying to ask. I never understood why Kate focuses her attention on Cyrex, says Deaf Otter. Well, go look at her channel and her view count, Deaf Otter. She gets attention from internet nerds about that shit. Like, she covers First Amendment auditors, Chile, and Cyrax, and gets views, decent 10,000 or whatever. Covers Karen Reed, John O'Keefe, couple thousand. So you chase the views. I wouldn't. I cover what I want to fucking cover, and I'm thrilled so many of you like it. But if some of you were like, well, Grant, we're more likely to watch you if you talk about X, I'd be like, oh, that's great, but I have other things to do. So when we are ready to talk about that, we will. But I want to talk about this, and I don't really look at like how many of you are watching or anything like that. What I'm more interested in is, are you asking engaged, informed questions and comments? So. Back with you now. Hold on one second. It'll bump back on. There we go. No, I'm not going to get caught up on that one. I have a constant monitor now because sometimes if I bump the microphone cord, the microphone turns off. But no, that's what I was saying. It's the toxic cult of personality surrounding Kate Peter and Aiden Kearney that has made this case so bad and so dangerous. It's not Karen's personality per se. It is Kate Peter and Aiden Kearney's personality. Trevor McIntyre says, having enough money to provide for myself and being comfortable has always been my goal. I never wanted to be chasing money like carrot dangling in front of me. Well, God bless you, Trevor McIntyre. I think you got to figure it out. Some people chase influence, parties, money, wealth, things, and that's not what life's about. That'll give you, a certain cyclical, vacuous pleasure. But you can get pleasure from having an intellectual insight. Train your brain to get pleasure and dopamine in a different way. And I agree with you, Trevor McIntyre. That's what life is all about. Harpo says, Drew drops, yes, justice for John and all family and friends, hoping for peace when this shit show circus is over. Lisa Cox says, Harpo, amen to that. Lazy Susan says, Jew drops, I feel you. I have been with this case for 2 years. I can't even believe it. For 2 months I watched Turtle Boy, I'm ashamed to say, but I started reading documents after TB went after Jen McCabe. Oh, Lazy Susan, so it sounds like Turtle Boy even may have manipulated you, and then when you started reading about the case, you came to form your own opinions, and that's excellent. Give me 1 sec while I take off my sweatshirt here, because towel's getting a little warm. I can't tell if it's warm where I am or if it's warm in my room, but maybe it's just getting closer to spring. Harpo, can't wait. Hank's got this, says Jew Drops. This is your stream, by the way. My name's GrantSmithEllis, and I'm just reading your questions and comments because that's what I promised I'd do. Once Karen's convicted, I hope the defamation suits kick in, says Barb. I think Colin's family's at the top of the list. I agree. Wasn't it Matthew Farwell that covered up the Sandra Birchmore murder? No, JI5. It was the Massachusetts State Police. The Canton Police handed the Massachusetts State Police. If you read that Canton audit, the Canton Police handed the Massachusetts State Police within 48 hours evidence of Matthew Farwell being at the scene of Sandra Birchmore's murder when she died. Evidence of Matthew Farwell saying to people that he knew Sandra was pregnant and wanted her to get an abortion and would kill her or would take care of it himself if she wouldn't do it herself. If she wouldn't do it. So yeah, no, it was the MSP for sure. I think somebody's going to get indicted. Fanning, says Clerk Jim. And you know what? Guess where Fanning, Lieutenant Fanning, who's on the MSP Norfolk unit, guess where he used to work? Stoughton? Where Matthew Farwell worked? I wonder if there were more victims in that ring of cops. I wonder if any of them are talking to the FBI. Harpo says, Maureen, he never said he accepted money from KR Defense. He said he was offered and turned it down flat. He has morals and doesn't care what they say because he knows he is on the up and up. Wait, Boundless was offered money from the Karen Reed defense? Listen, this is why I wish you all would. I'm thrilled that we are all doing this, but I just want. Oh, hold on. Hold on. Are you sending me this off the record? Oh, okay, yeah, that's fine. So to the person who just reached out to me, I am happy to read your message. Just know that, Towel has his own sources, and I will look into what you sent me. And if I feel that what you said is correct, I will absolutely do a follow-up, and I have no reason to believe you're trying to mislead me. So to the person who just reached out, yes, I saw your message. I totally understand what you're saying. That situation is sensitive. I did not do follow-ups on that story that I could have done because I'm very respectful, okay? But I absolutely will hear you out as to what you had to say. And I'm not going into this for a reason because the person didn't say it was on background, but I'm not just going to read out their message that they sent me right now. So just know that I got your message, person who just sent it, and it does not fall on deaf ears. I'm going to look into it. In Cold Blood is my favorite novel, says Lazy Susan. Lazy Susan, you must read And Every Word is True. It's a follow-up novel by the son of the DA. I think Truman Capote lied in Cold Blood. I'm almost positive, in fact. Barb417 says, JI5, a certain anti-KR podcaster questions validity of SB's second autopsy. Yeah, no, Barb, there's a lot of stuff about the Sandra Birchmore's case. I think the medical examiner might have been pressured to report that as a suicide when it wasn't. Barb417 says, the movie was too good. Clerk Jim says connections to the White House, you say. Yeah, I really think the reason Rachel Rollins became U.S. Attorney in 2022 is because she helped Ed Markey keep his Senate seat in that challenge from Joe Kennedy Jr. And I think the reason Rachel Rollins was able to do that was because she used Turtle Boy and Rayla Campbell to fuck up the Joe Kennedy Jr. campaign. And remember, Joe Kennedy Jr. at the time was a rep, I think in the the Massachusetts 4th District, the federal rep. And he was running, Markey's seat is JFK's old fucking seat. That desk is like fucking famous. And JFK went House of Reps. He was represented the old 10th, I think, with Brighton. His campaign office was down by Lake Street, over by fucking overpass in Watertown near the Pike, Oak Square or whatever the fuck it is. Kennedy went right from the House of Reps as soon as he could to the Senate when he was eligible. He served in the Senate for a while, got foreign policy experience, and then was one of the youngest people to ever run for president. Joe Kennedy Jr. was on that same fucking trajectory, and it was only because Rachel Rollins helped Ed Markey win that race. Strangely, Turtle Boy helped her too. That Biden didn't face a challenge from Joe Kennedy Jr., and that's why I think Rachel Rollins got appointed to U.S. Attorney. So yeah, it goes right up to the White House, at least. How can, think about what you just asked, Clerk Jim. How can the U.S. Attorney being appointed, do anything but go to the White House? It's the White House decision. So yes, of course, Rachel Rollins had White House connections. Lazy Susan says, Dewdrop, I've watched from day one in the UK, sometimes while working, but I'm like everyone, just wants Peggy and the O'Keefes and all their friends and witnesses to get justice. I can't wait for Hank's performance, says Harpo. He's brilliant. Dewdrops, Lazy Susan, Turtle Boy's a bully and vile and shouldn't even be allowed in the courtroom. He's disgusting and disrespectful to the O'Keefes. That was what Dewdrop said. Well, Turtle Boy's not going to be in the courtroom next week. He didn't make either list, and he's probably going to be sequestered. Clerk Jim says that the federal involvement is indeed the scary part, the part you don't want to see but keeps revealing itself. Yeah. The feds stumbling on to the fact that Karen Reed killed John O'Keefe and confirming it, but then using that as cover to investigate the MSP and finding out about Sandra Birchmore's murder is scary because it means Karen Reed played the role of a modern Whitey Bulger. I'd call it stupid Whitey Bulger. This is a much more degraded form. Whitey Bulger was actually fucking useful. Karen Reed, I mean, I guess leading to the MSP onto the Sandra Birchmore cover-up could have been done by people other than Karen. So Whitey Bulger, I think you only could have brought the Angelos down through Whitey, just because of the political dynamics of the gang warfare at the time. But no, you could have figured out the Farwell cover-up and the state police involvement without Karen Reed. That was just fucking Levy and Rollins, in my opinion, and Chow justifying what they did to Morrissey via that pretextual probe into John's death, which is now confirmed as closed. Let's see. Christina says, I had 4 coffees and 4 bong packs while watching. Also, a cleaned above stove counters. Yeah, I wish I could do cleaning and talk to you all at the same time. Imagine if my stream was me sweeping my floor while talking to you all. Just doing it all from memory while sweeping up. I have my broom behind me. I was just sweeping this morning. Let's see. Christina, a productive towel is a happy towel. Yes. Murder by Maestro is like, yay, let's pretend I'm half my age. All right, I'm down with that. You can be 24, Murder by Maestro. Carrie Gold says, there's 52 likes on the stream. Would you all be kind enough to hit the like? Well, we're at 66 likes now, so you can tell how far behind I am at the comments. Dewdrop says, Carrie Gold, I've tried my best. Yes, Dewdrops and Carrie Gold valiantly encouraging people to support the stream. It does not go unnoticed. A for effort, Dewdrops. I agree. The Broke Baker hasn't let up. Yeah, the Broke Baker, I think, just likes to talk. He's a jolly Nordic man or whatever the fuck he is. Murder by Maestro says, if we create spaces where people can hide questionable acts behind a veil of protection, then it will attract those who want to hide. Yep. Murder by Maestro, you are the man. And our poll has ended with oh no, this poll is going to keep running. We are going to find out if Kate Peters getting sent to a convent. And listen, all of you voting for what the hell is going on, that means we discard your vote. The only votes that actually count are whether you vote yes or no. Voting what the hell is going on is called nulling your vote. Christina, Broken Baker was like the guy, was like the I pick things up and put them down guy. Yeah, I don't want. Eva says, collects human souls. Yes, I think Kate collects human souls. She'll never get my soul. Fuck you, Kate Peter. Maureen Walsh, there has been no slagging off, no attacking. Anything is open to questions and always has been. That's how accountability looks. Yeah, let's just say Maureen Walsh ran into Deaf Otter and then was never seen again. You cannot get through the towel wall. This is what happens when we're 4.5 hours into a stream that is dedicated just to reading all of your comments. You all are very interesting. Let's see. Maureen is good people, and I understand the position. Well, Murder by Maestro, I'm glad you gave Maureen a chance. Let's just say Maureen did not make it through the towel wall. Has anyone ever watched the documentary Alex Jones vs. the Truth? I urge you to do so. The people who believed Alex Jones about Sandy Hook sound exactly like FKR. I'm thinking about clipping some of it. Yeah, you should. I see a lot of overlap there. I was talking last night on this stream, or yesterday with Sema, about the Bohemian Grove, right? And Sema was even saying like, oh, I like Alex Jones, a little bit. And then I was immediately saying, yeah, but Sema, come on, my fucking Alex Jones reporting, or excuse me, my Bohemian Grove reporting, just on that one clip I did showing the member list and a walkthrough of the Bohemian Grove, is better than anything Alex Jones ever did. And Alex Jones was a fucking limited hangout. Clearly, he walks in those circles, and he was sent out there to make people who ask questions about those groups look ridiculous. Now, just to be clear, I have reiterated over and over and over on this stream, Sandy Hook absolutely happened. 100%. Those children were massacred by that absolutely insane man, Adam Lanza. But what I think people didn't want anyone asking questions about was like, why the fuck did Adam Lanza's mom work for the CIA and all that stuff? And that's why, as a towel, you know, like, I have 4 principles, okay? Safety, country, God, family, in that order, with academics thrown in there for good measure. And so I have to constantly, unlike Alex Jones, I have to constantly weigh the interests of what I believe to be the interest of the United States against what I'm reporting. I think Alex Jones doesn't give a fuck about the interest of the United States. I think he goes out there and he has an agenda because his friends are very powerful and he wants to distract people from what's actually going on. Now, do you know, I was saying this to Sema, but this isn't the exact clip that I wanted to watch, but we can watch it. I don't know if any of you have ever actually looked at that Alex Jones, when he puts out information, is so dangerous because he almost intentionally doesn't talk about what's actually going on. He didn't talk about the children being massacred at Sandy Hook because it was more of a story to make up this nonsense about how it was all fake. No, of course it was real. But what Alex Jones never actually talked about was who Adam Lanza, in my opinion. He never really looked into Lanza's mother, what it was really about. You know, it wasn't meant to be propped up as some fake conspiracy to attract all this attention. Alex Jones was doing that for more than just the gratuitous likes and views which you have with the FKR case. I think Alex Jones was doing that in a lot of ways to just distract and confuse the public. And Alex Jones was rightfully held accountable. And interestingly, that's even more of a parallel to what Turtleboy and Karen Reed were doing. Because I think a lot of the Karen Reed and Turtleboy stuff, the coverage, the artificial coverage of the case in the summer of 2023, etc., was actually a very similar effort to distract people while generating tips about the MSP. It was a way for the federal government to say, hey, we know something's wrong with this MSP unit, but we don't want them to know they're being investigated, so let's make them think they're being investigated for John O'Keefe's death, when in reality that's now closed, in order to investigate them for other stuff. Now, the reason I brought that up a little bit, and I will bring it up on the screen just because we're going to watch this video, then we'll watch Hank Brennan's great video about his time defending Whitey Bulger and why that's such a good insight into how Hank Brennan's going to approach, I think, dealing with the corruption between the Karen Reed defense and the federal government that was involved in this case. But what I want to show you first, because I actually think this is very, very interesting, is, it was what I was just talking about too. It was, the Bohemian Grove case. That's right. I want to show you the Bohemian Grove video, and you might be like, why are we going to watch this? Well, look through Alex Jones's footage. I promise you, you have never seen Alex Jones, who's supposedly this figure that reports into all the occult societies. I promise you, you have never seen him show this video. Maybe recently, but I highly doubt he ever showed this video. I'm going to show it, though, because I put it up on my Twitter. Now, let me just make clear, this is why I think Alex Jones is a limited hangout, which is this. A limited hangout is where you intentionally reveal information about, like, very closely guarded secrets, but only enough to distract the public and not actually inform them. You want to see what the Bohemian Grove's actually like? I, Little Towel, managed to do better reporting on the member list of a Bohemian Grove camp. Outside, the only other people that have done really good reporting on this is ProPublica, which wrote a great article about something called Dog House Camp at Bohemian Grove. But even ProPublica's article, I know the guy, Justin Elliott, who wrote that article, even that article is not as good as what this video shows. This is a primary source video inside Bohemian Grove, never seen on Alex Jones. And it just goes to show, and I'm making a point here because someone in the comments asked, Alex Jones's conspiracies seem completely nonsensical and dangerous. Yeah, they are. And we're not going to talk about Sandy Hook because that absolutely happened. Those children were absolutely slaughtered. It is horrifying. And I'm not going to go into how Alex Jones manipulated public perception about that because it would involve talking about the massacre of children, which I do not want to do. But I will. It's just horrifying. What I do want to talk about is the Bohemian Grove, and I can show you how Alex Jones would never show this video. Never, because it shows a member list. It shows the real power. Look at those names. Joe Lombardo, the governor of Nevada, Lord Michael Dobbs, the person who created the British House of Cards, Ken Weiss, Dr. Donald Vinson, Vinson. There's the name Murder by Maestro. You see it on that lower panel in the top left. The staff are on the bottom left, but the top left of the lower panel, members as of, and then the fifth or sixth name down, the bottom name on the top part of the list in the lower corner is Dr. Donald Vinson, Vinson. And then there's also Thomas Hudnut on there, and he used to be, he might still be like the head of the California Horse Racing Board. This is the real stuff, okay? And this is why you have these caricatures out there. I don't believe Turtle Boy or Karen Reed ever wanted us to talk about what was really going on with the feds looking into Sandra Birchmore's murder, and I don't think Alex Jones ever wanted people to ever talk about this kind of clip, which we're going to watch now because I need 3 minutes to sit here and compose.
What does that say? I just want to get the fuck out of here. Where? No, just look. Oh, just like, fuck it. This one's probably locked. Oh shit, yo, look. Person's naked. Picture. I see it. Holy crap, I'm gonna have to blur that. Bunch of Bohemian Chotskis in there. Holy shit. Look at all the owls.
And I want to point out, these fuckers, these dudes who are in there, I don't know if they either didn't understand what they were looking at or what. I don't know how the fuck they got in there and how they managed to get this video out, but these fuckers didn't even realize what they were looking at. They skip right over the fucking member list. They kind of look at it, but they don't really know what the fuck it is. They get distracted by the stuff up on the wall where it's like Capsum, Peppers of the America, and then there's these like weird, watch this. There's this weird governmental logo. I think we see it, hold on one second. We actually see it in the red light. Let me go back a little bit. There is this weird fucking logo. You see that shit in the top right, Murder by Maestro, where my mouse is? Look at that fucking thing. Do you see what that is? That is a ring of fucking definitely military or counterintelligence fucking logos. They are lucky that door fucking stayed locked. Because whatever the fuck that like ring of like insignia is, a lot of that stuff does not exist on paper, I promise you. Those are like fucking probably covert intel units or whatever the fuck. And those are all their fucking badges. And you can see it. And then there's this I blurred it out, but there's this blurred out naked woman on the wall. It's like, what the fuck? What is this shit? And this is like the people who they do not want you to talk about. The people who have money. The people who, do you know who owns the Empire State Building? I do. His name is Tony Malkin or whatever the fuck. And his wife, Sherry or Malkin or whatever, Balkin, comes from Belco Petro money. These are the people that run the world. And there's a reason why no one ever gets to see this stuff, and it's because we're supposed to be kept distracted. And the only reason I'm showing this to you, one, is it's incredibly cool. It's breathtaking, the scope of what I'm about to show you. This is just their first floor. Look at this thing. It is a camp, one of many, called Sahara Camp, built into the California redwoods. And I want to show you this. I'm going to turn the volume off. So there you go. They worship owls, clearly. Look at how this camp is built. It is built in harmony with the trees, okay? They just build around the trees. This is the first floor, okay? There's like all this, there's a spiraling complex of bathrooms, these weird little sort of empty rooms that look like they're ceremonial rooms. Now we're going up to the second and third floor. It's still built in harmony with nature. And then look at platforms here. There's clearly more cabin space, more rooms, and then it continues going. Look, we're 3 stories up from that first floor, and the trees are still around us. They kind of look into some of these weird, definitely look like ceremonial rooms. I don't even want to think about what the fuck happens at this place during the summer. There's no fucking cameras. Look at this. The complex is massive. It is, imagine like a treehouse on fucking steroids. Okay? It is unbelievable how big this complex is. And these guys are already 4 or 5 stories up. They're 50 feet up off the ground. And this thing is just built into this hillside. And these are like the little shower nooks. I mean, you're seeing something that I don't think more than like, other than the 4,000 people who watched that YouTube video and the 8,000 people who watched my clip on Twitter, I don't think anyone outside of the club members have ever seen this and will ever see this again. And you can see how high up they are. I mean, like they are hundreds of feet in the air. And there's definitely like open air bathrooms. Like you can tell you cannot get up here. And then what's really cool is they kind of keep climbing a little bit and they go on the roofs and then they go on the trail above. You can see there's roads and camps connecting, roads above each camp. And then the hillside, we're 70 fucking feet up and that's the top of the camp. It's like a city. And that's one of like 40 camps. So anyway, my point is Alex Jones doesn't tell the truth about the nature of that group, and I think he is part of that group, and his stuff about Sandy Hook was horrifying, and probably, outside of the Karen Reed case, the most damaging coverage of a criminal case I've ever seen in my entire life. I want to find that video about Hank Brennan, though, so give me 1 second. We'll leave the Bohemian Grove thing up on the screen, and I'll get back to your comments. I hope you all found that interesting. And that all started from Lazy Susan's great question about Alex Jones. Maureen Walsh, who is gone. And the reason it may seem surprising is because you didn't see the whole story of how Kate handled simple questions. She instantly attacked Grant with childish insults. Who knew that instantly attacking Towell when he asked questions would lead other people to ask more questions? Murder by Maestro. God bless you, sir. Then a few weeks later, she made a video admitting the very thing she had denied. Yeah, that was interesting. Just so folks understand, there was a lot of interesting things that happened with that Kate Peter. One of the GoFundMe she ran like a year or so ago, she ended up running, getting $16,000 in donations, but only $8,000 of it went to Lindsay, which is fine. It was only an $8,000 fundraiser, but why this lawyer from the Midwest stepped in to like give Kate $8,000 that she never had to pay back, he told me, it never made any sense. Why didn't that lawyer just give the money to Lindsay? And then beyond that, the way Kate handled that whole situation and saying that she didn't get the disbursement from the Give Send Go and never giving Lindsay the login to the Give Send Go, never providing a full accounting of when her bank account got the initial disbursements from the Give Send Go, why the lawyer from the Midwest had to lend that $8,000 if Kate indeed had that money in her bank account from the Give Send Go right away, why Kate said there were $1,500 in Give Send Go fees that do not exist and never existed, and then also why Kate never paid back that lawyer for the $8,000 that he lent her on top of the money that she said came in from Give Send Go. I think she got a cool $8K from that because that's fucked up. Some fucked up shit. So yeah, murder by Maestro. I don't think Kate ever disclosed. To this day, she has never disclosed when those initial Give Send Go funds hit her bank account. And that, I believe she won't do that because that will prove that when the lawyer gave Kate that $8,000, ostensibly as a loan, but not really, more as a gift, Kate already had the $8,000 from Lindsay's fundraiser in her bank. She didn't need the loan from the lawyer. And that's why she won't fucking disclose it. And that's why she won't disclose when she paid the lawyer back that $8K, the guy from the Midwest, some prosecutor or something, who lent her the $8K. I don't think she ever paid him back, and she has no receipts because she never paid him back. She got a cool $8K. She ran a fundraiser for Lindsay, raised $8K for Lindsay for a lawyer who, by the way, got paid in full, then went around spreading lies, got paid in full, okay? He was completely ineffective and was not as good as he should have been for the amount he got paid. And even though he did some good objections with Bradel, like he wasn't prepared, and he talked to Kate for some fucking reason without permission. Like that guy, that lawyer was ridiculous. And then the second lawyer, who also came through like Kate or her friends or something, was even more ineffective. And so, if anything, Kate is just she's not a bad influence. She has a goal, in my opinion, which is to protect Brian Tully and Jen McCabe. She doesn't care about anything else. Everybody else is fucking collateral damage that just can be sacrificed as needed. And that's why I think she's a piece of shit, Kate Peter. We already went through the Sandy Hook comparison. Agree. I hate when other creators do this, says Drew Drops. Yeah. Maureen Walsh, have you watched Kate's videos on Cyrac, says Def Otter? I have not. Jew Drops, actually, I might have watched one of them. It's very strange content. Jew Drops, rest in peace, John O'Keefe. I think we can all agree with that. Def Otter, now you're talking. I don't know what happened, but Murder by Maestro and Def Otter are combining towel powers. The government is press in USA too. Trump had 10% positive reporting and paid by the left. Fact. Listen, Barb, Richard Nixon was harping on about the liberal establishment running the media back in the day. I think he was wrong about it being Jews. I think it's more just the liberal intelligentsia that happens to be very wealthy. It's not just Jews. That's ridiculous. But I think that the liberal establishment in America is close to the fucking government. I think the CIA has been running Operation Mockingbird for a long time. You can look this shit up. A lot of the people in the press are government. I'm not government. I would tell you if I were, but a lot of people in the press are government. They're government agents who are running deep cover as fucking members of the press. That's what it means to be the fourth estate. Drew Drop says, loving the chat. Well, I'm glad. I'm reading through everything you're all saying. I'm very behind, and I think you all realize that, which is why you're giving me a chance to get caught up. So God bless you for that. But yes, I'm behind. We're 5 hours in, and I'm behind. I know the offers creators get and how they can and should handle it. Yeah, I agree with you, Murder by Maestro. First of all, no one has ever approached me because I think I just give off the vibe like I would tell you to go fuck yourself. Not you, but if you came to me and tried to bribe me, I'd be like, fuck you. I'm going to tell people you did this. How fucking dare you? Fuck yourself. Now, some content creators that don't think give off that vibe and they do get approached. Murder by Maestro, says Def Otter. I have no issues personally with Kate, but I understand how some people might have issues. Also, I don't like the hive mind thing. We all have to stick together. Well, we don't. Agreed. Fuck it. Believe what you want to fucking believe. Don't deify people. Like even the people who support me. You have a question? Ask me a question. Don't deify me. I am a fucking human. Do not follow me. Follow what you believe. Your principles. Like I am just a towel, an anthropomorphic towel in man form. Do not follow me. I'm telling you not to. Believe what you want to believe, but do it in a way that's informed. That's all I want. That is all I want you to do. Def Otter agreed. Lazy Susan. Def Otter, yes. Def Otter, you're winning a lot of friends here. Def Otter says, you are willing to ignore this whole aspect of Kate, then, Maureen Walsh. I think you should watch them to see why some have issues with her. Oh, Def Otter has just come in and started cleaning house. Angela Whittick, I need to get a goat for the lawn. You need a goat? Okay, I'm thrilled. Take good care of the goat. Are goats bonded? Do you need to get a bonded pair? It's apparently raining in the UK. It's cloudy here. It's about 41 degrees Fahrenheit, which is what, like 3 to 5 degrees Celsius, somewhere around there. I don't do math very well. What happened with Lucky? Turtle Boy got to him, put words in his mouth, praised him, and made him a KR hero, and he drank the Kool-Aid for attention and to belong. Yeah, and then he was completely useless at trial, and the jurors completely discredited him. Harpo says, I feel we are all on the same side, but the discussion of money is dividing. This should be discussed after the murderer goes to prison. Yeah, Harpo, I think that's generally what people feel, but, you know, that's just a perspective. Some of us might want to fucking rail on what we want to fucking rail on, and you got to respect that. Just as I respect your view that we should wait to rail on until later. It's just a view. Angela, a goat. Jew Drops is pleased you are getting a goat. Angela Whittick, do goats eat towels? Listen, we no feeding towels to goats. Are goats towels natural predators? We're going to have to put up some kind of wall to protect towels from the goats. We can live in harmony with the goats, but they can't eat the towels. Kerry Gold, let's face it, the BBC is tax funded. That's become a problem. Well, listen, do you want fucking the BBC to look like LBC, you know, or whatever the fuck that channel is? No, it should be taxpayer funded. What it needs to be is independent from the fucking government. Drew Drop says, Harpo, agree, we need to stick together. All towels must unify together with sewing needles and be a cohesive mosaic and fabric. But that's not what we want. We want you to be individuals and to believe what you want to believe. Murder by Maestro. I don't have issues even. I just had questions. I recently asked Twisted Tragedies those questions, and she reflected and gave proper deep answers. It was great. Yeah, I'm not surprised to hear that, Murder by Maestro. That's why when Maureen was like, Twisted Tragedies, friends with Kate, I was like, why are you invoking Twisted to defend Kate? Like, do you know what you're fucking saying? Like, you're going to cause drama right now. Eva says, Harpo, 100% or thumbs up. Deathwater says, Angela Whittick, oh no, not a goat. He will eat everything but the grass. Your lovely flowers and trees. Oh no, we must protect ourselves from the goats. Angela, don't they eat everything? And then Deathwater says, you need to get some sheep or geese, Angela. Towels have a talent for diving into the details. I don't remember what I was saying back then, but I'm glad. All right, how's our poll going? Oh, it's so close. It's so close as to whether we should send Kate Peter to a nunnery. Come on, you all must come through for towel. We need to send Kate Peter to a nunnery. I think it will do so much good for her. Deaf otter, watch out. There's a lot of sea lining going on. As an otter, especially a deaf one, you should be very careful. That is the funniest thing I've ever heard in my entire life, Lazy Susan. You win an award for that. Barb 417, shouldn't call anyone Gestapo with the exception of some defense attorneys. Yeah, right. Generally, like, first of all, calling anyone Gestapo is not a bad idea, is not a good idea. And second of all, when you call a Jewish person the Gestapo, like, it's just a conversation stopper. They're just gonna be like, what the fuck are you saying? I may not be a practicing Jewish person anymore. I mean, I did definitely, my family encouraged me to practice both Christianity and Judaism growing up, but I don't actively practice Judaism anymore, but I still am ethnically Jewish, and I absolutely was offended by that. Angela Whittick, oh, okay, Deaf Otter. Jew drops, Deaf Otter, laughing. Harpo, goats are lethal to poison ivy. Well, that's a benefit. Deaf Otter says, thank you, Lazy Susan. I will watch my back, and my friend's purpose is to help me hear no evil. Maybe that's what goats do. They help us hear no evil and see no evil. I was successful. Goat talks. Angela Whittick, did you obtain some kind of goat during midstream? Did you do goat negotiations? Twisted is open about donations. That's good. Listen, Murder by Maestro, you know that's my standard. I can't watch all these streams, but if you're tuning in and you feel that a content creator is being transparent and honest, I think that's what it's all about. If they're telling you I'm raising donations to help me run my stream or to help me with medical expenses or a family emergency, and you donate it to them because you feel they're being transparent, that's what this is all about. It's the people who hide it that I have problems with. Clerk Jim says, fate is just what you call it when you don't know the name of the person screwing you over. Lois. Yeah, I think there's a lot of truth to that. Like, stupid people get fucked over and they think it's fate, but really it's just powers they don't understand. That's where gaslighting comes from. Because, like, people who know, like, you can get gaslit if you're dealing with powerful people. Because they can be like, oh, I don't know why bad things are happening to you. I don't know why the clerk was so mean to you. I wasn't high school friends with them. Lazy, or worse, they'll get really close to you, find out what your worst fears are, and then prey on them. So don't trust anybody until you put them through extensive screening. I call them towel tests. There's only one person that passed all the towel tests. I don't know if I passed all her tests, but I'm working on it. Don't trust fucking anybody. Don't even trust me. Verify what I'm saying. Literally. If anyone tells you to trust them, they're fucking lying. And you can quote that. Unless it's something like where someone's like, Grant, I didn't read this court opinion, and I just read 20 pages of it, and then I say something like, trust me, I just read that court opinion. Yes, that's the only exception. Purpose or porpoise? The turtle pun. LOL. Apparently I have a lot of good aquarium humor. Listen, aquarium humor is welcome within the towel fold. I don't know about potty humor, but aquarium humor, I'm all about it. That's a step up. That is a eloquent form of humor, a graceful form of humor. Eva says Twisted has a passion for the law. Yeah, I think Twisted's a good voice for the downtrodden, but I don't know. I think you just have to remember people have a lay interest in complex matters. Okay, just remember that. MBM says Drew drops Murder by Maestro. Yes, but I couldn't handle constant pressure. I had a conversation with her about this. It's all good. Okay, Drew drops. That's good. Barb says Maureen Walsh. I didn't comment on it. Not sure what you're talking about. Yeah, I think Maureen Walsh didn't make it very long. Wait a minute. Oh, it's so close on our poll. Sorry about that. I think Maureen Walsh didn't make it very long. Murder by Maestro says FKR is full of people who use it to hide in a community. Or Murder by Maestro, the other way to think about that is it's people who are looking for meaning in their life. It's 15:50 now where Dewdrops is. Oh, so it's 13:50. 15:50. It's 3:50. It's coming up on noon where I am, almost lunchtime. But I'm getting through all your comments. So the more you talk, the longer we're going. Why don't towels get lost? Because they know how to wrap things up. Yes, except when you all ask thousands of comments on a stream that I dedicated just to answering all your comments and questions. Lazy Susan laughs. Boundless is great. That's why he was approached, says Murder by Maestro. Yeah, I agree. Love Boundless, says Dewdrops. Agree. The Sunken Grave, we have a question. Grant, has there been a hearing scheduled for TB to appear before Judge Cannoni to determine whether or not he completed the fifth? Not yet, Sunken Grave, but you are absolutely right to ask that question because a Lumen Martin, LUMEN-MARTIN, hearing is what's called for. You must have a closed-door hearing to assert the fifth, and then even after you assert the fifth, Hank Brennan can still give Turtle Boy immunity and call him, or he can call him and make him assert the fifth. Barb gets a sorry, but I don't. I don't know what's going on there, Murder by Maestro. Lazy Susan says, I think Boundless's main objective is humor, but I don't want to get too involved in these discussions. Well, that's fine. Grant, your GoFundMe I supported yesterday. Oh, Dewdrops, thank you so much. God bless you. I obviously, for a number of reasons, was not going to bring it up because so many people have been so kind over the past 24 hours. I did actually thank you for reminding me because I did want to say thank you. I am so grateful to the people who have donated to that. Maybe at the very end of today's stream, because yesterday I didn't actually get to talk about it, I'll just talk a little bit about what's been going on with Towel. I've had a family emergency. I'm not going to get into the details. But yes, I think over the next couple weeks, Towel's going to be very overloaded, have to do a lot of traveling, and it's not, listen, I'm happy to do it, but I don't have a lot of resources. I barely can park at school each day, drive to school each day, afford food, get like coffee beans, like just to manage, like even with the meal deal they have at Dunkin' now where I can get a sandwich and hash browns and a coffee for $6, like to get me through the day. Even with that, like I struggle to manage those finances. So something has happened that's going to require just completely overwhelm me, and I didn't want to bother my family because they are already helped me so much. So anyway, thank you, Dewdrops. I did notice, I didn't know that was you, but God bless you. And as I've said, it means a lot to me to be able to say thank you, and I wouldn't have put those two together, so I am grateful. Justice for John O'Keefe and his family, says Dewdrops. I agree with you 100%. Murder by Maestro says, sorry to confuse Barb. I was just calling Maestro a Nazi is mental. Who called Murder by Maestro a Nazi? I thought, hold on. Is that why somebody got removed from the chat? Definitely no one can call Murder by Maestro a Nazi. That is not only derogatory, it is wrong, and it's hurtful, and you should not do that. So whoever did that, I'm hurt. That was an hour ago. I'm same time as you, Grant. I live close. I was an hour behind. You guys have so much to say. I know you're realizing now that the more you say in the comments, the longer it's going to take me to catch up, but you guys have a lot to say. Can't wait to see Hank's opening statement. Hank Brennan's opening statement, says Lazy Susan. I agree. Melanie says, would be neat if you get a slot for closing statements since you're getting to be there for openings. Yeah, Melanie, but the thing is I have class for a month. So I have until 11 a.m. They'll hold the seat for me each day. But even if if the openings happen at like 8:30, I have to rush there. Like I have to get there by 11. So you might see me, you might not. We'll see how it goes. Why did the towel go to therapy, says Angela Whittick. It had too much lint on its mind. That's hilarious. I love it. Twisted is good friends with Lindsay. Maybe, I don't know. Good for them. Lazy Susan, he's so funny. I am funny. Bar 417. Problems between team members, not good. Twisted is a good person. I don't have a problem with Twisted. I don't know exactly what she's up to, but, until I have a reason to really question her, more power to her. Murder by Maestro. Maureen is a good person and isn't the only one who has problems hearing anything negative about people who say Karen is guilty. Yeah, I think it's not just people who think Karen is guilty. I think some people have a really hard time hearing authentic criticism, valid criticism, in my opinion, about Kate Peter. They just can't cope with it. Emily Susan says, Grant, do you have an issue with Jen McCabe? No. I've never spoken to Jen McCabe. I sent her one message once being like, someone's claiming to be you on YouTube and spreading false information about the trial. Can you confirm this isn't you? She didn't respond. I don't think I ever sent her another message, but I don't really care about that. No, I have no issue with Jen McCabe. I've defended Jen McCabe. Who's the one out there pointing out Ian Whiffen and Dr. Jessica Hyde's erudite commentary on Jen McCabe's 6:23 a.m. and 6:24 a.m. search? I've defended her. I think she's just close to Kate Peters, so she doesn't like me. I think she's also close to Brian Tully, so she doesn't like me. But I don't give a fuck. I'm not trying to impress you. Who the fuck are you? I don't buy into that social shit. I don't care about your fucking hierarchy. I don't care about your high school cliques. I don't care about your friends. I don't care about your money. I don't care about your houses. I don't care about your cars. I don't care about any of that shit. Fuck yourself. In a loving way. Same way I treat the fucking government. I don't care about your influence. I don't care about what position you have. You know what I mean? It's an integrity thing. And listen, I personally don't, I think a lot of people in that orbit are just more concerned that I'm willing to talk about things like the cell phone extraction in Tully and Sandra Birchmore, stuff that Kate Peter or whatever would not want out there about their friends. But that's not, I have no obligation to protect people's friends, and I could not live with myself. I could not sleep at night if I did that. I wouldn't feel good about myself, and I don't understand why people are so reactionary about some of these figures. They deify them. I think it's like this false facade, and it just blows my mind. It's very cultish. There is a cult around Kate, and I don't like it. I don't think Jen McCabe actually would be hostile about this, but for Kate Peters' role. Like, I don't think Jen McCabe would give a fuck if I was talking about the Sandra Birchmore investigation or whatever. It's just Tully and Kate Peter, and I'm just guessing, but I think that's what has her a little on edge. Like, I found out stuff I wasn't supposed to find out, and I wouldn't stay quiet about it. Not in the context of the John O'Keefe Karen Reed case, but just the politics of that office in Tully's unit. I think they just don't want me to talk about it. Fuck them. Justice for John O'Keefe and his family. That we can all agree on, Jew Drops. Every time you say it, I'm going to read it. Maureen Walsh, okay, chill now. You know full well why. Oh, Maureen Walsh definitely ran into the towel wall. I don't get it. Why would you come into this chat that has like 60 towel friends just as a fucking wall? They all like each other. They all feel similar. Like, you're not debating with one of them. You're debating with all of them. And eventually one of them is just going to be like, fuck off. In a loving way. Someone was like, this is the most mods I've ever seen on a YouTube channel. And I was like, it's a blue wall. Let's see. John Seatbelt unlocked at 12:31. Let's see when KR's unlocked and how many times. Ooh, Barb, great question. Great insight. Jew Drops, I love that makes you happy, says Angela Wittick. Jew Drops, I agree. I think humor is lacking in life. I try to engage with FKR in a humorous way. Sometimes it works, most times not. I now put a disclaimer on my comments. That's funny, Lazy Susan. I talk to a lot of the FKR people at the hearings or just in general, and, you know, we don't agree on the case, but we certainly are amicable and friendly. I think humor plays a role into that. It's really hard to be funny these days, says Lazy Susan. I don't know. I think we get our chuckles on this stream. Murder by Maestro says, Maureen Walsh, honestly, I feel you've come here to defend Kate when you should have tried to understand the position. Yeah, you fucked up, Maureen Walsh. You really fucked up. You did. I don't know what plan you had coming into the stream, but it did not work well for you. Hard to be funny. I agree, says Barb. I feel mostly sadness, to be honest. Oh, well, I hope Towel can bring you some moments of solace and levity among your days. I hope you don't feel sad. I mean, I think feeling sad is a normal part of human life, and to feel good or happy, you must also feel sad. Goodness wouldn't exist without feelings of sadness, and sadness wouldn't exist without feelings of goodness. So maybe in that way, that equilibrium is something that we should preciously revere. It is sad to experience those emotions, but we still have them. And I think feeling those emotions is the most beautiful part of life. Let's see. Lazy Susan, I'm waiting for Grant to get to my question. I'm not sure how it is down. Lazy Susan, I bet I got to your question. Covenant. Oh, thank you all for helping me spell covenant. I'm still a little far behind in these comments. I'm sure you're all like, oh no, we have said so many things. He's like an hour behind in the comments. I'm getting through them, though. I made a commitment. And you all are the most interesting part of this, by the way. So as much as I enjoy my own insights and opinion, it's reading your comments that makes me truly happy. Oh, yeah, we got a lot of comments to go through. Let's see. Here we go. Let's see. Oh, wow. Oh, my word. You all had so much to say. Olivia Lambeau told DePetro her payments were near at the end of trial 1, but she kept going with the fraud to save face. Well, wait, what? Do you realize Olivia Lamb's mom is named Christina Lamb, and she runs a boutique kind of like PR firm for lawyers? So what are you, Valerie? Is that Valerie? If that's you, are you serious? Olivia Lamb, this is just what is being reported, by the way, so I can't confirm or deny this. Olivia Lamb told a reporter that she was being paid by the Karen Reed defense, and those payments ended at the end of the first trial, but she kept going on with it to save face. She said that? Olivia, come on now. Is that, if you actually did that, you got to come on this show. I don't actually listen to Olivia that much. I don't read many of her posts. I think I have her blocked, actually. I should unblock her. But I would have her on. I would talk to her. I think it would be cathartic for her. I don't think she could actually do it, because it would be like, it would have to be the moment she was ready to just give up. But I think talking to her would be fascinating, because I think she's really fucking smart. And I think just getting the chance to be like, okay, so just like level with me, like what was it actually like being approached to do that kind of content work? Like, did you feel good about yourself? Like, did you feel comfortable with doing that kind of work? I think that girl is very smart. She's a woman. I don't know how old she is. I'm not going to ask. I don't really care. But I shouldn't call her a girl, because I'm not being pedantic towards her or degrading her. I just think of her as younger than me, but she's a woman. She's definitely an adult. But she is smart. I think she was being manipulative with her coverage of the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe case, but she's a smart cookie. So yeah, I don't know if she could actually handle a live, like she couldn't debate me. Like I don't think she'd ever accept a debate on the Reed case, because it would just go bad. But I absolutely want to talk to Olivia Lamb about her PR work for Karen when she's ready. Like, I will sit here and I will interview her about that, and I think it would be fascinating. I think she would get a lot out of it. I think I would get a lot out of it. And frankly, I don't think her mom should be ashamed that she does this fucking work or preps Olivia to do it. I think they should just own it. Like, what I'm worried about is that Olivia and her mom feel like they can only be effective doing this work if they're in the shadows. Like, they can't own up to it or they wouldn't be effective. No. Bullshit, Olivia. If your intelligence and your mom's intelligence are what is reflected in your coverage, right? I don't agree with the non-substance or merit, but if that's actually how you can do this work, just be open about it. Just be like, listen, I do consulting work to help people like who are charged or whatever the fuck get their story out there. Fucking say it. Then I would have so much more respect for you. It's the weird, I don't like Edward Bernays or whatever. So it's that weird cloak and dagger shit where I'm just like, fuck the fuck right off. Be authentic. Just like I ask it from Kate Peter or Boundless or whoever, I ask it from Olivia as well. And that's what always bothered me about Olivia. I don't think it would bother me if she eventually came forward and said, oh, Grant, this is what I was doing. Here's why I did it, whatever. But it bothers me that she did it without being transparent. But I wouldn't bash her. I wouldn't be like, oh, you're the worst human ever. Like, how could you? You're going to burn in hell. No, I would be like, Olivia, I totally understand the pressure related to why you did that. I think you're very smart. I think you have marketable skills. I would never hold it against you. The only thing I hold a little bit against you morally is that you did it without disclosing it. And also, if she were like, oh yeah, I don't believe it, then I would be like, what the fuck? Like you can do, you know what I would say to her? I'd be like, Olivia, I think your talents are better suited on literally Fifth Avenue doing marketing. Because then you can lie, okay? No one expects you to stand up there and be like, I'm advertising for Degree deodorant or whatever the fuck. I have Degree deodorant over here. I'm advertising for this product or that product. Because advertisements are disclosed. The fact that you're making them for the company is the disclosure. And you would thrive so fucking well in that environment. You could sell fucking water to a well. In fact, I'm a little bit concerned, actually, that you would sell water to a well, Olivia. She's probably like, Grant listens to far too much Jay-Z. And I don't actually like Jay-Z as an artist. He just reminds me of a simpler time when I would eat Mama Goo's chicken finger subs and listen to Jay-Z's The Black Album and watch The Breakfast Club, and I didn't really understand how complex the world was. I'm just like, what the fuck? I'm sure someone was like, Olivia, Grant's talking about you. You got to listen. And she tunes in, and I'm like, I really like eating Mama Goo's subs and watching The Breakfast Club. And she's like, what the fuck? Seriously, though, you know where to find me, Olivia, if you ever want to talk about that stuff. I'll talk to you off the record, and I would not disclose it, but I'll also talk to you on the record if you like want to do whatever the fuck, a mea culpa, or you want to just come out and say like why your PR skills are marketable and why this case maybe wasn't the best way to use them. Whatever the fuck, you know where to find me. Never talked to this girl. I'm talking to her like I know her. I'm just speaking into the void. Like if I say Olivia Lamb's name, will she just hear it and start listening? I think that's kind of how it works, though. She's probably sitting there right now, like, how the fuck does he know? I'm omniscient, Miss Lamb. I'm omniscient. That's how I found your posts that clearly indicated your name is not Olivia Lambo. Not that I care, though. Like, I don't think I've ever said a negative word. I think I was a little critical about... Now, I want to be clear. I have said negative words about Olivia's tactics and her mom's tactics, but I don't think I've ever actually been negative about her as a person. And if anything, I think for like a year, I've been like, this girl is extremely intelligent, and I don't think she's using her powers for good. And being one of this, like, I don't know, I think it's a biological adaptation, but being one of this group that has this, like, immediate recall and ability to do these long streams and the ability to write very eloquently and can be like amalgamate facts and reconvey them and whatever. I look at it as like below her to do what she was doing. I think like we have very sacred talents that should be respected. I don't know why we're able to, not just her and me, there's a lot of us out there like this. It's this studied form of intelligence. Like it has like a unique form of recall. I don't know Olivia, so maybe she doesn't have this, but there's this unique form of recall and memory. It's like very, very unique, and it's it allows you to have like a photographic memory and then like kind of use like a mind map to synthesize all the information and then reconvey it both in a spoken way and a written way very eloquently, effortlessly. There is a term for it. It's like a 4-letter acronym. It's a type of recall or a type of brain or personality. I don't think it's a personality type. I think it's actually how the neurons function or fire in your brain. But I think she's one of them. I'm definitely one of them. They're out there. They're very unique. There's more of them these days, I think. But it's when people use that power in a malevolent way where I get really mad. 'Cause I'm like, I know what you fucking are. Like, why are you doing this? You are a very sacred thing, and you should not be applying your knowledge and talents in this way. It makes me very upset. But I also don't know her, so it's like, why am I upset with this person? I don't give a fuck. Maybe she's just using AI. Like, what the fuck, you know? So I try to just not think about it. If you don't know what the history of the author, you don't know what you're reading. KRS-One. I love KRS-One. My God, KRS-One is probably the best historian of hip-hop that I have ever seen in my entire life. Hip-hop as a genre owes a debt of gratitude to KRS-One for his knowledge of hip-hop history. The law tubers always go with what helps grow their channels. Yeah, I definitely got some sense. I saw some messages. I'm not going to mention any of their names, but I saw some messages where law tubers were like, yeah, I can't change my position because look at my audience. It'll just drop. And it's like, motherfucker, have some integrity. Like, come on. That's exactly how, says Lazy Susan. Emily, you're so right, says Jew Drops. They are raising $3K a night. How can they run out, says Busty DD. Busty DD, she is in so much fucking debt. I don't think I can even put it into words how much debt Karen Reed is in. Jeff Williams, the name and recipe is Turkish, but is spread to all the Mediterranean countries. Check if you don't believe me. It's Greek, but also Turk, Armenian, and Lebanese. Are we talking about baklava? Grant, have you watched Alex Jones in the Spacey, or Alan Jackson in the Spacey trial? Yeah, I didn't like his tactics there. I didn't like him. I didn't like Alan Jackson's tactics in one of the other trials where he was like, oh, maybe it was the Spacey trial, like, or the Weinstein trial where he was like talking incredibly inappropriately to the witnesses, like, I'm going to take my jacket off, don't get scared. Like, fuck you, Alan Jackson. What the fuck? I think Alan Jackson genuinely, like, cares what I think of him as a person, strangely, because sometimes he looks over at me, and, like, if I say nice things about him for a few days on stream before, he'll, like, smile. But if I'm mean to him, he kind of has, like, a scowl on his face. Same with David Yannetti. Whenever I'm like, I like David Yannetti as a lawyer, I just don't like his tactics, or I respect David Yannetti. The next time I see him, he's like, hi, Grant. But Alan Jackson, no, if him and I ever sat down after this case were over, before we even started recording the interview, the first thing I would say to him is, just off the record, please tell me, like, in your mind in that moment when you took your jacket off, you weren't thinking, like, oh, I'm going to bring her back into that moment. Like, and if he said to me, no, Grant, like I would be able to trust me, like, not his body language, but his actual vibe, I would be able to tell if he were like, no, Grant, like, no, absolutely not. If anything, I just was overthinking it and I wanted her to be comfortable and I didn't realize that by saying that I was doing the very thing that would make her uncomfortable, I would know. And then I would move on and be like, fine, I believe you. But if I got even the sense in his reaction that he intentionally did that to bring her back into the moment, like, oh, you got to play hardball sometimes or whatever, then I'd be like, oh no, like morally you're irredeemable. But if it really wasn't, if it wasn't malicious, if it was just him being, and listen, I've come to know this man watching him do his arguments. One time I saw him in the bathroom and he just looked at me so perplexed. And then I think I said, welcome to Massachusetts. But I've come to know this man, and I think he's a great actor. He's a great performance artist. He does great opening arguments. He's a great orator. Absolutely wonderful rhetorician. When it comes to his lawyering, like asking Jen McCabe that why question on cross or whatever, or doing that thing with his jacket and the victim in the Weinstein case, I think it was, I'm never like, you're being malicious. I'm more just like, Alan Jackson, you're an idiot. And I think Judge Cannoni looks at him that way too. Like, she'll either look at him like, you're playing loose and fast with the facts and the law, or you tried, Mr. Jackson. Like, you did your best, you know? And those are the two reactions he gets from her. For me, it's more like, I need to know whether you just were an idiot in that moment with the jacket thing, taking off the jacket and saying to the witness, like, I'll be gentle or whatever. Like, were you really being Alan Jackson and being an idiot in that moment and just not realizing, or did you do it to fuck with her? And if you did it to fuck with her, he's never going to admit it. But if I get the vibe that you did it to fuck with that victim, then I'm going to be like, no, Alan Jackson. Emily Susan says, the law tubers consider themselves an alternative to mainstream media, so they generally side with the defense. They are an arm of the defense. I think it's just easier to pay them. It's cheaper than paying. You can't, like, pay the media. You have to have fucking connects in the media. Like, they would be insulted if you tried to fucking pay them. You gotta offer. It's way more than that. I'm not going down that road. I don't do any of that shit, but I'm just too close to the media, and it's not appropriate for me to talk about that kind of stuff. That's people's real lives, and that's, listen, you can do that if you're not taking a straight bribe, and you're in the media and people are saying, you know, do you in the media really believe this? And you're saying yes, and then you want to like fly out to places or whatever the fuck. It's your prerogative. You know, I'm never going to know in your heart of hearts if you actually believed it. Deaf Otter, okay, no worries. TikTok is 98% free, Karen Reed. It's really triggering to get on the algorithm over there. Oh, welcome Yasmin UTG. I've never been over on that algorithm, so I don't know. Even if I contact you through Facebook, says Lazy Susan, I'm hoping to be able to get your take on something one-on-one, not looking for legal advice. Okay, as long as you understand that I can only give you ideological opinions, I'm not a lawyer and there's no legal advice, I'll talk to you about anything. Let's see. Oh, Maureen Walsh is not doing a good job. Natalie had immunity. Interesting, Val. I love to have you here, Valerie, by the way. Thrilled to have you on stream. I have references, says Lazy Susan. Lazy Susan, I truly believe you're okay. Jeff Williams says, question and answer session. Yes, it is a question and answer session, and then we're also going to watch a wonderful video of Hank Brennan talking about his time on the Whitey Bulger case that says a lot about Brennan's approach, whether he's on the defense or prosecution. B and Chance says, Natalie has immunity. I heard the tapes. Sean and TB both mentioned that. Yeah, so listen, my opinion is that Natalie most likely has immunity. Natalie doesn't need permission to get, it's different. The compelled grant of immunity is different. A compelled grant of immunity is where you're giving someone immunity and they don't want it. If someone wants immunity, you don't have to disclose it until the time comes. It's not some like court permission. There might be a motion or something, but it's not the same as a compelled grant of immunity. So if Natalie really has immunity, I mean, yeah, she's testifying. She's testifying. The truth will set you free, Jeff Williams says. I agree. Lazy Susan, for the pink shiter everywhere. Let's see. All the Lexus box information. I agree, Jeff Williams. I think Karen probably has a paid FKR juror. I don't think she's going to prison. I disagree, Lazy Susan. If they find even one thing about those jurors, that juror's not going to make it to the actual jury, I would imagine. Boundless disclosed he made money for video he had made on Kevin's show one night. Yeah, that's what I'm saying about Busty DD. It's just about the disclosure. Glass out of his nose means it happened outside where the crime scene was. Well, I think John never left the lawn, and that's where Karen saw the glass, but I'm wondering if she came back to John's body before 6 a.m. and saw the glass. Murder by Maestro says, of course he did, but after the fact. Well, transparency is good. I also have concerns about the jury, says JI5. I think a lot of us do. Jew Drops does as well. Eva says, don't poke the bear. Some have deep convictions. Respect both. Yeah, generally don't poke the bear here. Like, there's 50 people on, like, this channel. Just generally, like, fighting with the mods is a terrible idea. Well, he owes nobody information on his finances. Yeah, Busty DD, it's not about his finances. It's just about the content. Disclose on the content if you're being paid for it. Grant's great asking Reed shit. Yeah, I like to ask Karen Reed questions. She's convicting herself. KR is a stage 5 clinger. It's your words. It will come back on you. By the way, speaking of Karen Reed being a clinger, I'm going to play this video for you while I go fill up my water bottle, and then we're going to watch the Hank Brennan video when I come back. But what I like to do is make sure that the videos I'm playing are in line with your questions. And one of the questions, one of the comments someone just made was about Karen Reed being a stage 5 clinger. Why don't you all, as I go get some water, have a wonderful time watching this video about Brian Higgins talking about Karen Reed and the messages that Karen Reed sent while trying to start up an affair with Higgins, an affair Higgins wouldn't go through with, and an affair that Karen, I think, only started in an attempt to torment John O'Keefe as the relationship between John and Karen was ending.
I'm in the blue bubbles again. You really think that? I have always thought that about you. Defendant responded, what? I responded that you're hot, smart, witty, but I didn't think you were interested. Defendant responded, witty? I responded, yeah, meaning quick with a response. Tell me why you got my number and reached out to me. Defendant responded, just thought we were the same / from the same neighborhood. I responded, are you afraid to say what's on your mind? What's in your mind? And then I said, on. Defendant responded, no, didn't I? No, didn't I? Question mark.
Sir, if I can turn your attention, to the next page 31 and ask you to read from that.
I'm glad I'm in the blue bubble again. I'm glad I stopped by. I should have come earlier. Do you really live in Mansfield? Defendant responded, yeah. I was basically begging you. I responded, you don't have to beg me. I meant to say beg. Defendant responded, huh? I said, I will give you what you want. How are you texting right now? Then I said, leaving me hanging. Defendant responded, no. I typed kids and then kinda. Defendant responded, how am I texting? And I began to say, is everyone asleep?
As far as the communication from the defendant indicating, yeah, I was basically begging you, what did you take that to mean?
That she wanted me to come over?
And if I could turn your attention to the next page 32. If I could ask you to read from that page as well.
So it starts off with the defendant saying, I just wide awake on my phone. Yes, they are. I said, I should have stayed, LOL. So now what? Question mark. Defendant said, yes, you should have. I responded, that would have been distracting. So now what? So no, what? And then I said, now. Defendant said, now what? Question mark. I responded, balls in your court. Defendant said, what do you want? I responded, loaded question. What do you want? Question mark. Defendant responded, I asked you, exclamation point. I in turn said, nope, you initiated this.
If I could turn your attention to the next page 33. If I could ask you to read from that, sir.
I said, spit it out. I'm in the blue bubbles. Defendant said, hey, we're single and we don't have kids. We can do whatever we want. I responded.
I think you all just heard Karen Reed say she was single in the weeks leading up to John O'Keefe's murder, and I think we just got another very beneficial part of reviewing some of the trial evidence from Karen Reed's first trial, which is what we're doing. If you're just joining in, my name is GrantSmithEllis. We're 5.5 hours into this live stream somehow. We are going over any and all questions and comments that you have, and that's what I have done to myself at this point. I absolutely committed to reading all of your questions and all of your comments, because this is about you. This is your stream. This is for your opportunity to get prepared. I don't want any of you to feel left out or like you didn't get an opportunity to participate. If I have to order lunch, which I never do, never, ever, ever, but if I have to order lunch because I don't have time to go to the grocery store today, now that we've done this, I will do that because I'm going to stay with you all. I am going to do it. Now, you know what's interesting? I think I have $20 off 7-Eleven delivery. So what if I get 7-Eleven pizza brought to me? Oh my God. I have this obligation to get 7-Eleven pizza because someone sent $5 and told me to go get some, so I'm going to do that. I don't know if they were trolling or being friendly or what, but they were like, Grant, here's the money for 7-Eleven pizza, and I am going to absolutely get that 7-Eleven pizza. And just so you know, whoever you are out there who's anonymous, whoever you are that sent that, I'm going to get that pizza. But okay, so I'm going to keep reading through your comments, even though we are 5.5 hours in, because I'm feeling great. Grant has no red lights. I'm just a towel. Karen's toast. Jeff Williams. Wow, I agree. I fear because Karen's so confident and talkative, that means she got one on the jury. Yeah, listen, I'll show you this clip. Tell me if you think this is a confident Karen Reed. This was when I asked Karen about the Canton Police Department confirming the investigation into John O'Keefe's death was over. Let me know what you think about this one. Sorry about that. This was a walk and talk from a while ago, so it's going to take, well, by a while ago, I mean like 3 weeks. But you know what happens with Tal's Twitter feed. When we have to go back like 3 weeks, it takes like 3 minutes. Hold on 1 second. I'm going to get it. Where's the walk and talk? Come on, walk and talk. Oh, it was when the federal investigation was confirmed as over, so we have to go back. Oh, there it is. There it is. I love it. I love it. Karen Reed, the camera loves you and you love the fucking camera. Now let's watch this full walk and talk because I'm a fucking towel. Sorry for all the cussing. I'm a towel. Someone's kids are probably watching this. Like, Mom, why does that towel cuss so much? The mother's like, well, you know, he read the Bible and it said that you can cuss as long as you're being benevolent, but you can't cuss, little child.
Some ARP issues. If I take him at his word, that would be a very dangerous endeavor of mine. But I've seen a letter from the U.S. Attorney's Office from 1 month ago, and it said it was ongoing. It was a 4-page single-spaced letter from Mary Marie on Leah Foley's letterhead.
So you do believe it is ongoing?
I don't know. That's just the actual data that I have.
What do you think about a gag order against your attorneys and you are the only one who can talk? Would you like
guys,
that?
give her some room, please. Give her some room, please.
I like talking. I like to reveal the truth. Yes. Yep. I think I'll be back here.
Come on, guys, keep it moving. Keep it moving. Let's go.
You said that in terms of what you've been told, you have not.
Guys, please
That is
give us
true.
some room,
That is
please.
true.
There's only so much room on the sidewalk. Let's go. The Canton police just put out a statement confirming the federal investigation's over. Any comment, Karen? Guys and girls, please give us.
So this was one of my favorite videos because look at this. Look at this view that Karen gives me. And I ask her about the Canton police confirming the federal probe's over. Look at that. Look at that look. And look, it changes too. Like, look at that look. She's just like, oh, fucking towel. Like, of course he managed to get that quip in like that quickly too, and she knows I can ask a question that quickly and make a huge impact. Some of the reporters after me came up to me and were like, "Good job, Grant." And I was like, "Damn fucking straight." But look at that! Look at that look! I mean, that is a look. It's half like respect and half just fury. Just like, what the fuck, kid? Now, the thing that I like even better is there's another interaction. We're talking about how Karen's vibe is right now. Like, this is the picture I got that I really liked. I toned down the watermark a little bit. But, like, look at that. I mean, she's looking directly at me. Okay, so you want to, like, really examine Karen Reed's soul. That was the most she's ever given me. And that's the most I've ever given her. I let her look directly into my eyes. That was the price I paid for that shot. It really fucked me up. But, I mean, yeah, whatever. I've been through worse. This one's even better because Christina Rex is just in the background like, oh yeah, Christina Rex had just asked a question. I come through with my question and Christina Rex is just like, oh dear God, Grant. But that, I mean, that's a moment right there. That is a fucking portrait. You got the Boston Globe guy to the top right. You got all the cameramen. You got all these microphones. And then she just wants to look into the eye of Little Tal. She's not scowling. It's kind of like a Mona Lisa smile. Like, it's half like I'm furious at you and half like all right, I'm not going to say it that way, but let me show you the next video. And then look at her facial expression in this next video when I see her next. This was recently outside of court. The way she looks at me, I was like, she bit her tongue and stuff. I was like, stop looking at me that way. Because I am not comfortable right now. I am scared. And I was like, no, Karen, I am not calling you after court. Where is it? It's when they're coming down the stairs. I think it's this one. Yeah, look at fucking this one. Look, first of all, why is she looking at me like that? Okay? But now, hold on, let me get the actual full clip because it takes a second. All right. So here's her actually walking out. Look at this. Look at what she's doing. It's a few of them.
Yes, it's not the cases. Can you just give us a statement?
Like, what is that? And yeah, like, it's not direct, like, it's at a, no, like, look at that. Look at that. What is that? She's looking, she knows who she's looking at. Like, there's only a few cameramen there, and she's not looking up at the cameramen. She's looking over at me. That is incredibly weird. And I'll tell you, it's not that she's scared. It's that she doesn't, I don't think she knows what's going on anymore. She's just utterly befuddled and overwhelmed and doesn't like that there's no people out there anymore. And I think she's almost just like, how did Grant figure this all out? It's a very interesting dynamic between me and her. Like, look at that. Okay, she's looking down at that point, but then you can see she can't help herself. She wants to look up. She knows I'm there. It's not the cameras, because the cameramen are on either side of me. She does not need to look at me to look at the cameras. In fact, like, you wouldn't look at me if you wanted to look at the cameras, because I'm not holding a video camera. I'm holding my phone. And she still couldn't help herself. And look at that look. That's even more interesting than the last look. I'm just like, what the fuck, lady? Like, what is going on up there with you? Like, are you really just interested in people with big platforms? No pun intended. Like, that's what you're interested in? Like, what the fuck? That's some weird shit, lady. That was the vibe there. But that was a good question about what things have been like for Karen leaving court. And you want to see Hank Brennan leaving court, notice it's a little different.
Morning, how are you? Good afternoon. How are you today? Weather hasn't warmed up at all since you were out. Yeah.
Good luck, Miss Brennan.
What about those Red Sox?
Opening day.
Look at the two troopers. They're like, yep, nobody's following Hank Brennan, the bike guy. But look, this is the only time I've ever interacted with Hank Brennan. And obviously he's looking down at all of us, but I have to wonder if he walked out on purpose to give us the shot. Because this man, he gave me, like, he just looked down at me like, oh, that's that little towel. I'm so proud of him. But he can't do anything because he knows he talks shit about David Unetti for butt slapping Turtle Boy. So what? He just got to look like, oh, just a dumb smile. Then this man walks on air. Look at him. That is not someone who's nervous at all. That's someone who thinks he's got this. Then you have to believe it.
Good luck, Miss Brennan.
And I think he does.
Opening day.
We are going to watch the Hank Brennan clip, by the way. I don't want to watch just the 1 minute segment of it. I want to watch the whole 10-minute clip with Hank Brennan talking about the Whitey Bulger defense. But I'm going to throw that map up for you for the time being. You can look at the annotated web of connections between Karen Reed and Aiden Turtleboy Kearney. Oh, hold on one second. All right, back to your comments, though, but we are going to watch the Hank Brennan video as well, because I promised to do that for you all. But yes, look at her face, says Jeff Williams. Well, I don't know what we were looking at that point, but okay. Her eyes, oh, we were probably looking at her when she was mocking John's mom. Her eyes, ew, says JI5. If Karen is paying someone to be a spokesperson, I personally think they owe their audience that info. Yeah, I agree with you, Murder by Maestro, and that goes for Jen McCabe or Michael Proctor or Tully or whoever the fuck. If you have a fucking paid spokesperson, they need to disclose it, whether the payment is in kind or in cash or otherwise. Mocking Peggy was diabolical. I agree, Ava. Lazy Susan, I love the pause. That looks like Karen is picking her nose. Well, she wasn't picking her nose, but she was certainly making a gesture. But yes, it is funny. Contempt and disgust for Peggy O'Keefe. Gross. Yeah, I agree. The rules don't change depending on what side you sit. Well said, Murder by Maestro. Well said. Someone says Karen has had a lot of work done to her face. No, I think she gets Botox, which is fine. I think people are entitled to get Botox. I don't see anything wrong with it. Jeff Williams says, Grant, how long will the trial last? 4 to 6 weeks. I suspect we will be done sometime towards the end of May. Based on how some of these docs have been going, I think she might be owed a refund. Lazy Susan, that's funny. Sorry, I got muted for a little bit. We're back quick. This is a circus, says Jeff Williams. I agree. Karen's face is disgusting. I agree. Murder by Maestro says, that's a common turning point for people, looking at the documents themselves without narrative. Yeah, that's why I just read the documents sometimes. People don't like it. They get a little frustrated with me. They'll say, Grant, why are you just reading the documents? I want to hear your analysis. Okay, well, I know you want to hear that, but a lot of people are learning about this case, and it's not going to help them to hear my analysis without first reading the document. So, well said, Murder by Maestro. All right, how'd our poll go? Yes, it has happened. Thank you all. I can end the poll now. We have decided as a group that Kate Peter is going to be sent to a convent. I'm thrilled. I am absolutely thrilled. I could not be any more pleased. I am so thrilled. We have decided by a vote of 27% to 22%, with 51% of people abstaining, that Kate Peter will be sent to a convent. All right? I don't know. You know who we should put in charge of this? Sema. If we put Sema in charge of sending Kate Peter to a convent, I could make a whole fucking sitcom about that. That would be the greatest thing in the entire world. It would have to probably be more of a reality show, but my God, I think that's what we should do. Sema should choose Kate Peter's convent. Now I feel like we need an AI image of Kate Peter in a nun costume. That's what has come out of this stream. We've all decided, based on consensus, that Kate Peter is going to be sent to a nunnery. Karen's comments in the recent Vanity Fair article will give her trouble as well. Yes, Karen saying ridiculous things about her being O.J. Simpson, and the federal investigation, which is obviously closed. It's just going to be more problems. For Karen Reed, Eva has a quote for us from the Bible. Matthew 12:37. For by your words you will be justified and acquitted, and by your words you will be condemned and sentenced. Well, God bless you for sharing a verse from Matthew 12:37. I really like Matthew 25:31 through 46, but Matthew 12:37 is wonderful as well. Jewdrop says, Murder by Maestro, I'm glad she's done the documentary, silly cow. She was very silly to do that documentary, because now Hank Brennan has all 40 hours of their recorded interviews. Lazy Susan says, I can remember so many things about this case. I think it's taking up room in my head for my own personal facts. I'm the other way. I don't have any personal facts. My whole head is just historical facts about the history of America, and then case facts about various things that I cover, and then regulatory facts, and then facts about people in the government. Mostly just so I can keep track of how the government works. That's my job. As a towel. Lazy Susan. Damn, now I want to know. Not fair. No secrets between towels. I don't know what we were talking about at that point. Grant, thank you. I certainly will look into that book. I don't even remember what book I remembered. Oh, it was the follow-up book to In Cold Blood. And Every Word is True. Mark Stewart says, nice pick. What an asshole. Karen Reed is a little bit of an asshole. I think she's too smart for her own good. As a lot of us are. Towelettes, says Drew Drops. It's always good to have towelettes. Heich says, my opinion, you, Boundless, and Roberta are the best on this subject for different reasons. I watched all three with equal enthusiasm. Go smash the case, Hank Brennan. Great comment. I agree. Every streamer's different, and you're going to like each streamer for different reasons. And people provide different perspectives, and that's what I think is important. Heisenberg, nice to see you. Well, hello, Heisenberg. I remember how involved and outspoken you were during the first trial. Nice to see you around again. Maybe I just missed you. Either way, glad to see you. Grant should read the book Mr. Nice by Howard Marks. He used a similar defense as Whitey. He said in open court he was transporting hashish through the IRA with the blessing of British MI5. I know about that story, Murder by Maestro. I watched a documentary on it. Hold on, let me see if I can bring up the documentary. It was a really good, interesting documentary, and we can watch the Brennan clip too, but this hash runner within the IRA was even more fascinating. Let's see. And I think it wasn't just MI5. It was the FBI. He was contracted out. And it might have been it was the Domestic Intelligence Service in the UK, but he was contracted out, the IRA guy. He was contracted out, and it wasn't as simple. It was a little bit more complex than that. He had gone over to Ireland originally for a non-drug purpose, I want to say, and then he got involved in the drugs. But let's see, IRA spy, FBI, drugs. Let's see if I can find it. I should have it in my history. Yeah, this is it. Okay, so let me. Is this what you were talking about, Murder by Maestro? Let me give you just a few minutes of this. It's not, I would say, the most. I wouldn't say it's the most on point to what we're talking about, but I do think it's relevant because you were talking about how the government facilitates people committing crimes. So let's take a look at this, and you tell me, Murder by Maestro, if I got this right. Although I'm not going to be at that part of the comments. But let's take a look at this documentary, and let's see if it's right. All right. So, well, it's actually a different window now, but that's okay. So was it this, Murder by Maestro? I'm going to play it for you now. 1 second. By the way, we're watching a little documentary here on a little tangent about how sometimes governments enable dangerous behavior.
In the Northern Ireland conflict, spying was a very dangerous game.
Physical violence, I don't use now. They use mental violence, obviously.
The IRA's chief interrogator explains how he extracted confessions from informers before they were shot.
Standard procedure is to strip them and debug it just to see if they're wired up or whatever, right?
Except that for years, the interrogator was himself one of Britain's most important spies.
We get you into the room, the blindfolded, right? Strip you.
Codename Steak Knife. He was unmasked in 2003.
This was a big one at the time, but this isn't it. Now, I'm not going to give up on this entirely because I think there's some real value to this, to finding what I'm looking for here. But I'm not. What we'll do is let's watch a little bit of Hank Brennan here. I'm still going to get caught up on the comments. Let's watch Hank Brennan talking about the Whitey Bulger case, and then, if I can, I'll find the documentary about the IRA guy who did the drug smuggling, and we'll talk a little bit about that, because the FBI definitely facilitates the commission of crimes for the obtaining information. And let's hear Hank Brennan talk about that now.
All right. Well, over the course of 35 days, jurors heard from no less than 72 witnesses. The one person they did not hear from was Whitey Bulger himself, as he declined to testify. After the verdict, defense attorney Jay Kearney spoke for Bulger, saying he was pleased with the outcome.
It was important to him that the government corruption be exposed, and important to him that people see firsthand the deals that the government was able to make with certain people.
And now Hank Brennan, a member of Whitey Bulger's defense team, is here. Welcome, Hank Brennan.
Thank you for having me.
It's been a wild 8-10 weeks for you.
It's been a busy year and a half.
How did your client respond today? We just heard Jay Kearney, your partner in this, say that he wanted to see that the government was partly culpable. But how did he respond to it's 31 out of 32 counts he was proven guilty?
James Bulger was extraordinarily content. I think the moment for him came well before the verdict. It was the effort and the demonstration in court to help try to show as much truth as we could. The idea that the government has some liability and accountability in what had happened over those decades was one of the most important objectives we had.
One of the oddities of this was to see Stephen Davis and other members of families of victims embracing you and Jay Kearney today, and that here you were representing the man who killed their loved ones. What was that like for you to have them almost siding with you in a sense? Not that they didn't want to see the government, convict them, prosecute them and convict them, but they really credit you with bringing out the government part of the corruption.
Well, we expect our criminals to commit crimes. That's what criminals do. We don't expect that from our law enforcement. And so having a very unique opportunity, Jay Kearney and I had the ability and the invitation to do anything we could to try to help find the truth and expose what the government had done. And the government had done a number of things that we don't expect from our government. They not only created victims, but they continued to victimize the victims by denying their responsibility. When we started this case, the effort was at the most important part to help show the role the government played in this entire conspiracy. It was a very liberating experience as a defense attorney to be able to ask questions of witnesses which in times could implicate our own client, and we did at many points, but also help other people. And I felt the presence of Patricia Donahue and the Donahue family and the Davises behind me every day. I didn't always see them when my back was to them, but I felt their presence, and I knew that what Jay and I, Kearney, were doing had some import, not just for our client, but for the community, for particular victims, and also for the public.
That is very, very true. And we're going to find out, we're going to hear a little bit more about, there's a question now about eviscerating Salemi on cross. So let's listen to that. And then I found the documentary I want to show you that Murder by Maestro was talking about. But this insight into how Hank Brennan thinks about justice shows he's not just about winning, he's about the integrity of the justice system.
Eviscerated Stephen the Rifleman Fleming in cross-examination. And as a result of that, you could say that you were actually responsible for the no finding in the murder of Deborah Davis, even though everybody knows he was there. He was never there. He was behind it. He, for one reason or another, wanted her dead. And yet, as I said, the family is still saying, well, they want to go further with this. They want to take it to a state court, but they're fine with that.
Well, I take issue with the suggestion that he was there, and I take issue with the fact that you suggest that they wanted him dead. Her dead, I'm sorry. The only person who has ever said that is Stephen Fleming. Mm-hmm. And certainly when a person that vile decides to kill his girlfriend because she has decided she had an interest in somebody else, someone that vile with that type of reward isn't somebody who's reliable. So I absolutely suggest that's not accurate and that's not true. I think quite the opposite. That being said, in protecting and defending James Bulger at trial, I think we demonstrated through the trial that we didn't pull any punches, even if it incriminated James Bulger. Jay Kearney and I, at every step, tried to bring out the most reliable information. There were many witnesses which I asked about not only the Deborah Davis murder, but also how the FBI was complicit in covering up Stephen Fleming's misconduct by trying to hide the conversations and interviews with Olga Davis and Mickey Davis. So that was a concerted effort throughout the trial. And sometimes public and people, victims like the Davis family, need somebody to stand up for them, and that's why we rely on prosecutors. That's why we rely on our government to do that. And when they fail, and someone else is there to take the void, and we had an opportunity to do that, for us, that was very meaningful.
I realized the judge wouldn't allow testimony in that you all wanted, you and Jay Kearney, which was that the government offered Whitey Bulger and Stephen Fleming and Stephen Weeks, to some extent, immunity from prosecution in order to turn evidence against La Cosa Nostra. But why not let your client testify? I know he said he wanted to in the beginning. Jay Kearney said he would. Why not?
The arrangement that James Bulger had with the federal government was very different than the arrangement that Stephen Fleming had. James Bulger was never an informant for the federal government. He was never providing information, and I hope we dispelled that through this trial. It's unfortunate that the general public doesn't see this type of trial on TV, and they can actually look at the detail and the evidence that we help show, because unfortunately it still then becomes a matter of rumor and innuendo. James Bulger not only was prepared to take the stand, he expected to take the stand from day one, and is what he wanted to do. There is a story, a sordid story, that extends well beyond the Boston FBI to the Department of Justice to the highest ranks, and James Bulger was prepared to tell that story. It is a loss for everybody, for the jury, for the victims' families, for the community, for the public, not to have him take the stand. I expected he would have been the most convincing witness, because he'd be the one witness who would not try to protect himself. I think that's reinforced by the approach Jay Kearney and I took. But to have somebody take the stand just to give a confession, but not to give the entire story and protect the government, makes absolutely no sense. If the government had no fear of what James Bulger would say, there'd be no reason not to let him testify to his arrangement. If immunity was so absurd, then they simply could have dispelled it in front of the jury. So although the government continually suggests that they're disappointed he didn't testify, they try to silence him at every turn in this case. And it was an extraordinary loss, because talk about the idea of closure. What better closure could you have than the person who could stand before the jury and the community and say exactly what happened? But fortunately, I don't think this is the last word. It's the end of this trial, but there's perhaps other trials, and there's other opportunities for James Bulger to have his voice heard.
Brennan did his best to save Bulger's life, by the way. He was trying to say he wasn't a cooperating informant. Bulger lasted like 3 hours at Leavenworth, maybe 24 hours. The mob killed him right away. And I imagine that was probably very hard for Hank Brennan, because he goes on to say in that interview, like, oh, no, I don't think he's cooperating, etc., etc. He was cooperating, and the mob killed him, which is horrifying. Now, listen, I want to show Murder by Maestro. I'm going to get back to all of your questions and comments, even though we've been going for almost 6 hours. We are not going to break our towel record. I don't know if we can go for 7 hours. I can't believe we're still going. I enjoy talking with you all so much. But yes, I found it. Murder by Maestro. It is called I Spy, the documentary. I didn't read the book, but I'm pretty sure this is the guy you were talking about. Tell me if I'm right.
An American trucker, a man who was at the heart of a dissident Republican group that posed the biggest threat to Northern Ireland's fragile peace. A real IRA insider who was working for its enemy.
My name is David Rupert. I was a MI5 FBI agent. I was embedded inside the real IRA as a spy, and I have a story to tell.
Wow. Hold on. Before we watch a little bit of this, I just realized Murder by Maestro. I thought sometimes I'm just like, people say like, Grant, oh, you have an encyclopedic knowledge of things. And I'm like, no, I don't. I just like watch popular content. This documentary that I found has 200 views and 3 likes. It's like, I'm sure it was seen a lot when it was aired on TV, but Okay, maybe I understand now. I just remember everything. I shouldn't have been able to remember this. I shouldn't have been able to find this. I can't believe I was one of the 200 people that watched this.
Falcarra, County Donegal. A run-down stately home. An unlikely location for a meeting of senior Irish Republican Army figures. But what happened here in late 1997 changed the course of Northern Ireland's peace process. The IRA was beginning to give up its war. But a group that viewed that as treacherous walked out of the meeting. The split gave rise to a dangerous faction, dissident Republicans who would continue the war against the British. Their leader was this man, Michael McKevitt. He soon set up another group that had no intention of disarming. It became known as the Real IRA. And began a bombing campaign against the peace process. In 1999, Michael McKevitt brought David Rupert into his secret army to help him fund his terror.
McKevitt wanted to meet me, and because I was carrying the money over.
McKevitt opened the door, and unknown to him, his enemy walked in.
MI5 is just like walking on air, because they got somebody embedded now inside the Real IRA.
Oh, I get it. All right, so we're not going to watch this whole thing. But he was like some kind of drug smuggler, and then he was a money man, and he got linked up with the Real IRA, and then that guy, the Real IRA, was able to get the FBI and the MI5 ran him as a joint agent and to get information on the Real IRA. Fascinating Murder by Maestro. I knew I had watched a documentary about that. Okay, back to your questions and comments, because this is your stream, not Tal watching documentaries about MI5 spies within the Real IRA who worked for the FBI. But now you can see the extent of Tal's research into the intelligence world. I really do pay attention to this stuff. Emily Susan says, I don't do clicks either or blind loyalty to anyone. Emily Susan, spot on. Def Otter apparently was getting into a timeout battle with Maureen Walsh and won. What is your channel, Lazy Susan? Oh, please share it. Ava would like to know. Murder by Maestro, we don't need to make puns on that. Jew Drops, JI5, yes, as I couldn't handle it. She has it running at the bottom. Oh, okay. Not going to read that. Lazy Susan, I'm neighbors with Tragos, sort of. And he's changed so much. I really truly believe there's no coincidence. He got a sponsorship and now does pro FKR content all the time. Interesting. Maureen Walsh, chill out. I never said that, says Maureen Walsh. I don't know what you're all arguing about. Don't tell the mods to chill out. They're the ones who are helping keep the channel relaxed. There's a lot of gaslighting going on. Kate Peter defenders should just not come in this channel. You're up against like 50 people. JI5, her video's nothing new, just talking about money. Oh, okay, I'm not going to read that. I found the solution. Eva says, Lazy Susan used to like Kate Peter, not anymore. Murder my Maestro. If you ever get timed out, the worst thing you can do is bring it back up. Take it on the chin and chill. Yeah, listen to the mods, please, or the honorary towels. There is a FKR who told me the very same. She knows Karen is guilty, but is in too deep. Grant once went on her show. Murder by Maestro. Sir, why are you saying things like that? Murder by Maestro. Lazy Susan says, Eva, oh, I don't have one. I used to call to a show called Midnight Radio all the time. Then it stopped. He covered the Idaho 4. It was before KR. I liked it because I was sort of known. Oh, that's wonderful, Lazy Susan. I'm glad you have been engaging with content for a while. It seems like you're very informed. JF5, Drew Drops. Yeah, she could be all about... Oh, okay. Not going to read those comments. Angela Whittick. Okay, I'll get geese, all right? Oh, it seems like Angela's still deciding whether to get a goat or geese. It's more just about making sure towels don't get eaten. Dewdrop says they all know she's guilty. Lazy Susan, but never had to take responsibility of doing my own channel. Oh, interesting. Busty DD, the first show I watched, no mods. Now there's a ton. Yeah, I would say that the towel universe has grown extensively in its mosaic type fabric over the past few weeks. I just am stunned by the number of people who enjoy talking and engaging here, but I'm also happy to facilitate and engage. So, Maureen Walsh, this whole chat is people you know and you normally respect. Take some time to try to understand what's being said. Right, Maureen Walsh, if everyone, even though they agree with your position on the Karen Reed case, is saying that there's something up with Kate Peter, maybe you are wrong. Lazy Susan, I wish Midnight Radio was still on the air. He had a pretty small following, but it was fun and you could call in. Maybe I'll start taking call-ins at a certain point soon. Like what I might do is give out a Zoom link with a waiting room to people with like unique IDs, and then you can call in on the Zoom and I'll chat with you for a few minutes. I think we can do that. Let's see. Something slipped out of her mouth as well. Can't repeat, but yes, trust me, all about the money. Oh, Dewdrops. Oh my word. Dewdrops is an investigative journalist now. Don't mess with Dewdrops. She's got integrity and she's on the prowl. She's an honorary towel for a reason. Midnight Radio was on YouTube, by the way, Lazy Susan says. Let's see. Murder by Maestro. Yes, Grant just likes the Busty DD. Yes, Grant just likes the blue wall. Dewdrops was like, Busty DD, you're next. Lazy Susan was like, I don't even know how I got to be an honorary towel. It's almost funny. I think there's a standard where if you say something that makes me chuckle, or you have a good insight, or make a good legal point, or make a pun, or really, it's really just a vibe thing, then you become an honorary towel. Dewdrops, I can believe it. I have something to tell you. Let's talk via K's one day. All right. Dewdrops and J High Five getting together to expose the malfeasance. FKR going hard, shutting down people on X, says Ed Jobs. Yeah, I imagine FKR is not having a good time right now. Justice for John O'Keefe and his family, says Dewdrops. I agree. I respect, Ed Jobs says, I respect her text to Turtle Boy and I reposted her text to Turtle Boy and they magically disappeared. Yeah, anytime you bring up Karen and Turtle Boy directly communicating, or Turtle Boy claiming the fifth, they get a little quiet. Is there any evidence of your claims that she is doing PR for Karen's defense? Clerk Jim, just saying she doesn't allow me to answer your question because I'm so far behind I don't know what you're talking about. Rest in peace, John O'Keefe, agreed Dewdrops. Hi, everyone. Hi, Macy. It's great to see you. I'm sorry I'm seeing you so late, but I'm getting to all the comments now. I promised I would read them all. This is, after all, your stream. I'm reading all your comments and questions. Folks, Turtle Boy right now has a motion to allow him in the courtroom for KR trial. It has not been heard yet. Yeah, Diana and Natalie, but that's just a motion to be exempt from the sequestration. He's not going to quash the subpoena. He's not going to be exempted. Gretchen's probably not going to be exempted. That's how it is. And he's not on the media list this week either, says Ed Jobs, which is right. So he's not going to be in the courtroom no matter what. No hearing date set yet on Turtle Boy's motion. Yeah, but they got to deal with it before the sequester starts. So we'll see it dealt with tomorrow or Tuesday, I think. Maybe she is a regular good person doing nothing wrong. Olivia? No, Olivia's mom, Christina Lamb, owns a boutique firm that does like PR consulting for lawyers, I'm pretty sure. Lazy Susan says, all you guys have insider secrets. I just have aquarium humor, and so I married an axe murderer, quotes. I don't know what So I Married an Axe Murderer is. It seems like it's an interesting show, but yes, you do have wonderful aquarium humor. He's a vile bully, says Dewdrops. I think we're probably talking about Turtle Boy. Well, that's your opinion. Macy says, what did I miss? 5 hours. Well, we're at hour 6 now, so I guess I'm an hour behind in the comments. We had a great time talking about all sorts of different things. We watched previews of testimony based on what people testified about in the first trial. We found a video of Hank Brennan talking about an obscure case, very disturbing case, but an obscure case when he was on Law and Crime 6 years ago, a video with 893 views. Let's see, Ed Jobs, do you think Karen and Turtle Boy will be held accountable for the witness intimidation? One of them will. Somebody's going to flip, and whoever doesn't flip will get held accountable, however it plays out. Dewdrop says, Macy, it was an interesting stream. Rewind after. Yes, please do. I would be thrilled. And also subscribe if you haven't, and click the like button, because that apparently helps the channel, although I don't really understand the way all of this works, but I'm working on it. We're not attacking each other, Maureen Walsh. We're calling out Kate Peter, and then you're trying to not address why we have concerns, which is why you're getting a lot of pushback from the towel universe and from all the honorary towels. Bingo, Grant on Hollywood Jackson. Yes, Colleen, I agree. Ed Job says, I can't believe David Yannetti is stooping this low. I think Alan Jackson thinks Karen's nuts. I think Alan Jackson looks at Karen as like a friend, and that was his mistake. Ed, hope so. They need to be accountable for all their actions. Jewdrop says she's bat crazy. Ed Job says, I hear that there's text from AJDY to Turtle Boy. Oh, there definitely are. Turtle Boy, we watched the video earlier in the stream of Turtle Boy saying that there are texts, and there's also calls and whatnot. I think Alan Jackson, so Turtle Boy was facing this weird wiretapping situation with a victim out of Rhode Island. I know the woman's name. There's like 3 people Turtle Boy was dealing with out of Rhode Island. It's very confusing. But the one, Haskins, maybe something, I think that's her last name, Victoria Haskins. There was something weird there. Was Turtle Boy was like accused of wiretapping her, and then he was like really worried about getting charged. And so he was telling Karen he was worried about his problem in April or May of 2023 through Natalie. And then all of a sudden, Turtle Boy talks to Alan Jackson in either like April 20th or May 3rd of 2023. And then Alan Jackson, all of a sudden, like something happens, and then the FBI starts contacting the Holden police or like the people involved in that investigation. So I think Alan Jackson might actually have federal connections. I'm almost certain of it, actually. I don't know what he is or who he's working for or why he's working for them, but he might be the linchpin. He might be some deep cover operative or something, which is like, all right. I mean, I don't know why you got involved in this fucking chaos, like to investigate the state police. But have you guys thought about this? What if Alan Jackson is more than, it's not just volunteering on this case. What if he's like an agent of the government himself? Like, what if he goes around and is in all these circles and like he is helpful to the powers that be? I think that would make more sense. Like if Jackson's the intelligence asset, it's not Yannetti's connection to Rollins. That's just tangential. Like think about the circles Alan Jackson can move in. What better fucking use of an asset than someone who can move in the highest level of Hollywood circles, who has connections in the media, who's a lawyer? Like I'm starting to wonder if Alan Jackson might be an intelligence asset. Which is like, okay, that's cool. You can be an intelligence asset. And I know how some of these like cover positions work, by the way, for various reasons, unclassified, most of them. For example, like there was a guy who wanted to do, way back in the day, there was a guy who wanted to do, like look into the communist newspaper in the United States. So he reached out to the CIA, and the CIA was like, yeah, that's cool. You can do that. Just like make your own cover position, like get you like an academic position, go out there, like be like a radical or whatever, but then feed information to us. And that's what the guy did. So, I could, if Alan Jackson is either like a contracted government agent or like does work for the government, that makes a lot of fucking sense, because he moves in circles where he can get a lot of fucking information on powerful people, and that's what the government wants. The government wants to know what bad people who are powerful are doing. And there was this whole weird, like, don't think for one second that network of like weird retired federal agents and like people, very honorable, noble people, started getting involved with the Karen Reed thing. I think it was because there was something up with this MSP unit, not related to John O'Keefe's death, but related to, Sandra Birchmore or otherwise. And that's why all these people, like, I think what we really saw with the Karen Reed case was the intelligence community apparatus, or at least one part of it, because I think it's very fragmented. It's kind of like a segmented structure. Like there are different, it's not just there are different divisions, like people are read in on different like operations. Like you don't, just because you're in the government doesn't mean you have a need to know everything about every unit within the government and what it's doing. And in fact, if you express that kind of interest and you shouldn't be doing that, they're going to think you're a problem. So I think it's very possible that these different agencies, they don't necessarily tell each other who's operating in what way, but it's very easy to move in plain sight, and I think it's a common tactic, and Alan Jackson's the perfect kind of person for it. Literally fits the profile 100%. Like the funny thing is, like, they tell you can't smoke weed and stuff, so they'll never bring me on, but Alan Jackson is the perfect person for it. I was going to say I also fit the profile very well, but you can tell that I don't work for them because I smoke weed. And it literally says on their website, like, if you've smoked weed within the past 90 days, do not apply. And then it even says, like, and we understand some states allow medical use of marijuana, but until it's federally recognized, you can only use prescriptions that are federally recognized. It's so funny how like they have enough people going to them with this problem where they have to put it on the website. But yeah, Alan Jackson I could see being a Fed. Not just a Fed, but a literal intelligence asset, which is a very specific kind of Fed. Let's see. AJ is so up himself, fancies himself something chronic. Yeah, JA5, I don't think it's gratuitous confidence. I think he has powerful connections. The media lottery and general seating makeup of the KR courtroom seating violates the taxpayers' constitutional rights. No, not really, because you don't, in Massachusetts, we have no privilege. Trials can just be closed if they need to be. I mean, there's a presumption of access, but Karen Reed chose the smaller courtroom. It's all going to hold up, and no one's going to object. Let's see. The current seating plan favors the media over the public. It violates our First and Sixth Amendment rights. No, not really, because the way that it works right now is each side gets to pick a certain number of people. There are no members of the public allowed in because of the size of the courtroom, and any trial held in that courtroom would be subject to the same rules, like any trial held in that courtroom. And there aren't seats over there. That where the media is sitting, those aren't seats. You can't go sit there as a member of the public. They added chairs there, and you have to be very fucking careful because it's where Judge Cannoni walks out. So it's not, you don't want to be over there. It's horrifying. It's horrifying. It's scary. You cannot make a misstep. You can't, if you tripped while Judge Cannoni was walking and tripped into Judge Cannoni, oh my dear God. So it's not for the public. There's no extra seats, and that courtroom doesn't have extra seats. Let's see. Did you hear Natalie's testimony? I've read what Natalie had to say in the Karen Reed search warrant, and it's very devastating for Turtle Boy and Aiden Kearney. Towel advice. Natalie does have immunity, absolute immunity. Oh, well, that's news to me, Lazy Susan, but my word, if it's confirmed. When the towels band together, they really make quite a rap group, says Angela. Maureen Walsh, don't let one day distract from our collective effort, says Eva. Agree to disagree and move forward to what matters. Always enjoyed your input. Yep. Notice how there's a lot of towel friends. They each are trying to convey something very similar to you, Maureen Walsh, and I hope you're taking input. Well, no, yeah, Maureen Walsh, you can comment whatever you want, but it's more the way you were engaging about the questions about Kate. Like, I know what I want to ask. I know how I want to ask it, and I'm going to keep doing it. You can choose to weigh in and try to sea lion, but most people here are going to be like, stop doing that, and it's going to actually undermine your cause. That's all I was really saying. Angela has decided to get geese now instead of a goat. I think Karen Reed was off guard when she saw Higgins. Yeah, I agree. I could see her feeling like that was no, absolutely not, Ed Jobs. I think what happened was Karen Reed, for whatever reason, didn't want to go in, and she wanted to go home, but John did want to go in, and Karen was like, why won't you go home with me? And John decided to go in anyway because they were clearly falling out, and Karen got mad, lost control, backed up, and I don't think on purpose, but I do think in anger, crashed into John. Higgins is going to go through it with her clown, so feel sorry for him. Well, Karen absolutely tried to torment John by using Higgins as an emotional foil, so Higgins getting cock-blocked by autocorrect says murder by maestro. Let's see. It's thank you, Eva, says Maureen Walsh. I'm only here to listen to docs. Okay, well, if you're only here to listen to documents being read and not my opinion, that's not how this works. I have an opinion, and I'm a towel, and I'm going to say what I want to say. Sometimes it's a free-for-all. Yes, we are all in the same stance. Why am I being called out and timed out when Grant gives jibes and cannot respond? I responded to everything you said. I went through it methodically. Just because you're making comments in real time and you're not, nobody gets priority. I'm not paying attention to what you're saying. I'm going through the comments and reading everyone's comment in order. And as I come up on your comment in the list, I'm reading it. And in fact, that's the sea lioning, Maureen Walsh. I have addressed and gone into detail about a number of your comments. Let's see, I think she thought John knew something. Yeah, Ed Jobs, Karen said to Higgins in a text message that John caught Karen and Higgins, like, going into the hallway where Karen kissed Higgins after the January 15, 2022 Patriots game, when Higgins came over to John's house and Karen walked him out and the Patriots got blown out 47-21, I think, up in Buffalo. And Karen was telling Higgins that John knew about it, and Higgins was upset with Karen because Higgins didn't want to hurt John, and Higgins ended the affair. It was Karen who was trying to torment John on the way out. Drew Drops says, yay, Grant, love you. Well, I don't know what I was saying back then, Drew Drops, but I'm glad that you enjoyed it. Yeah, Karen probably had no idea Brian would be there. Remember, she accused John of cheating. Right, she lied, Ed Jobs. John O'Keefe hugged Marietta Sullivan on January 31st, 2021 in Aruba, okay? And then Karen screamed at Marietta Sullivan, like told her to go fuck herself. Like, we can listen to this clip. I don't know if Ed Jobs is a Karen Reed person or whatnot, but if you really want to go through this, Ed Jobs, I will happily play for you the video of Karen Reed, what Karen Reed said to Marietta Sullivan. And I don't think you're going to enjoy this very much, Mr. Jobs. I think that's your name. But we're going to, maybe you will enjoy it, because I don't know what side of this case you're on. But I think we should listen to it nonetheless, okay? So let's do that. Let me grab that for you. Now, the reason why we need to do this is because John did not cheat on Karen with Marietta Sullivan. John hugged Marietta Sullivan. Karen completely overreacted, had a complete meltdown, an absolute complete meltdown. And when she had that meltdown, she eventually apologized a few days later, not to Marietta Sullivan, but to Laura Sullivan, okay, the sister. And in that apology, Karen admitted that John was not cheating and that John had just hugged the sister and Karen overreacted. And do you know what happened as a result of that? 2 weeks later, Karen then lied to Higgins, and said that John again had cheated when he had not, referring back to the Aruba incident. So that's why I want to show you. I want to show you this video of what Karen said to Marietta Sullivan. And actually, I think the best way to find it is, I may have actually not posted it recently, but I do know for a fact that I know how I styled the post, because Karen screamed at Marietta Sullivan with a curse word that is extremely inappropriate, and I have it saved in the post. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually bring that up for you all. I think that's the best way to do it. So 1 second. All right. Let's see. It's not that window. Which one is it? Is it this one? Yep. Okay. Now, so I have to type in this slightly naughty word. But it's just go F yourself. But that's what Karen said to Marietta Sullivan that night. And let me just say, this clip is going to come up at trial again. I'm pretty sure the Sullivans, although Hank Brennan said it's not going to come up unless initially, but I think they are on the witness list. But let's just say that this clip is not very flattering for Karen Reed. Oh, I found it. All right. This is tough to listen to.
The elevator gets sent down.
This is another preview of what you're going to hear. If you want to know, I don't know if this is going to come into the second trial, but if you want, it might have to because of Higgins' testimony. If you want to know what really happened in Aruba, you need to listen to what Marietta Sullivan's about to say. This is very important testimony. I'm glad I have all this saved, and we can listen to it together right now.
So the elevator gets sent down to the lobby. You walk out with anyone you see when you come out.
So when the elevator opens up, the first person I saw was the attendant standing behind the desk. I didn't see anybody else in the lobby with me until I stepped out. When I stepped out, I looked to my left and I saw Johnny coming in through the first set of outside doors.
Now, as far as Mr. O'Keefe was concerned, was there any other sort of term that you would use to refer to him?
Johnny or Godfather.
Your Honor, I think this may be the appropriate.
All right. So folks, I'm going to say again that first instruction I gave you with the last witness, that you're about to hear testimony about certain conduct or behavior allegedly committed by the defendant. Ms. Reed is not charged with committing any crimes other than those charged within the indictment. So this witness's testimony may not and must not be considered by you as any evidence that the defendant has a bad character, or as evidence that she may have a propensity to commit the crimes with which she's been charged. You may not take the defendant's prior acts that you'll hear about as a substitute for proof that the defendant committed the crimes charged here. But you may consider the act solely on the limited issue of the defendant's state of mind and the nature of her relationship with John O'Keefe as it might go to motive or intent. You may not consider this evidence for any other purpose. Specifically, you may not use it to conclude that if the defendant committed these acts, that she must also have committed the offenses with which she's been charged. You can only use the evidence for the limited purpose of how it goes to the defendant's state of mind, motive, and the nature of her relationship with John O'Keefe. And for the same findings that I made at sidebar. Yes.
So you walk out of the elevator, you're by yourself, correct?
Yes.
And you see Mr. O'Keefe. Could you see where Mr. O'Keefe was in relation to the lobby or where he was coming from?
He was coming from the outside doors into the lobby.
Is that where the pool bar is located?
Opposite side.
Opposite.
Yes.
And when you see him come in, who, if anyone, do you see with him initially?
Nobody with him.
And what, if anything, was he doing, or how was he acting sort of when he came?
So he sort of stumbled in. I came out of the elevator and my initial response to him was, "Whoa, you okay?" I actually said, "Whoa, Godfather, are you okay?" But yeah, he was stumbling into the lobby.
And did you go over to him at that point?
I did. I went up to him and I gave him a hug.
And what happened then?
I pulled back. He was glassy-eyed, looking above me. We never made eye contact. He was looking above me. It looked like he was looking for someone. I asked him, "Where are you going?" assuming that he would be coming to the pool bar to meet us. He kept looking around and he indicated that he was going that way and pointed toward a bank of rooms to our right. And I said, "Well, you should go that way." And I stepped back and I guided him toward the area that he was going.
Now, as far as the bank of rooms to the right, you indicated that you were familiar or aware of where Mr. O'Keefe was and where the children were. Is that correct?
I know they were on the first floor. I'm not 100% positive as to where exactly their rooms were.
And if you know, did you know whether or not that Mr. O'Keefe was staying in the same room as Patrick and Kaylee at that point?
I didn't know that if they were staying in the same room or not, no.
So you point him in that direction, and what happened?
So I pointed in that direction. He walked off. I continued out to the pool bar. When I heard very loudly his name screamed across the lobby, very angrily, and it made me stop in my tracks.
And when you stop in your tracks, what happened?
I started to turn around to come back in. So once you go out to the pool bar, you kind of go around a corner and you go out of view. So I turned around to go back in. As I'm going back in, I hear someone yell, "Who the fuck was that?" And as I come around the corner, I see Mr. O'Keefe walking toward a woman. And he said, excuse me. He said, "Calm down, that's Laura's little sister."
And what happened?
When I came back around the corner, I said, after Mr. O'Keefe said, "Calm down, that's Laura's little sister," I said, "Hi, nice to meet you." That's when Miss Reed's head snapped up, and she very loudly told me to go fuck myself across the lobby. And I said, "Yeah, fuck you too," and walked away.
Just to be clear, when you say Ms. Reed, this is someone that you became familiar with as the trip went along?
This was my first interaction with her. I had never been fully introduced to her at all. I just had seen her sitting by the side of the pool when I had been talking to Johnny earlier in the day.
And the person you know to be Ms. Reed, do you see her in the courtroom today?
I do.
Could you just describe as to where she's seated or an article of clothing that she's wearing?
Sure. She's in a black and white checkered blazer. She's 2 people in from you.
Does that record reflect identification? By the witness?
Yes.
Thank you. As far as Ms. Reed was concerned, what, if anything, did you observe as far as the defendants beyond the yelling? What, if anything, did you observe as far as her demeanor or how she was acting at the time that this interaction was going on?
She was just very loud. She very, energetically screamed for me to go fuck myself. She was waving her hands. Johnny was trying to calm her down. And after I said, "Yeah, fuck you too," I went out to the pool bar, so I didn't see much after that.
And could you hear anything as far as when you were walking out to the pool bar, as far as any other conversation between the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe?
Not after that first time, no.
You go back to you go out to the pool bar, and who, if anyone, did you talk to?
I went straight up to my older sister, Laura, who was out to dinner with the couple the night before. And I said,
I'll allow this part.
I went up to her and I looked at her and I said, John O'Keefe's girlfriend? And she looked at me and said, Karen? And I said, yeah, you guys like her? She said, yeah, she's okay. And I said, well, she sucks.
Now, following that, at any point in time later in that evening, did you see either Mr. O'Keefe or Ms. Reed later on that evening?
I did not see them, no.
And when was the next time that you did see them?
I saw them briefly on the 2nd, which was the day that we rented cabanas on the island.
When you say you briefly saw them, can you describe them?
So we had all rented the cabanas. Each family had one or they were sharing one. I was sharing one with my family down at the end. We got about halfway through the day and realized that their family cabana was still empty. So I saw them about halfway through the day when they did come to the cabana, and I briefly saw Miss Reed and Mr. O'Keefe at the pool, the island bar, that same day, but there was no conversation.
Now, with regard to Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed, at some point in time on that day of the cabanas, what, if any, conversation did you have with your sister regarding that?
So my...
I don't know what this is.
So if you're wondering, whoever asked the question about what happened in Aruba and Karen accusing John of cheating when he did not cheat, you now have your answer, and we were able to view the specific testimony because I somehow have all of this information memorized. Someone says, yay, Grant, love you. Well, I appreciate all you towel friends as well. That was Jude Drops. Team Grant. Thanks, Jude Drops. Maureen Walsh, there's a great book out now by Mel Robbins titled Let Them. Check it out. Karen's a mod in her own Facebook group. Yeah, she is an admin in that Facebook group now. That's a little weird. We love you, Grant. You're so respected. Oh, God bless you, Drew Drops. I appreciate that. Pulled a text where she said, I don't want to put my hands in the life of 12 people not just stupid enough not to get out of jury duty. I do have those texts somewhere. I will pull them. They were texts from Karen to Aiden, and they are very real. Ed Job says free Karen Reed will be studied in the future. Yes, indeed. The feds aren't coming. That's true. Justice for John O'Keefe and his family, says Dewdrops. Eva says you can Google the basic premise. It's simple understanding of others and yourself. I think Eva is trying very hard to mentor Maureen Walsh, and I'm very, very proud of Eva for being such a wonderful honorary towel. Dewdrop says Karen is vile and repulsive. Dewdrop says agree to disagree. Angela Whittick says that's rich, Karen. She's going to sick the turtle on you, says Ed Jobs. Ed Jobs, the best thing ever is if Hank Brennan showed the jury that text, it would never make it in because it's more prejudice than probative, sadly. Yeah, Karen saying to Turtle Boy, I don't want you to put your hands in 12, I don't want you to put your life in the hands of 12 people who are stupid enough to, too stupid to not get out of jury duty is very, very bad for Karen. In fact, I think I might be able to actually find that text for you. Let me do a quick pause while I go do some investigations here. I have my towel investigatory methods, and by that I mean I can check whether I've ever reposted this specific thing, which I think I have at a certain point. I do have a general way of being able to find these very specific images. They kind of hide in my mental mind map index, and then I can hunt them down by way of my general memory of the last time that I engaged with that specific material. In this one, yep, I found it. I found it. And we got to give credit to our source here. Ready? Who's ready? Oh, I'm such a towel. I'm a proud towel. I'm getting tired. I haven't eaten yet, but that's okay. I'm going to keep working. I am not going to give up on you all. I promise to read all of your comments and questions. Now, look what I found. This is a text from Karen Reed to Natalie that Natalie sent to Turtle Boy. And it says, no worries. It probably says, thanks, Nat. TB is right. I am worried about trial. I don't want to put my life in the hands of 12 people too stupid to get out of jury duty. And Natalie reacts with a laugh. So there you go. There you go. Karen Reed herself, that's what she said. It's not good for you, Karen Reed. It's not good. I'm going to just leave that image up there. I think it's important. I thought they could use stuff from that case. I don't know which case. She has the same look for anyone who poses or judges her, including the jury. Yep. Ed Job says Karen's unwell. Lazy Susan says that's scary. Christina Rex has shown to actually have some integrity. I mean, I think all TV reporters are out for fame, but still. Yeah, Christina's more interested in the law, though. I think she does have a lot of integrity. She's a law student like me. She goes to my school, actually. I have a lot of respect for Christina. I hear that she is trying to block her, Karen's trying to block her hospital records. No, the blood alcohol stuff is already coming in. I think all the hospital records come in because they're an exception to the hearsay rule, so. Eva, she can't outstare Hank Brennan. He stares back. Yes, Hank Brennan is the abyss. Karen Reed stares. Hank Brennan stares back. Eva says, Maureen Walsh says, Eva, I will never let them. Will set you free. I am my own master. Okay, Maureen Walsh, good for you. Ed Job says, Hank Brennan's like, try me. I've dealt with worse. Drew Drop says she's pure evil. Macy says, Satan, you're looking at the face of someone who has a demon. I think Karen might have a demon. Drew drops, and you know what, says Lazy Susan, it's so sad you can barely say that anywhere else without getting crucified. Yep, well, that's why this is the wall of towel, friends. The Murder by Maestro says the face of a discombobulated succubus. Colleen Henry says Karen's a bunny boiling psycho. I have no evidence Karen Reed has boiled any bunnies. Okay, she's done a lot of things. I have no evidence of that. Eva says she looks at you like that because you are the antithesis of her, Grant. Yeah, I kind of feel like that. I think, I don't like money. I don't give a fuck about what people think about me or social life or anything. So I think she looks at me as kind of like the principles, she's perplexed. Like, how could someone have principles and not care about money or influence? Murder by Maestro is like, how dare these mere mortals hold Karen to account in their human courts? Macy says Karen's lifestyle and hitting John opened the door and gave a toehold, but not now. She has gone too far, and who knows how many demons she has at this point. I agree. Murder by Maestro says Hank Brennan is pure class. I agree. Ed Jobs says, so FKR aren't there anymore? Yeah, Ed Jobs, this is the FKR contingent that was there the other day. Let me give you this video here. There was maybe 2 of them. I realize now why this is so useful, but just have all of these videos indexed and archived at the ready times, just constantly, just every minute of every day. I know, I'm always like, why do you all find this so interesting? And now I realize why. So this was the extent. There were about 2 of them left when I was there the other day. Let's expand that up. So, yeah, I mean that was the extent of the free Karen Reed support. Let's see. There's a few of them that show up each day, but you want to know why they aren't really showing up though? Ed Jobs, it's because the state police have been seriously enforcing the buffer zone, and because I want to take a second to scroll through some of your comments, I can show you the buffer zone backoffs. I compiled 2 of the clips, so let me grab them for you. Where are the buffer zone backoff clips? Hold on one second. It was a little bit earlier than that, wasn't it? It wasn't that. I think it was the day before that. There's 2 of them, though. I want both. Is this the dual clip? I think this is it. Yep, here it is. So this is why they're not really showing up, and they lost in federal court, too. It's actually scary to be there.
I'm going to hang around with these other guys here.
Yeah, hit that smash and like button today, guys. Helps a lot.
Please.
Yep.
Yes, sir.
You don't have media credentials. You got to go behind the buffer zone, okay? Or you're going to be subject to arrest. Go follow them.
Okay.
You're being told right now, and you're live, and you're being recorded.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So, I'm not media.
No, you're not. Go back there. You're being subject to being arrested.
Can I come when she comes into court? Can I follow her?
No, you can't.
Not even. I can't. I have to go outside the buffer forever.
No, you can't. You go.
Have a good day, sir. It is. Okay.
Jesus Christ.
I'm not allowed to walk through this buffer zone during the trial. Actually, when trial's in session, it's what it says on the paper. I can't even go to the registry of deeds. Nope. I printed up the papers. I have nothing. You have nothing. Like, that's Boston Red Sox. That's not offensive. Wow.
They told them to leave too?
Yep.
Oh, he's not playing around today, bro.
Pretty interesting. So this is the registry of deeds building across it here. Again, this is where most of the jurors queue up, we think.
Yeah. Okay. All right. We gotta check out with the other lines. That's gotta go. Violation. Nope. You're gonna have to spit some. You don't walk into it. I don't want to see you walking by here against you. Good time. Okay.
Karen, how are you feeling this morning?
That's it. I mean, she leaves to no fans. She arrives to no fans. There's nobody really there. It's just the Karen Reed fans getting yelled at when they walk towards the buffer zone. And then if you want to see a follow-up clip, if you think I'm kidding, look what happened the next day when just 4 or 5 people showed up for Karen Reed. They got yelled at as well. And I have a clip of that I can show you because I literally track all these things. But yeah, just take a listen to this. Listen to how
you guys are brave.
4 and they tried to walk over when Karen arrived. This is how it went.
Wow. No American flag.
No, I can have an American, but I can't have
the blue. What else did he say?
God bless her.
Yeah, he screamed at us. Actually,
what did he say?
Wait till she gets in the
courthouse. Wow. Well, I'm glad that nothing bad happened. Thank God. We don't need that, right?
So what I'm saying is that's basically the end of the Karen Reed movement. Maybe they'll try to do it a little bit more, but it was not. There's nowhere to go. The buffer zone is strictly enforced. There's no atmosphere. It's very unpleasant to be around there, which it should be. They're keeping them away because it's respecting the integrity of the judicial process pursuant to the court rulings, federal court, SJC, and otherwise. Let's see. Jen, yeah, I think Karen Reed had the niece call Jen McCabe and Carrie Roberts to create witnesses and make sure Karen could drop her murder weapon off, the alleged murder weapon at John's house without driving it back to the scene. Grant taking that 6% as a win. I forget what that 6%. Oh, the 6% of Kate going into a convent. Yeah, absolutely. I am thrilled that the viewers have decided that we are going to send Kate Peter to a convent. Is court in session tomorrow to see more jurors? Yes, Eva. Tomorrow is the last day of juror selection. Openings could start Tuesday, but we got to figure out what's going on with this Aiden Kearney witness situation. If he's sequestered, then starting Tuesday, he's banned from going to the trial, covering the trial, talking about the trial, or hearing about the trial. Ed Jobs says, I voted, but I don't know who Kate is. That's probably for the best, Ed Jobs. I want to know why judge won't allow phone records from her parents. Because the standard under Lampron really has to do with like a warrant. You need to get a warrant for that kind of stuff. A Rule 17 motion for it probably doesn't get there, and their family. But if they were in the possession of the state and had been searched, then yeah, that would have come in. Grandpa Munster's multi-track lab, I'm so pleased to have you here. You need to slam some beers during your stream, he says. It'd make it more fun. I'm a teetotaler. I don't drink. I have not had a drop. I mean, I maybe have a little bit of wine, sacramental or otherwise, like one glass of wine every 6 to 12 months. That's like the closest I get to imbibing alcohol at all. So maybe that's why my brain, maybe this is the some insight here. I am completely free from all alcohol at all times. I don't think there is any alcohol in my body at all, other than when I have NyQuil, but I don't need that, so I'm not sick. But yeah, I would say there is no alcohol in my body. And when I take NyQuil, I sleep for like 10 hours. It's the greatest thing in the world. I'm like, is this why you all drink? This is probably not going to be a popular comment. If we're going to continue to call people out for high school behavior, maybe we should refrain from polls like this. Yes, I see what you're saying, but I also think, Lazy Susan, I agree with you, but I was making a larger point about how I think we should bring back convents. Not just for women. We can send men to convents too. If Karen gets acquitted, I will offer her my casa near the beach in Tijuana for a week or two. That's nice of you, El Detective de Juan. I don't think she'll ever come back. Lazy Susan. Also, I don't mean to make a big deal about it, just expressing my opinion. Sorry if I offended anyone. You did not offend anyone, Lazy Susan. I'm happy to read your comment, and we're happy to have you here among the towel fold. Brennan uncovered a ton of FBI corruption. That's correct. No offense. Well said, Lazy Susan. I think Maureen Walsh is pleased that some people don't want to send Kate Peter to a convent. And you are well within your right to believe that. This is a different guy. Oh, murder by maestro. I'm so sad. I thought I was right. What law enforcement agencies responsible enforcement of the buffer zone during the retrial? Mass State Police. Howard Marks studied at University of Oxford and used all his connections from there. Oh, that's fascinating. Lisa Oakes says, Grant, did you miss me yesterday? Oh, yes, Lisa, we missed you very much at the lacrosse game. It's very nice to see you. Lazy Susan says, kind of a weird thing to come into a chat and attack a witness and say nothing about KR. Bizarre. Seems someone had something against Jen McCabe. Yeah, I don't know who, but I think someone was making a comment and their comment got dealt with. So thank you for that, Lazy Susan. Let's say, Maureen Walsh, you got timed out for sea lioning. And any mod can time you out for sea lioning at any time. And a sea lioning is like obscene content. The mods know, or the honorary towels know it when they see it. I believe the Quincy police were on bikes guarding the buffer zone. Also MSP. Yeah, I'm sure they can bring in a number of units. I think it's like an 100-person security team, but MSP coordinates it. What kind of civil defamatory lawsuits will we be seeing in the future that our Karen Reed trial is completed? I think whatever side loses is going to have to pay civilly. Yeah, El Detective de Juan. Actually, let's take a look at the origin. Now that we know Colin Albert is ruled out as a third-party culprit, let's take a look at the origin, actually, of one of the rumors about Colin Albert selling drugs that was completely false. Let's actually take a look at who started that rumor. They did it under the cover of, quote, trolling Turtle Boy. But really, this rumor spread like wildfire, and it never would have existed to begin with if this person had not, quote, tried to troll Turtle Boy. Now, is it any coincidence that by this person spreading this, attention was also deflected from other witnesses? I don't know. Maybe it's a coincidence. Maybe it's not. But let's take a look. I really do think it's important to play this because I think people should understand exactly, and I think people know what clip is coming up, but I think people should see what really goes on. What type of thing actually happens in the orbit of this case, and whether this was an intentional tactic or otherwise. Colin Albert, for no reason, should have been subjected to this torment. And it was this smear in particular, this rumor was gross. This specific thing I found to be really uncouth. We're going to find it. Hold on. I am not going to be defeated. I'm going to find it. Oh, that's why, because we were really scrolled back into the history there. I was like, I know I had posted it semi-recently, and the reason I know I'm going to come across it is because it's a 4-panel video. And I was scrolling earlier, and I had just seen it. The person who is featured in this video is like, "Oh, please don't let him find it. Please don't let him find it." You know I'm going to find it, though, right? Because I know exactly what it looks like. It has 4 corners, and I know who that girl is in that lower left corner of the 4 video images, too. I think it's the girl from New York. Whose name is definitely not whatever fake name she went around saying. That's how you know Kate Peters involved with intelligence community stuff, when she is assigning people fake names. But yes, this clip I think is so telling in so many ways, and it's also making me realize that not only do I, even as I scroll through content we were just looking at, I realize this is a complete archive of the Reed case. There's everything here. It is now I see why people find it valuable. It's the whole case. It's all the oral arguments. It's all the motion arguments. I'm a little bit impressed by myself, I must say. Oh, here we go. So let's take a listen to this. Let me know what y'all think. Do you think Turtle Boy would have spread this rumor if this wasn't originally sent around? Let me know what y'all think.
This was 100% a fabrication out of my own mind. It is not rooted in reality at all. I sent this just to fuck with Aiden to prove that he does not vet information at all. He will run with any sort of gossip that bolsters his claims, and I went to prove this.
Hey, Peter, go fuck yourself. You are a piece of shit.
So anyone who believes him should realize that a lot of this is getting sent out. I just went ahead and I emailed turtleboysports@gmail.com.
If you had to predict who's going to file lawsuits against you, Jen McCabe, Colin up. Oh, actually, I do have a question for you. I have a question for you. If, and this is an interesting question, if Kate Peter sent you that rumor about Colin Albert selling drugs that was false, do you have a contribution claim against her as a co-defendant if you get sued?
I don't know what that means.
I know you don't.
I wrote based on a movie plot. This is based on a movie plot. You could do the same thing. He would probably run with it too. If anyone gets their fake stories mentioned by this schmuck, please email me. We'll have a prize for you. Listen to this.
Yeah, this is an honor. Like, I don't know who this person is, but I'm just going to read the email that I got out loud. Bear with me. Because, hi, I've been really scared to talk to anyone about this. And I know I'm not the only one. But I see you're keeping people anonymous, and I think it's important that people know. The problem that Colin Albert had with John O'Keefe was that Colin Albert sells pills and weed, and John knew about it because he lived across the street.
She's laughing.
One of Colin's.
She's laughing about it. The Turtle Riders thought this was real. They ran with it for months. She's laughing about it.
Friends who runs Colin. Colin's dad knows, and sometimes the drugs go through the pizza shop, from what I've heard. The whole Albert family makes money from it. I don't know, that's that's what makes it a little far-fetched. Like, you're making the Albert family relies on marijuana sales and what other pill sales. Come on, that sounds. I'm just reading the email from it, and I don't know if his Uncle Brian knows or not. But I think he probably does and explains why they're really covering it up. I have screenshots of Colin selling drugs because, sadly, I have bought from him before. Well, that's interesting. That's very interesting.
So interesting.
So, again, this person asked for anonymity. They will be granted it. Just to be clear, I have not said your name, and I'm not going to say your name.
Yeah. Very trustworthy man.
You are
until you don't dance to what I tell you to dance.
Oh, he said you're safe with me. Well, I don't want anonymity. I sent you that email, you dumb motherfucker.
You want to say that again, just in case we get that? Kate Peter, go fuck yourself. You are a piece of shit.
No, I hope you realize I'm not being gratuitous there. Like you even the free Karen Reed people are like, Grant genuinely found this out, genuinely thinks Kate was using that as a distraction, and genuinely is concerned about it. And even when some of the other free Karen Reed people will mock me about my disdain for Kate Peter, the other free Karen Reed people are like, why are you going at Grant for calling out Kate Peter? Then they all get all clusterfucked and confused in the head. Which is not what I'm going for. It's just that there is a lot to this case and nothing is black and white. So yeah, I think it's very possible that Colin Albert has a lot of claims. I'm not a lawyer or anyone's lawyer. This isn't legal advice. But Jen McCabe has claims. There's lots of different claims that are going to be coming. Maureen Walsh, stop gaslighting the mods. If they time you out, that is their choice. If anything, I'm just going to time you out to send a message if you keep treating the moderators that way, the honorary towels. You're making Little Towel very confused. Hold on, I'm loading up the rest of the comments. You're going to have to give me a second here. You all have so many things to say. But I'm not going to give up. I made a commitment, and we've gone 7 hours before, so. I made a commitment to keep reading all of your comments, and that's what I'm going to do. Let's see. Okay. Let's see. Maureen Walsh said they had a law degree many years ago, which is used in the Navy, Immigration, and Ministry of Defense career. Well, okay. Are you like some kind of intelligence asset? Maureen Walsh is Irish. Oh, well, God bless you, Maureen Walsh. We were just watching that fascinating documentary earlier that I'm sure you found interesting about the real IRA. Personally, I'm not a big fan of the DUP. All right, I'll tell you that right now. I'm very sympathetic to the cause of a united Ireland. However, I also don't support the IRA. So I'm sympathetic to the MI5 in that regard. I'm a clusterfuck. I shouldn't go anywhere near Ireland or the UK. I won't have any friends. Although I do really like that the Pogue Mahomes, or the Pogues, which are a great Irish band, they made their fucking like reputation in London singing fucking IRA songs, and the reason why they're called the Pogues is Pogue Mahome or whatever. Pogue Mahome, I don't know how to say it in Irish, or Gaelic. Pogue Mahome, that means kiss my ass in Irish, and that's why they're called the Pogues, which is just the greatest thing that I've ever heard in my entire life. El Detective de Juan says, Art Bell on Coast to Coast AM had the best call-in paranormal theme radio program. So many whistleblowers about Area 51. Yeah, but Groom Lake is way more than just Area 51. And have you ever looked into JAL? Or what is it? Just Another Airline, JAL or JAA or whatever. The red and white striped livery planes that fly out of Las Vegas every single day and go to Groom Lake. Area 51 is not what's actually up. That is some shit out there, but it's way more intense than Area 51. And Towell doesn't want to talk about that. National security. And Towell doesn't know anything about that. And you all should respect American national security. Lazy Susan. Gotcha. So out of U.S., I have a question for lawyers in the U.S. and their thoughts on a thought I have on KR. I've tried to contact some, and no one wants to get involved with Karen Reed. Doesn't surprise me. Lazy Susan wasn't in competition. Okay, that's good. Love you, Grant says. Drew drops. Oh, you're all so wonderful. Dev to Otter says Jamie Oliver is overrated. I don't know how Jamie Oliver came up. This isn't a cooking show, but I am hungry. I think Alan Jackson thinks KR is more than a friend, says Lazy Susan. Yeah, that's very possible. Now has discovered she may or may not be as smart as he thought she was, or she regressed, or that the whole plan fell apart. Her in a bar with Alan, disgusting, says Lazy Susan. Yeah, we saw those pictures, or says Jew Drops. Ed Jobs, what's going on about the phone data claim? There's another case where the CW used phone data that was inaccurate. Don't follow it, so you'd have to give me context, Ed Jobs. All the data in this case, though, is definitely verified by a number of different experts. The only question is whether Karen's infotainment data is still going to come in. Lazy Susan, I agree, but I saw it from the beginning. They're flirting. I randomly noticed it. It was still when I believed in the conspiracy. I just made an observation. I was eaten alive. Yeah, you know what's interesting? Towell actually asked Karen Reed and Alan Jackson if they were sharing a hotel room at the Omni. I was one of the first reporters to do that a long time ago. I have that clip somewhere. And it was in April of 2024. I'm never going to be able to find it this way, but I absolutely can put a clip up for you all, and I'm happy to show it to you. I'm sure we came across the pictures of Alan and Karen in the bar, though, more recently, because we had scrolled back so far. I think those were leaked sometime over the past few months, so let's see if I can find that wonderful picture for you all. Just bring that up on the screen, because that's more interesting than the... Oh, there it is. What's that? What is that? Oh, what's that? That is interesting. Right, Karen never pulled glass from John's face, at least at after 6 a.m., Diana. That's absolutely true. If it happened, Carrie would have said it. Exactly. Karen, keep in mind, Carrie said that she wiped the snow from John's face and started CPR. Karen constantly tells on herself. Yep. Karen had to pull the glass out prior to Carrie, Jen, and her getting to John. I agree. Drew Drop says Reed looks battered and sad. Ed Drop says, I thought Karen brought this to the feds because her relationship with Levy. No, I think it was Yannetti and Jackson bringing it to the feds as some kind of plan. Like, investigate the state police using this case as cover. Ain't no victim blaming around these parts, says Murder by Maestro. Yep, there's not one seat, says Lazy Susan. I used my law degree in immigration, which mainly required extra learning. Immigration law is a very noble cause. I don't know much about Irish immigration laws. Were you helping people immigrate to Ireland? Were you helping people immigrate out of Ireland? I don't know. The media shouldn't be prioritized. Yeah, Lazy Susan, but I agree. But if you were going to, then we could just take everybody out of the courtroom and not use that area at all, and then there would be no one but the families of each side, which I guess is fine. I don't have a problem with that. I think Karen knew the ins and outs of LE. Yeah, Karen was reportedly a badge bunny and slept around with cops, so she clearly knew the ins and outs of law enforcement. One time she lied and told someone she was the wife of a Boston cop while she was waving a weed whacker around. AJ cannot handle Karen. You could tell she tortures him. Yeah, I think he got bitched a little bit. I'm not using that pejoratively. I think she just started wearing the pants and he didn't like that. I'll look into those cases, Lazy Susan. Richmond Newspapers versus Virginia, Waller v. Georgia, Press Enterprise Covey Superior Court. I'll absolutely pull them all up. We can review them on the next stream, probably tomorrow. 1 seat to the public. Lazy Susan, I agree. The public should be given an opportunity to get in. No one's asked, I guess. I remember first telling Roberta Glass about Grant, says Murder by Maestro. I was like, there's this guy. He is a brilliant-minded, and he waves a huge knife around that he uses for cigars. You got to have him on. Listen, I switched now. I have this very nice little mechanism for splitting my cigars because I'm a useful, handy little towel. We're 7 hours in, and I, first of all, although I don't want to keep saying this, but I do want to say thank you to the people who sent over some lunch money today. I'm so grateful for all the support you guys have been sending, and I hate to, it literally makes me sad to do it, because now I hear other people are like, oh, when people say thank you, it like bothers me, but okay, it's important to me that I say that, so just God bless you and thank you for it. And I promise you, as soon as I get through all your comments, 7 hours though we have been going, I will stop. I will go feed myself, and I will actually be a person. But for now, I'm getting to the end of these comments. Even if we might have to break our record, which was like 7 hours and 11 minutes. At this point, we're at 6 hours and 50 minutes. I think we're heading for another 7 hour stream, folks. I think we continue to break towel records. Lazy Susan. Here's another thing that supports my position. Karen Reed tried to auction seats, therefore supporting there's room for taxpayers, but we're being blocked. Yeah, I agree. That's a good point. Murder by Maestro says, love Roberta. Or Jewdrop says, Murder by Maestro, love Roberta. Eva says, Murder by Maestro. I remember Roberta having Grant on her show. Yes, that was fun. I enjoy Roberta's commentary. So, yet another reason why KR is on my list. The big courtroom is better. Yeah, Lazy Susan, and I heard Karen could have just had the witness box in the big courtroom moved back and had some juror chairs moved if she wanted, but she wanted the smaller courtroom. The feeling of exclusivity and the fact the main courtroom would have been empty and not full of supporters, and it would have looked bad for the jury. That's why I think she did it. Murder by Maestro, she demonstrated she had 1 seat, so if that's the case, let someone stand in line for the 1 seat. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The public should be able to get 1 seat. Didn't Karen, as a form of apology for acting psycho, paid for part of that person's trip? She tried to pay. I remember Karen tried to offer some money or something to the Sullivans. Lazy Susan, it's such a fine line when the media is being used as a mouthpiece, says Murder by Maestro. Yep. Let's see. Oh, Ed Jobs says, no way, I'm anti-Karen 1,000%. All right, Ed Jobs, good to know. I'm sorry it took me so long to get down there. I think Karen felt awkward because Higgins was there, so she went mental. Yeah, it could have been that, or the fact that I think Karen heard that John had, like, Bella's mom was someone John had dated a while ago, and she lived in the neighborhood. Like, I just think Karen lost it in that moment. Part of me thinks remove all the cameras, but Florida handles it fine, so it can be done. Yeah, I think cameras are fine. She was texting Higgins and said she did lie and say John cheated when he didn't. I'm willing to go over 1K miles to stand in line. Karen sucks so much for picking the small courtroom. Also, why isn't there an overflow room? Yeah, very good points, Lazy Susan. Those are all good points. I think you have a right to reach out and say to the clerk, I'm not a lawyer, this is not legal advice, but you have a right to reach out to that clerk's office and say members of the public deserve a chance to get at least 1 seat. I don't know why there isn't one for them. There should be at least 1 seat for members of the public. Let's see. Over the pond, the courts are closed. Unlike the U.S., why we are so interested. Transparency draws us to have an insight. Yeah, that's true. I do think the U.S. courts have good transparency. Karen Reed is insecure and jealous of other women. Oh, for sure. That's why Karen lashed out at John. Absolutely, no question. Ed Jobs says, I know Karen's a mental case. I think it's more Karen was being weird because Higgins was there. You might be right, Ed Jobs. You might be onto something there. She was being weird for a lot of reasons. And then that voicemail she left, she said, you're cheating on me. Right. So I think they might have been thinking about Bella's mom. I don't know. Karen just didn't want her supporters in the court because she's embarrassed by them, says Lazy Susan. That could be right. That same day, Karen, says Ed Jobs, that same day, Karen texts John to let me know if there is someone else. Right. I do think that Karen thought John was moving on, and Karen lashed out, and that's the motive was that Karen lost control of John. I'm feeding my dogs ice cream. Is that wrong? I don't know, Angela Whittick. I'm not a vet. We need Karen's parents on the witness list. Karen's father, brother, and sister-in-law are all on the witness list. I know this is confirming she's a nut job. Karen plucked glass from taillight and plucked glass from John's nose. Whack nut job. Whack job, nutbag, says Barb. So sad, says Jewdrops. FKR says these two lied, says Ed Jobs. Yeah, I don't think the sisters lied about what happened in Aruba. Will they show the text from her to Turtle Boy? Yes, those are coming in. As far as we know, there are at least Turtle Boys on the witness list to authenticate them. Nice way to spend a lazy rainy day with Grant and others. So true, Eva. I made sure to read through everything, and I've been thrilled talking with you all. If you're just joining in, we're on a 7-hour adventure where I promised, perhaps against my better judgment, to read every comment and question in the chat as we lead up to the Karen Reed retrial with one more day of jury selection and then potentially opening arguments on Tuesday. And now it's 7 hours later, and I am still reading. Lovely company here, says Jew Drops. Lazy Susan, I feel for you. Towels are busy. I thought for a minute if they were going to have 18 jurors, they have to move to a bigger courtroom. I guess not. Yeah, probably not. Actually, no, you might be right. I don't know. You could fit maybe 18. It might be a little tough. I don't know what they're going to do. Little snowy here in Montana, says Colleen Henry. It was snowing here yesterday in the morning. I even want to watch Alan Jackson as a lover of the law. He's a unique kind of lawyer. He's more of an actor than a lawyer. He's a good blend. He's the perfect fit for this case. He's a blend of movie and law. Tell the clerk of court, says Lazy Susan. Karen is an entitled bozo, says Ed Jobs. I still might go to Boston. Here's another thing that might prevent me. My office manager has taken 3 freaking weeks off in May. Well, I wonder if Karen's profile pic on X is from that trip. What do you get when you put lipstick, highlights, and fancy clothes on a pig? I don't know. Jew Drops. I'm still trying. I'm not giving up on the closing statements. Grant's town hall setting here. Great town hall setting here. Yes, El Detective De Juan. It is kind of like a town hall. You all engage with each other. I engage with you. We get to see evidence. We get fun, interactive conversations. And I guess if this is what the American public wants, or the world public wants, interactive town halls that go for 8 hours where a single person can just talk the whole time, then I'm ready to do this. Send me out on the stump. I'm ready. Something about this case has captured me in a way that none other has. I would even sit through a day of Alessi. Now that's dedication, says Lazy Susan. Have you heard Trooper Paul and said Karen Reed was guilty? There is no way you watched Trooper Paul. I watched every single witness. I believe Karen Reed is 100% guilty. I truly appreciate all of your support. Well, we appreciate all of your support, Lazy Susan. You're a true fellow honorary towel. Karen is smoked, says Ed Jobs. I must admit that was funny, says Angela Wittick. Karen accused him after she hit him. That's true, Ed Jobs. You are up for murder. Yep, it's not indeed. They need to introduce that evidence. Murder by Maestro, those idiots texting each other like they are organizing a picnic. Attorney Jay Kearney is a big-time lawyer. That's true, Diana Natale. So is Hank Brennan. The Fatal Attraction movie reference, Grant. Bunny boiler. Ah, thanks, Colleen Henry. I was wondering where we got the bunny boiling reference from. Diana, I think he taught Brennan a lot about integrity and the law. Brennan's certainly a smart lawyer. It's mind-blowing that lawyers on YouTube think she's innocent. I don't know if they actually believe that. I've read the Bolger transcripts. Hank Brennan's cross is amazing. Oh, Lazy Susan, would you be so kind if you could to send me the Bolger transcripts if you have them in PDF form? I would love to watch read Hank Brennan's cross of Salemi. But I'll read it with us on stream tomorrow if you want. Why did Karen's dad step down right away? Because it was very embarrassing for Bentley. Defense is shriveling. They are weak. Cowards on demand isn't there anymore. Crowds on demand isn't there anymore, says Lazy Susan. Yeah, Karen's out of money. Dream team for a mass team would be Hank Brennan, Jay Kearney, and Kevin Reddington. Yeah, but there's a rule for Kevin Reddington. He has a tattoo that says never represent an informant. And it does make me wonder why he represented Jen McCabe. He definitely likes the free Karen Reed people. It's a weird situation. Ed Jobs says Karen is a demon. El Detective De Juan. Maureen Walsh says, yes, Ed, but they're not on the witness list. Ed Jobs says she's mad. Turtle can't take you down. I would substitute Reddington for Joseph Krosky. Yeah, Krosky seems like a good lawyer. I don't know too much about him. He does some TV appearances. I think there's 2 Joe Krosky, senior and junior. I think we're going to see a different type of Hank Brennan than we might be used to. Interacting with witnesses is different than arguing motions. I think, based on what I read, he'll be good. I believe you, Lazy Susan. Team Hank, says Jew Drops. Thank you for knowledge and facts, Ed Jobs says. I'm happy to help. Justice for John O'Keefe and his family, says Jew Drops. Diana, Lazy Susan, Diana, I'm not sure about Kevin Reddington. Didn't he support TV while he was repping Jen McCabe? Yeah, but he's a wild card. I saw Kevin Reddington do a full federal trial. That man is a boss. I can't believe, totally sure I heard that from Roberta too. Someone said Free Karen Reed is still going hard at the court. No, they line up a few people and they leave after a few minutes. It's very boring. I become a towel addict. Thanks, Grant. Oh, Diana Natale, thanks for being with us. It certainly takes a certain amount of commitment for you all to hang around. I guess some of you come in and out, but we're 7 hours and you're still commenting. You all have a lot to say about this case. FKR wants to destroy law enforcement. I think so too, Ed Jobs. I truly believe that. You are nearing the record of 7 hours, 6 minutes, and 22 seconds. Oh, we're totally going to beat that record because I'm not even done with the rest of the comments. So there is no doubt in my mind this will be a new towel record stream. I sometimes wonder if people see that it's been going for this long and they're like, I have to tune in just to figure out what this guy is able to talk about for 7 hours. How is he still going? I think one of these days we're going to hit 8 hours. There are streamers out there who go for like an hour and a half and they're exhausted afterwards. And I'm going for 7 hours still talking to you all. This is like the kind of conversation I wish I could have every single day. If I could just talk to hundreds of people simultaneously for hours on end and answer their questions, I would be the most fulfilled towel. This is my eudaimonia. I don't think I've ever been as pleased to be alive as I am engaging with you all about these topics. It truly makes me feel like a fulfilled towel. It feels like 5 minutes. You could say to me, Grant, how did you stream for 7 hours? And I'd be like, well, first of all, I was sitting down because I think I couldn't do anything standing up for 7 hours because I don't have the physical strength or well-being to do that. But because I can sit down and it's mostly a mental exercise, it doesn't require burning a lot of calories. I don't have to like think about my stomach pain or my face. It actually is very helpful for me. It lets me it's a cathartic kind of release for me to be able to say all this because I couldn't just say it unprompted. I need your questions and comments. And you all just keep talking. It's wonderful. It makes me feel so appreciated. It makes me feel you all appreciate each other. And it gives me the opportunity to express my appreciation for you. And also, I think it's a telling sign that I just have had this in me, the ability to talk and orate for just hours my whole life. And it's just been pent up, and I've just been waiting for the opportunity to just actually do it. And now I have all you wonderful towel friends around. And we crossed the 7 hour mark. I think some people are like, how is he still engaged, happy, talking, thriving, happy to be awake after 7 hours of talking? And I will tell you, it's because of all you wonderful towel friends. Now, yes, I absolutely, as soon as this ends, I am going to have to go eat. I'm going to have to go get another drink, like some water or some electrolytes. It does take a lot out of me, but I also feel very pleased with the work that we get done here, and that means a lot to me. Diana, Grant will turn you blue. Yes, I think Diana Natale can be promoted, especially if you get a recommendation from another mod or another honorary towel. You can definitely become an honorary towel. Ed Jobs, you're heading in the right direction. What city is the courthouse in? It is in Dedham, Ed Jobs. And I do think your insight about FKR wanting to destroy law enforcement is very interesting. Welcome to the honorary towel fold. Question, which South Park character is better, Mr. Hanky or Towley? Well, Mr. Hanky is wonderful because it's a nice homage to how the South Park creators felt left out at Christmas because they were Jewish growing up. And I very much identify with this because when I would go over to my side of the family that would celebrate Hanukkah, I would always kind of be like, I want to give you this gift, and I didn't want to give them Christmas gifts, so I'd give them Hanukkah gifts, But then when Christmas would come around, they would come visit us on Christmas Day, and they would give me a Christmas gift, and I would try to give them a Christmas gift, and they'd be like, no, we don't want a Christmas gift. So I totally get what the creators of South Park were going for with Mr. Hanky, which is like, I think Jewish people feel very alienated around Christmas. Like they want to celebrate Christmas, or like they don't celebrate it. They want Christians to celebrate it, and they want to feel welcome when they have mixed families with different religions. They want to feel welcome at Christmas, but they don't actually celebrate Christmas. So Mr. Hanky is an expression of South Park's creators like showing their childhood loneliness around Christmas. So I love that. As to like, because it's a redeeming story. Like they found meaning with this like allegorical Christmas poo, and it's a little ridiculous, but it's also like that gave them a lot of like meaning as kids, like to think that there was something for them even though they didn't have Santa, because obviously Santa is just a commercialized byproduct of the Coca-Cola company. Why do you think it's red and white? Santa is red and white. It's just a mix of Sinterklaas and Saint Nick, this decanonized saint. The Coca-Cola company, no one drank Coca-Cola in the winter. It was a summer drink. And so that was the way to get people to drink Coke in this winter, Santa. It's very disillusioning to tell people that, but that's the reality. One thing you should know about me, says Lazy Susan. But either way, I love Mr. Hanky, but I can't pick Mr. Hanky over Towley because Towley is the inspiration that made me into the fabric that I am. Without Towel, I don't know if I've ever would have embraced my inner towel. I think Karen was still creating her theory when Niece called. Yeah, I think that's true, Ed Jobs. That's why it was evolving from I left John at the waterfall to I last saw John outside the house or whatever. It just evolved. Grant, one thing you should know about me, says Lazy Susan, I'm an over-apologist. I've been trying to break it for years. Sorry. That's absolutely okay, Lazy Susan. Are you Canadian? Asked F. Otter. Many people in Dedham want nothing to do with this case, it seems. Yeah, that's true, Lazy Susan. The town definitely doesn't like it. They think it's just a burden. Why did Karen's dad step down right away? I don't know, Ed Jobs. I would guess because of pressure from the institution. The Towels started a band, but it couldn't handle the sheet music. It kept getting twisted. Angela Whittick always coming through with the moments of levity. My name has been prevalent in this live, Grant. No, Maureen Walsh, don't flatter yourself. You see what I did there? Everyone who asks a question or comment gets their name brought up. That's why you continue to be brought up. You know how it works. It is literally an interactive stream. And by the way, holding both sides to account and the same standards is the best way to be authentic and have integrity. It's not, if this were just about a guilty verdict for Karen to the exclusion of everything else, we'd be overlooking horrific conduct by multiple different people in the from a ends justify the means perspective, and I do not believe in that. I do not believe in it at all. I think about things from the perspective of asymptotic human perfectible relationships with universal moral truths. Okay? And that's just how it is. Karen can demand phone records from Alberts, but CW can't get records from her parents. Yeah, well, Karen lost some of those motions. She only got a lot of those phone records because of the federal subpoenas, which you can't fight. So, I have a BFA in theater design technology, worked in DC as a stage manager. They then abruptly changed course and got my, oh, hold on, was reading Lazy Susan's wonderful comment. Where is it? I have a BFA in theater design technology, worked in DC as a stage manager, then abruptly changed course and got my paralegal certificate, and then went to grad school for criminal justice, victim studies. Lazy Susan, it's wonderful to have you. My mom, Wendy Murphy, is a victims' rights advocate. You should look into her work. I think she's wonderful. I get it. I'm not blind, says Maureen Walsh. Okay, I don't know the context. First time here. Why are the KR is guilty people attacking each other? We're not really. We're pointing out how whether you believe Karen Read is guilty or Karen Read is innocent or don't have an opinion on the case, you should be held to the same moral standard. And just critiquing someone for engaging in certain behavior doesn't mean that you are attacking them. It means you're asking questions and holding them to a standard. What I find concerning is someone who would say, you believe Karen Read is guilty, someone else believes Karen Read is guilty, therefore you should never critique that person or ever ask questions about anything they're doing. What are you, in a fucking cult? Actually, live theater is a lot like litigation, and being a paralegal is like being a stage manager. Well said, Lazy Susan. Oh, I wasn't trying to brag. If I was, I wouldn't tell you. I live in X now. I can't believe the trial starting Tuesday. Yep, it is. It is. We broke the record, I think. I think we just went over the longest towel stream. And by the way, I think there's a limit to the amount you can actually do in a live stream. Maybe YouTube doesn't have this limit anymore. But we definitely can only go so long. So we have broken the record. You all are here for the now longest all-time towel stream. I don't think it is possible to do. I didn't think it was possible to do these streams. And by the way, if you're here and you're looking for ways to help the channel, a like on the video and a subscription, if you click subscribe, it apparently really helps the channel. In particular, it helps with the live video or the video getting promoted in people's algorithms. I don't know how it all works. I just know clicking the subscribe button, clicking like is a thing you can do. Very little effort. It really helps Towel, and I've given a lot of effort to you all today, so just that one thing is kind of helpful for Towel. Let's see. Turtle Boy takes everything as fact. He's so dumb, says Ed Jobs. Def Otter says it didn't come off as a brag, Lazy Susan, and I'm sure that state isn't that bad, but the wildlife seems awesome. Eva says Grant must need pizza delivery by now. Grant needs food. Grant needs food, and Grant needs drinks, more water, and I'm going to make it. I'm going to make it. TB has been proven wrong over and over. Maureen Walsh, just because my opinions are the same, I still get scorched. I have a law degree. Grant is about to, hence why I'm listening. Okay. You're not getting scorched. I think it's more there's a difference between what we are talking about and Kate Peters' behavior and what you want to talk about. You don't, you know what I mean? And so if you just want to say, okay, I don't want to address that, that's the thing to say. Just be like, I don't want to talk about that. And then don't bring it up, and then we move on. You're not getting scored. It's just like, it's very hard to, you can't use rhetorical devices in that way, because I was engaging with you in good faith, and I'm not saying you can't express your opinions. I'm just saying it in that way undermines what the whole topic of discussion was about, which was more about Kate, and that's why I wasn't engaging directly with this notion of you getting called out. It's not about you, Maureen. It's about the way you were reacting to some of the questions being asked. Boston has wonderful architecture, so you should definitely go, Lazy Susan. Yes, Lazy Susan, we have, I actually track the development of buildings over history in Boston. We have the most fascinating street layout and the most fascinating area, the Back Bay, Park Plaza. Just, you have to come check out some of, if you're interested, in Boston's sort of development. It clashes old and new. The street design harkens back to an older era. The State House steps were designed by the same guy who built the Capitol steps. The parks in the city were designed by Frank Law Olmsted, a very famous designer. The whole city is just very nice. It's like it's a museum. Lazy Susan says, I'm very self-conscious. That's why I apologize all the time. That's okay. The fight is silly. There are plenty of bad guys both ways. It's really silly. Right. It does. There's no reason to argue about it. You simply hold both sides accountable and move on with your life. Haich says, your knowledge on the EPL and playoffs has increased your standing. History fact, Sheffield, the home of the first pro football club in the world. Sheffield were first United in the world. I think I knew that. I have a lot of respect for Sheffield United because the origins of the English football pyramid go back to the 1870s. I want to say the FA started around 1872 or something. And the early years are so fascinating. If you look at when they would host FA Cups. So first of all, back then, the FA Cup was like the most important thing in the entire world. A tradition that lasted through like the 70s or 80s and stuff. But oh my God, 100,000 people used to go watch these soccer games, these football games. Soccer, for those of you in America, European football, but it's football really. 100,000 people, and there are these amazing pictures, black and white pictures from back in the day of European soccer stadiums, like the FA Cup final. I bet I can actually find one for you now, like 1890s FA Cup final. And it's just the kind of thing you don't really see as much anymore. It's a lot more like commercial now. I still love the English football pyramid, but just that authenticity to it. It reminds me of the early days of baseball in America. And oh yeah, I think this is what I was looking for. I'm looking for one that was like really impressive though. I think it was like, there was a very serious storming incident at one of these FA Cup finals. Oh, here's a great one. Yeah, I think it was the 1923 FA Cup final. There was just one of them where there was like a big incident. But look at what these crowds used to be like. I mean, I think in some sense it's not even comparable to what it's like today, because there was nothing else back then. Like there was absolutely nothing else. It was this or nothing. And so I'm going to show you a picture of, just because I really do like our Sheffield towel. I mean, we're over our record now, so I'm getting to the end of the comments, but I do really like history, and I in particular like early association football and early American Association baseball, because they reflect a very interesting time in society's history. And this picture is one of my favorites from the 1923 FA Cup final between West Ham and Brentford. Now, since our friend is from Sheffield, let's see if I can find a 1900s FA Cup final with Sheffield United in it, because my guess is our friend will be thrilled, our friend in Sheffield. And I have never in my life wanted to do anything except thrill a towel friend in Sheffield. So let's see. Let's see if I can find one. Was Sheffield in the 1901 FA Cup finals? Was it? They were in the 1915. Let's see. Is this it? I just want one example of Sheffield United in the FA Cup final. Now it seems like they did make a lot of FA Cup finals back in the day. Oh, they made the 1901 FA Cup final, and I have a picture of it. Oh, our friend is going to be so thrilled. That's one of the coolest things I've ever seen, actually. I hope I can get a decent quality. I'm not going to tell you which website I got it from because it's absolutely a team that is not Sheffield. But what's important is that for our purposes, it is a picture of Sheffield United playing in the 1901 FA Cup final. And in honor of our wonderful towel friend, we respect our towel friends from all over the world. Look at this wonderful picture I found. There you go, Sheffield friend. I bet you and your friends in Sheffield will now regale over tales of how your friend from America, who for some reason knows a lot about English association football in the early 20th century, found a picture of the 1901 FA Cup final where Sheffield United played Spurs on the 1st of March, the 1st of March, 1901. There you go. That was wonderful. I'm so thrilled we were able to find that towel friend. Let's see. Justice for John O'Cook's family. I wouldn't say anything that you didn't say, such as swearing. Well, yes, but Maureen Walsh, listen, I have extensively researched this section of the Bible, and you are absolutely permitted to cuss and even invoke the Lord's name, as long as you are not doing so in a malevolent way. It all depends on, Lazy Susan says, it all depends on my stupid work situation. I now work at a place that's not very meaningful, but I get to organize things, and they gave me a giant room that I get to decorate. Well, that's wonderful. I'm glad you found passion in that. All this fighting will stop when justice is served. Damn right, Jew drops. It means kiss my ass, poke my hogue. Yeah, kiss my arse. I knew that. See, Towel has an extensive encyclopedic knowledge of all things, and if you mention almost any topic, Towel knows something about it. The reason I know about the Pogues is I really, really like the Dubliners, and in particular, I really love Luke Kelly. Luke Kelly, alongside Bob Dylan, is probably just my favorite person in history in terms of musical talents. Luke Kelly is a better singer than Bob Dylan. But my God, Black Velvet Band or the Monto, like you want to talk about Montgomery Street in Dublin, Maureen Walsh, I can tell you the history about that. I just love Irish folk songs, and I think the Dubliners are the epitome of that genre, which is why I learned about the Pogues, because the Pogues and the Dubliners, after Luke died, came over to America and did I think did some British show together. They did a great rendition of the Irish Rover, which is also a great song, though a little bit kind of ticky-tacky. If you're going to have the Dubs and the Pogues together, why can't you do something like more militant? All right, I'll be gentle, but like the Parting Glass, or just like say Brohelia, that I can't speak Gaelic, but there are just better songs for the Pogues and the Dubliners to do. But let's see. You said, okay, Deaf Otter, okay. Everything that comes out of Karen's mouth are lies. That's how she got the name Weed Wacka. Just saw a headline. Lawyers are trying to shut Karen Reed up. I think they know it's coming back guilty, so talk Karen so they can blame the loss on her. Yep. That doesn't surprise me, Diana Natale. We love you, Grant. I love you too, Jew Drops. I'm so glad you're all here. The fact that you think Grant should be nice to Kate because of Reed, Maureen Walsh, perhaps you see things in black and white. That's why we got towel friends here. Oh, Deaf Water. So that's the other thing. Maureen Walsh is literally Irish. So Irish people, listen, I'm not going to describe all Irish people. I've known some Irish people who are very passive. I've known some Irish people who are very assertive. Irish people they're very sympathetic to the downtrodden. They're very rebellious at heart. They really don't like the British, unless they're in Northern Ireland, and they're a very small segment of the population that's really closer to Scots than Irish. But anyway, they really don't like the British, and they're very confrontational in a loving way, like a very tough love. So if Maureen Walsh is Irish, that makes a lot more sense to me. And Maureen, I wasn't being combative with you, but just know I am a towel. And that towels don't have necessarily grouping in that way, but towel can go toe-to-toe with anyone from anywhere in terms of debates, and that's just how it is. All right, Lazy Susan, I have such a good time with you. I'm so glad you enjoyed my take on everything, and let's see if we can get you in the court as a member of the public. Lazy Susan, if I start a journalism operation under the different rules, I will make you the designated journalist, and you can go to the court on... Let's see. Maureen Walsh, is everything okay with you? Don't remember seeing your comments be so combative. Let it go. Peace. I don't know what's going on up there. I think they don't want to piss off the clerk. Let's see. I'll support whoever I like. That's fine, Maureen Walsh. Me too. Eva says her opinion is, or Maureen Walsh says, Eva, my opinion is my entitlement. Well, yes, Maureen Walsh, but you still have to obey the rules of the channel, which are you can't be discriminatory, you can't be derogatory, and you can't sea lion. Brilliant coverage, says Drew Drops. Rest in peace, John O'Keefe. Thank you so much. Sorry to talk about my case cause so much. No, Lazy Susan, you had so many good insights. I was thrilled to hear them. It's also in the documentary Whitey, the United States v. James Bulger. Great documentary. I want to watch more of it. Thank you for that recommendation. Grant, you and Kate were good together, too. Yeah, it's not about that. I just think Kate has different objectives. Kate, I do things from a very ideological, authentic place, okay? I don't care about money. I don't care, probably to my detriment. I don't care about social connections. I don't care about any of that. Kate, I think, is way more involved in that. She has friends and wants to be involved in and be a mover and shaker, whatever. Okay, just two different approaches to life, and especially two different approaches to covering criminal cases or whatever it is that Kate does. I wouldn't say she covers them; she enmeshes herself in them. Worth repeating, Grant is the GOAT. Greatest of all towels. I love that. That is the greatest thing I've ever heard in my entire life. How do I pin this? Replace pin message. Grant is the greatest of all towels. That is the one. That is so wonderful. Jew Drops, thank you, says Maureen Walsh. I get a lot of hate. I have to say I get a lot of hate. I have thick skin. It's okay. Yeah, that's all right. Part of being Irish. Got to have thick skin. I got to silly jokes when things got too serious. Sorry if I offended anyone. You did not, Angela Wittick. I loved your wonderful jokes. I love everyone here in chat. Great people. That's true. Maureen Walsh says, Angela, bless you. I'm true as can possibly be with the info pertaining to this case. Thank you. Justice for John O'Keefe and his family, says Jew Drops. Is this still going, says Lisa Cox. Yes, we broke a new record, and I'm now getting a little bit worried because we're setting records that are just going to be harder and harder and harder for Towel to break. Now we're at 7 hours and 21 minutes. Oh my God. Lisa Cox says, is this still going? I left for 3 hours. Yep, it's just a full day of Towel sitting here talking. Jew Drops, much respect. Grant doesn't understand certain aspects. No, Grant overstands certain aspects and isn't easy to manipulate, and that's what your problem is. You want to be direct, Miss Woman from Ireland, Maureen Walsh? We'll be direct. I will sit down and negotiate the Good Sunday Accords with you, goddammit. 1 minute and 2 seconds to go. Oh, I'm only like 12 minutes behind on the comments. This is excellent. I broke the record. This is a record for me. Never followed a stream this long. Grant is infectious. Can't pull away. Oh no. Don't get addicted to towel. That's not good. I don't know if I can sustain. I'm going to have to start a towel factory. I haven't done anything all day, says Jew Drops. Oh no. New record, says Angela Wittick. All right. Celebration time. I never having said that, did I, Grant? I don't know what I was saying at that point, Maureen Walsh. I'm sorry. The Grant Ellis Marathon, says Barb417. 9 hours max on YouTube. All right, so we have to leave certain amounts of incremental room so we can keep breaking the record constantly. Longest towelettes, yay! It's been great to have you, Drew Drops. Love you guys. Tom and Mike are 2 lapdogs. Well, okay, you have a right to that opinion, Barb417. I feel like we are at Grant's house chilling. Yes, imagine just you all sitting around in a big circle as I'm like, oh yes, here, enjoy some snacks and allow me to tell you about this. And what would you like to say? And you take the floor now. We are the bomb together. I agree. We're all wonderful. Justice for John O'Keefe and his family, says Jew Drops. True, it's a towel marathon. It was a towel marathon. I want the O'Keefe family to finally have a peaceful night's sleep. Yes, with God's grace and God's blessing, I think that's something we can all agree on. John's family deserves their peace and deserves to find solace and comfort, and may God bring them that solace and comfort on this blessed Sunday. Terry Claus are all here. Welcome, Barb 417, we love terry cloths. Reminds me a little bit of John Terry, the defender for Chelsea, who was a little bit of a wild man, but I still love terry cloths. We are the Towel Cult, justice for John O'Keefe and his family. If the Towel Cult is centered around getting justice for John O'Keefe and his family, I can't complain. But still, don't follow me. I'm just a towel. Well, I'm an anthropomorphic towel in man form. Don't follow me. Make your own decisions. Take the information in the form of the analytical framework I give you to empower yourself, and go love people and do acts of kindness and service for others. And then this world may actually turn around if we collectively over and over and over and over again demonstrate and inculcate that ethos. And unlike 6 degrees of Chewbacca, we can actually have a butterfly effect with 6 degrees of legitimacy in the context of expanding, preserving, and demonstrating our love for one another, flipping around the realist political spin, wherein countries and individual people are constantly trying to expand, demonstrate, and preserve their power. We'll flip it around, create a new schema, soft power political order based around demonstrating universal and unconditional love, and then we will change the nature of the world itself. You all, as Towel disciples, shall go out and spread this message of universal love, and in time, we shall somehow take back the world from this ungodly conflagration of self-interest and greed. And God bless us, we're going to make it happen. Lazy Susan says, thank you all for your support and for everything. I'm so glad I spent this time with Grant and all of you. I appreciate your feedback so much. I'm going to end my comments so Grant can eat. You guys are funny. You know that if you keep talking, I'll keep going. Lisa Cox, blessings for them, says Eva. I agree. It's so upsetting and very sad and unbearable. Plus all the hateful things Turtle Boy has said about the O'Keefes. So true. Nice chatting, Lazy Susan, says Dewdrops. I hope you all have a wonderful day. I may take myself shopping. Grant, I'll be in touch. I'll see if I can find those transcripts. I hope I kept them, but I'll be in touch via Facebook either way. God bless you, Susan. Enjoy the rest of your day. You go mention my name again, Grant. Just say Maureen and then say Kate in one sentence. Good night, good day. Yep, well, that's, you brought it upon yourself. Bye, sweet Lazy Susan. Yes, you too, everyone. One of the best chats. Oh, Angela, thank you, says Lazy Susan. I know I'll see you around. I'll still be listening. Grant, you should try TikTok. You have great info. We'll see, Ed Jobs. Maybe Murder by Maestro can teach me how to make TikToks. Or maybe he can just make TikToks of me. Maureen Walsh, sleep well. All love and peace, says Eva. Eva, take care. Ireland is beautiful, says Murder by Maestro. Yes, I agree. The Cliffs of Dover must be... that might actually be in England. But is the Cliffs of Dover in Ireland? I don't know. Either way, I hear it's very beautiful. I'm still here, although a withering towel. Well, don't let me keep you all too long. Irish, German, and Dutch here, says Angela Wittick. Justice for John O'Keefe and his family, says Dewdrops. Forza to us, Dewdrops, says Deaf Otter. The Italians sticking together. Yes, when England plays Italy in football matches at the World Cup, I always get overwhelmed. The World Cup's coming to America next summer, by the way. I want to go to some of the games in Gillette. How much money do you think Karen has spent so far? Asked Ed Jobs. I'd say about $800,000 to $1.2 million. Graham was trying to send some pizza money via Venmo, and there are 25 Grant Ellises. Which one are you? Oh, Kat, you're so kind. So if you look in the YouTube description, it's at Grant-E1, and you'll know it's me because it's a picture of an inflatable Elmo. Oh my God, you're still on. I'm so happy, says Christina. Yeah, Christina, someone else said they left for 3 hours and came back, and I was there. Oh, Deaf Otter, thank you for sharing the donation info in the chat. God bless you. You're so kind to have done that. I was a few minutes behind, so that person might not have even seen it without you. Truly, thank you for that. Hi, Grant and chat. Just arrived and sad I missed from the first go. That's okay, Kat. Some days you will catch the stream from the beginning. Sometimes you come in at the end. We're withered towelettes, that's for sure. We went for a very long time today. Emily Suzanne says, oh my gosh, you're still going? Yes, we broke the towel record. I'm thrilled to have you all here. Christina says, I'm addicted too. Oh, I did get someone's donation. It just came in when I opened my phone. You all, I'm blessing you all like 7 times. I can't keep track of everything that's going on. Towel's becoming a little delirious. Towels have incredible stamina. Yes, Towel is still going. I don't know how many words I said, but it was a lot. I had a whole day and you are still going. Love it, says Yasmin. You know it. I do my best. I live in English but Irish. I didn't cuss. I said F. Oh, I didn't say you. Did I say you cussed? If so, I apologize. I said I cussed. Grant's the best, says Dewdrops. Hey, Kat, says Murder by Maestro. Rest in peace, John O'Keefe, Dewdrops says. Have you ever talked careers with a towel? It gets very dry very quickly. That's hilarious. Murder by Maestro, Kat says hello. Murder by Maestro says hello to Christina and Emily and Yasmin. Ed Job says, do we think Karen Reed's sister will show face this time around? No, I don't think she likes Karen. I don't think she hangs around Karen. I don't think she is pleased that this has happened. Clancy Brothers hit America, my second cousins. Preach, Grant, says Eva. 6 degrees of Chewbacca. I know how much you like that reference, Angela Whittick. I saw you laughing to it the other day. Republican Irie. Yes, so I totally am a Irish Republican, but as I said, I also am sympathetic to the British security state. So I'm in a very tough position, all right? Just don't send towel over to the British. I just should not go there. I'm a little French, too. Hold on, let's see. Someone said they were a little French. I'm not a little French. Maybe I am. Let's see. Can a towel maintain a stiff upper lip? Serious question. I would like to say a British towel could maintain a stiff upper lip. Kat says, inflatable Elmo. LOL. Got it. Thank you, Grant. Thank you, Kat. God bless you for that donation. It means so much to me. Drew Drops laughs. The Elmo is actually in honor of my friend who used to go by the name Elmo. He was a military veteran who sadly passed away. And I took this picture of an inflatable Elmo before he died. And I was like, that's hilarious. I have to send it to Elmo. And sadly, he passed away before I got to send it to him. So God bless you, my friend Kyle. I miss you very much, man. His picture's actually right to the left of my computer screen. Now, my other friend's right to the right of my computer screen, who also passed away. I keep them with me at all times. If you are my friend and I truly care about you and you pass away, I will not only make sure your name is never said for the last time, but I will keep pictures around. And every day I don't say hello, but I give them a little wave, and they know that, I hope their spirits know that they're still with me in spirit every single day. Hi, Grant. Will you be streaming? Oh, there was a question. Hold on. Hi, Grant. Will you be streaming during the trial and opening statements this week, assuming opening statements on Tuesday? Yes, Macy. So I am still in school, but here's what we're going to do. I have to go to my classes, and I'm trying to get not this week, but future weeks, I'm trying to get a reporter down the courthouse to cover for Towel's new outlet. My plan is I'm going to be streaming everything. So we will be together every day, and I won't thankfully have to talk to you all for 8 hours. We can watch the testimony, but I'm going to stream the entire trial every day. I'm going to segment, record it all, clip it, store it, archive it. It'll be up on social media, on clips. It'll be on YouTube for the whole trial. So please, if you want to follow the trial, feel free to subscribe. You're going to keep getting this content over the next few months because I want to create a full, thorough record of this retrial. And the best way to do it is on the YouTube, but I'll also clip it and put it on the social media. Christina says, Deaf Otter, my mom speaks fluent French. Oh, that's cool. I like Arabic because it kind of combines French. Marine Wall says, you are still mocking my opinion, which is virtually the same as yours. No, I think I'm hinting at a larger socio-political dynamic that I'm aware of and that you necessarily don't want to address, which is fine. Good day, Grant, says B Rabbit. Your live has been on overnight here in Australia. I had you streaming as I've been sleeping on and off. Oh, B Rabbit, I'm so grateful that you left the stream on as you were sleeping. I hope that I was able to lull you into a sleep or that I didn't keep you awake. I hope Grant's going to stream if he can, says Jew Drops. I'm going to do my best every day. B Rabbit, by the way, I want to thank you so much for tuning in from Australia. Our towel friends from Australia are greatly appreciated. There's towel friends from the UK and Denmark and Sweden and Holland and South Africa and America and Latin America. There are just towel friends all over the place, and Towel is grateful to have you here. Can you outlast Attorney Alessi in speaking? Yes, I think if Bob Alessi and I spoke or went in a Lincoln Douglas debate, I would easily outlast him, even though those only go 90 minutes. Jimbo, it's great to see you, by the way. I didn't notice that was you who made the comment. Always nice to see when you pop in. The British security state, Angela Whittick is laughing. Let's see. I enjoy Jimbo. Yes, Grant, I remember. Sorry. I forgot where we were. Oh, Jew Drops. I think it was my friend Elmo. Yes, no, don't worry about bringing it up. I appreciate the opportunity to say Kyle's name, and he was a vet who served this country honorably, so anytime we can bring up his memory means a lot to me. Yes, thank you, Grant. Justice for John O'Keefe and his family. Lisa Cox says, excellent. Great news. Thank you for all your hard work. Appreciate it, says Macy. Grant, we love you, says Drew Drops. I feel knackered. Much love to you all. We did it. We made it to the end. I read every single comment. We went for 7 hours and 33 minutes. I think some of you realize you had to stop asking comments or questions and making comments because I was just going to keep going. I was not going to stop. Now, listen, we didn't make it to 8 hours, and thankfully, this leaves us some room for future streams to get back that. But I absolutely was thrilled to spend time with you today. I'm so grateful to all you towel friends. This is a public information service. It wouldn't be what it is without you all. Someone just sent another donation. You're going to make Towel cry, okay? I don't really know how to process all of this or your kindness or what to do. I do know that I need food. I do know that I should probably go get like water, and that I probably need a little bit of time to decompress now. I cannot tell you how much it means to me to be able to do this with you all. It's like effortless for me to be able to engage with you all. It means so much to me. I've made so many friends here. You've changed how I think about my life, and you've given me real meaning. I will never stop appreciating that and expressing it. We made it as towels. You missed my serious question, Grant. What was your question, Angela Whittick? Hold on. Angela Whittick, you might have to re-ask your serious question. I refuse to move on. Can a towel maintain a stiff upper lip? Serious question. I did answer. I said, yes, I think British towels can maintain a stiff upper lip, but I can too. Blessings, we made it. You missed my, I did, Def, I will screenshot it. Thank you, Grant, says Jew Drops. Love you guys. Woo, thanks to Grant for all the lively discussion, says Eva. Thank you for being here, Eva. You, Eva, you, Angela Whittick, you, Jew Drops, Christina, Jimbo, Murder by Maestro, Def Otter, Cat. Yes, I will eat and hydrate myself. I appreciate, Kat says we love you. I appreciate all of your support for Towel. I know you're all kind of building around Towel now in this sort of fort, and also helping Towel, and you see a lot of value in what Towel can convey, and I'm not going to let you down. I am a Towel, and I will live up not only to the values that I try to hold others to, but to the values I want to aspire to live to. And then we can facilitate a world revolution based on unconditional love, and I will go around to the countryside preaching in a robe made of towels. All right, with that, take care. Yes, I got to go. I'm not reading your comments anymore. I'm hungry. I'm leaving. Good night. God bless you. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday. We'll see each other again soon. And thank you for everyone who made it this long. My name's GrantSmithEllis. Until we see each other next, have a good rest of your Sunday.